Judge and the support of cast.
Chat, what's up? Hello, hello.
Also just popped off.
It's time.
Yeah, keep in mind another point about
time.
this composition. As much as 2Game are going to look to get silence on op as fast as humanly possible, let silence
Audio
do whatever
flashbang.
the heck he wants.
Sorry.
I
should gradually put it in, right?
Wait for information, and it really comes down to can Adverso be everywhere? He was that way yesterday on Halo.
Sadak to
I've never
Keiko.
seen so many mind games be pulled
That's
by
a
single owl drone in my
that's
life.
a pickup,
If he can
man.
do
That is a
again
pickup.
today,
That
it would be a
now
day where all Knights could come out and find themselves
that's
in
now a
grand
scary team.
Well, this is it. It's time to head over to
What's the rumors so far? Eng, Sadak.
In the upper finals. 2G,
Well, we'll just say Eng is just there already. We got Sadak,
over to you.
Aves. Aves is legit. What are the other rumors? We've got Martin,
Yes.
and then +2, right?
Versus Latam 2G All Knights in our upper final after an exciting.
That's a
day of
solid.
matches
That's
yesterday.
solid, man.
And I'm just as excited.
It's a scary team. That's already a scary team.
Silly, a biz pick again by 2G.
A very good one,
Like
actually.
all of my
Down
worries
for the
of
pick
like
for
that
2G
team
against
last
All
year,
Knights
just
so far because,
it's completely
yes,
fixed
we've
with
been
this.
talking about how good Dante's been throughout this
Yeah,
whole
I'm pretty
tournament,
excited,
but
man.
although on his Jet hasn't been shining as much as he has on roles like Raze or roles like Neon overall. So
Never saw Keiko Sadak coming. Bro, completely out of nowhere. I thought the crew thing made a lot of sense. Narrate to stay. I mean, this confirms that the narrate is not staying. One import. It's your import. So that's, I mean, that's again, I don't know anything, but you put one and one together, man. That's Sentinel's narrate, pretty much.
Prep for 2G at Spatesor with assistant coach Yoshi, and All Knights have Zonic with analyst Bast with them. And very interesting that 2G picked this despite losing 13-7 to All Knights last time. But if there's one thing I know about these two
import? No, he's an
regions,
import, man.
they're passionate, but they also truly
Wait, chat, are we
believe
starting on
that
time?
They can bounce back no matter what. And I mean, 2G showed us yesterday after
Are we
being
starting
beaten down
on
by
time?
M80, they had the last
Holy.
laugh, and they were the ones
We're
who knocked
getting
M80 down.
we're getting treated today. We get some K-Corp Sadak rumors.
Early recon dart down towards
Good
the middle
rumors
so
by
that
the sound of
Dante
it. Seems
can
pretty
control
solid.
this mid. So default
And
player
then now we have
currently
this.
seeing from All Knights.
Now we
They're
have no
trying to see
tech
if they can
force.
get a pick, maybe even break this door.
Starting on time. We got 2G. Whoa. We got 2G on
So
defense.
far
We
as
got
Zap
AK on
just
attack.
zapped down to 65 by that shock.
Adverso versus Zap is going to be a really fun Sova matchup of Zap being the IGL and the most experienced players on the 2G side. And Adverso so intelligent. I kind of had to call a PC check on him yesterday of just how he's able to predict where his opponents are through the smoke without vision.
The skin flashes like this.
just
That is the
pressuring
most
Zap back with
distracting
the
thing I've
shot
ever
pulse,
seen.
making it
That
so
only on
though
high
2G
graphics.
don't have vision of mid, and All Knights have killed all
killing me.
sound. They keep their lurk on the left. and
Do
they
I
head
not stream in
towards the right.
1080p? No, I
This
think
is
I
good
do.
because this
Pretty
opens things up for
confident.
Tinchoff later on because of the shock darts from Zap.
Everything
He's
looks like I
fallen
am.
all the way back, so you're playing for 2G
That's
very
only on high
passively at
graphics.
this
Thank God
point.
for that.
You have to rely on your initiators. Now with the knife out, sees nothing.
Good knife.
Comes towards the inside.
So if it does dodge it, though,
But
there's
the
still that trip
paranoia
up.
from 2G was hoping to slow down this push, and is Dante off to a great start. First blood, opening up the site, smoke at the back. 2G will rally the forces. You already see Zap taking an off angle, cutting through, waiting for the flash from Spike, but Zap got hit, and the tempo's a bit off from 2G. They
Yeah, I
have
mean,
been
that's a
setting
nice start, though.
themselves
This is a
up
cool
for
pistol.
success from the beginning, and they'll take
They were
pistol.
everywhere.
You nailed it right there, Lemon Kiwi. A little bit off tempo on how you wanted to
It fixed?
retake
Oh, it
that
wasn't
site
doing it
for
at the beginning?
2G. You mentioned that Spike has that flash. You
I've been
needed
paying
that
a lot of
control on the
attention
top
to
of
skins
heaven.
lately.
So
Dude,
far,
I'm
you're
trying
playing
to
turtled and reactively.
have something in
You
common with
could
you
give up
guys.
the site and play on the outside,
trying to
but
learn.
it's
I'm
important
making an
your
effort
step
out
one
here.
to not allow your opponents to really
Honestly, I think it's
push
because I've been playing more.
security room or
Because I've been
that
playing more, I'm
on the
actually like, hold
inside.
up.
But we
I might look into some skins. I might start getting some skins. Because now I can play. I can use some of the skins for a little bit.
Tinchoff had such a late lurk going in towards the mid take. He was going to be the final winding.
Yeah, now I'm playing, man. We're gonna get some skins. I need to chat. When does this season end, man? I need to get to Immortal 3 by the end of this season. When is that?
It's just a duel. You know this is going to be a
That's my
brawling
chat. That's my
matchup
fault.
between these two teams.
That's my fault.
And we
I'll
definitely
take
see
the
it right
hit on
there
that.
as soon as we came into
You can
these
blame me for this one. That's my bad.
Gonna be a lot of weight.
Radiant?
on
Have you seen how I'm
Dante's
playing? I can't get
shoulders
Radiant.
to
Or a lot of weight
really
to
I can
show
get
up.
Immortal 3. We've got to be
Yeah,
realistic.
It's a lot. This is This is still the upper finals, so, you know, you have that second life, but we saw yesterday that 2G, you know, they put so many eggs in the Dante basket. You know, his back must hurt, but then after a timeout, after things didn't
Play with
start
Scream?
really
Bro, I need
2G's
to
way
get
yesterday,
good
they
before I
had
can do
timeout,
this
they
stuff.
talked
You
about
guys
it,
are
and
crazy.
became so much less reliant on Dante. They really kind of spread out the responsibility, and it became a united effort, and that's how 2G were able to come back against M80.
Yeah, definitely. And I think you're
You have
also
time,
hitting
right?
Dante
Chat,
for
what kind of
example,
tournaments are in
Oh,
October?
all night.
It
So
was that
2G
fight,
for
yeah, exactly.
silent.
Because the game changes in
Right.
November, right?
Overall, I think it still
What's in
goes back to
October?
what you were
Just
mentioning before of how
off-season
good
events?
these teams are with bouncing back. So let's talk about those a bit while we have this technical pause. So
Okay.
to lean back to what you were saying.
Wait,
in terms of
Liquidus, did you
2G
sub and I just
M80,
ignored you?
That revenge match, and that 2G looked amazing against M80.
Liquidus.
They looked much more different on
40
how they
months.
played that map and how they approached
Thank you
that
so
map
much,
on
dude. Thank you for
Sunset
doing
as
that.
well against
Sorry
M80.
that I just
There was a lot of,
registered
like,
in my head, but I don't think I said
control, a lot
anything.
more slower pacing, which forced the hand of M80, and then they really
Is it only home grounds? Because that's not many off-season events. So I can probably play a lot in that
And you're
month.
hoping at this point here that 2G lost against All Knights the last time they faced off against each other here on Abyss. They've learned something this time around on their eco as they're trying to find some moves here, but it's Dante just waiting towards the spawn to get the first blood.
And 2G already worked for map control. They've heavy pushed up the A side and left their mid completely open. That's an adaptation from Zap to help support the perimeter of the
Game
map.
changes?
And it's not like AK have
But that's
sort of
November, though.
tried to do much. They do have sights on mid thanks to that camera of Tinchoff, but it is a first blood in favor of AK. Yet again, of course, with the better weaponry. Great job with the outlaw from Dante taking advantage of these long sight lines. Now the drone being pushed up A. You're not really sure what to do with that.
Just trying to get some word control, trying to get silence up as soon as possible with an orb, but unfortunately here, as they're just trying to walk down and hopefully catch somebody off guard and rely on that aim, it didn't pan out in their favor. So All Knights just looking to have a clean execution. You already see here LZ Luis banged out.
They're doing pretty good at just
smother this site with the
making this kind of clean right now. Can this guy get much? No, it's going to be nice.
It's only going to be Spike left.
This
on the
skin is
rotate,
still
so,
mental every
clean
time I see
plan
it.
Overall, All Knights, if they can convert this to only have Tinchoff falling, this will also
Home
help in the
grounds-
long run for All
Home grounds
Knights in
finals.
terms of the
Yeah, I think
weaponry
everyone's
because
everyone's
the
talking about the
Outlaw
Americas
and also
qualifier,
the
though, right?
Bulldogs could still do a lot here against 2G. I do like at least though here, Lemon Kiwi, that in this eco that you have from 2G, they're all at 1900 across the board, so only maybe a bit of utility purchased by Spike, but overall you're making sure
APAC play
that
in?
you
Who's
are buying
invited
full
to that?
armor within the next round, because you know that, you know, Dante or somebody else is going to bring an outlaw out and they're not afraid to fight with that, so you want to make sure you bring those chances in your favor in your gun round.
You see
No
Spike,
info?
Obviously going for the retake, which is the classic, but hoping to die to Spike or, well, getting exit frags, but did not catch them on the exit. It's AK taking
Went to
the
VLR,
second
Zeta,
round.
DFM,
And
T1
again,
Talon.
another first blood in
Ooh.
their favor. You know, the weaponry
fun.
helps with that, and it's hard to stack with pistols on a map as
Think
large
K-Corp
as
gets
this.
hero
2G
too?
really
No,
gambled
I'm
on
pretty sure the
forward
rumors
defense at
are
A. Didn't get anything.
Na'Vi,
and AK,
right?
despite, you know, having that huge weaponry advantage, still committed the drone. They don't want to go in blind.
We're getting a
and
lot of rumors
they
at the moment. It's
still
pretty fun.
executed well.
It is definitely a very difficult
Next
map
2
to
weeks are gonna be
rotate
awesome.
across here on the map like Abyss, which is why a Sentinel is usually key to have in your composition too, because you're turtling up a lot on the extremities, and then if you're losing a little bit of that mid-control
By round against
your
the bonus
opponents,
round, we've
it's
got the
so hard
Outlaw,
to
so they have
rotate
to go
back, so
heavy
most of
armor.
the players will go through the spawn if not flanking, right? But we'll see how that's going to evolve as we move forward here in this matchup. Weaponry out now for 2G, full rifles, and you see here all full shields. Just a little bit less utility in their hands now for Zappas, for example, he doesn't have these shocks.
It's a chance for 2G to respond. Smoking, making AK nervous on their side.
This is nice. Break
Cypher
the knife so they
util
don't get
at A.
info.
Good division.
They
from
really gonna
2G to cover
free
all of their
person walk
bases. It
middle?
is now time for AK to make a move. Where will they set their pieces? Where will the pawns advance? And what map control does AK really want to fight for? Now, they're sending their sights on mid. This is something they haven't tried, and they're pushing all four there.
In TP out.
And Luis is gonna spot this. Already brought down to below half health. Will be teleporting. Is now getting pressured by Sabando on the chase. Now support from Zap at the
40
back.
seconds, but this is a lot of
2G
pressure, and they're going to leave the
turnaround.
Cypher
They
top
give it
middle
up
and
mid. They
split.
know
It's actually
that
pretty
AK
kind of
can wrap
nice.
around them.
As soon as you get someone
With
inserted
that
over
mid
towards
control,
middle, it's
you
just
got
so much
2G
harder for
really
defense.
pincered
You got to
on their
think of
side
here,
the map.
here, so you don't
Actually,
feel
it's really good
confident
from
staying in
2G to
heaven.
react,
So you got to fall back to
proactively
something
here
like
to push
this.
towards B. So they have clear vision that the hit's going to be towards the A side. They're going to be able to double flank, maybe break their trip and catch some players off guard. But here's a hit from All Knights towards this A site.
Wrapping around.
That was one hell of a
2G
recon,
not
though.
wanting to let this plant go through. AK, what kind of momentum can they build? It's Sepondo with 2 and almost turned on the 3rd. 2 versus 1 with Nico. Someone behind.
Holy,
at
no
the
matter
front
what,
of
this
the
is
paint
damage done.
sandwich. Louise not making an immediate move. Seconds remain. AK
No matter
will have
what,
no
damage
time
done.
to plant, and it still goes the way of 2G.
Good damage. I actually like this whole bonus. It was pretty cool.
Luis to stay alive on the top middle, and because he stayed alive, he was able to get a
think Eng had a saying on
Sadak.
Sadak. Yeah, I reckon there's probably a lot of Engs doing.
So again,
Most of the stuff these days, a manager who's in the know, which is relatively rare, if I'm honest. It's more like a coach that's in charge of it. Or you get super rare cases as well, which would be like IGLs in charge, which would probably be like NRG. That was probably what was going down. But I would say 90% is like coaches, just making the team. Most people get the coach and then be like, right,
Finally testing
you
out
make the team now.
waters of B, like you said, and silence has been good, but will not stand. That's a free duelist for Dante, already posing on the left, just really focusing on the long range contact plays. As AK, know there's players on the site, but can they really draw out 2G and take that duel? And in AK's mind, ideally lose it. But AK are just going to give this one up as they know 2G are hiding. They don't know if AK are approaching B or not.
Yeah.
AK will pivot.
Well, this is also the insert of Nico Mushi at the beginning of the A orb. He hasn't seen anybody.
If goes
push
in, that
forward.
clears the
He hears
question
maybe a
mark.
camera being
So
tapped up here
I
and
would
there,
imagine
so
that
there's
Sova
going to be a
would
little bit more of a
pull back
passive
after
hold
this.
from the A site when you realized here that they were fighting against 3 players towards B when he took down Silence. So I love this read.
It's a bit of a guess with the KO as well, because KO knife like here gets all the sight, but obviously you're fine in heaven.
So they have at
Yeah,
least a final
this guy's
point to
fine.
play
That's
the
why
full
you're going to see
spine.
Cyphers play heaven a lot.
For 2G, they're going to give this up and play the retake after all.
Wait, that was a
Beautiful.
giant
And
recon.
Pisces, yeah, able to reveal just how many members. You already heard the jet dash. You know the hit is there. How do 2G even want to retaliate? They don't. They want to save their weapons.
Yeah, they want to save.
'cause
This Cypher kind of reacted a little bit wrong.
economy is
Obviously, when you get
everything,
smoked
and
off like
they
this and you're
don't
trying to
have a
get
lot
kills, you
going.
have a recon behind, you
One
got to
is the economy,
instantly
and
get
second,
in.
you see it now, the
Instead of
preemptive
running
back
away
out
like you
on
did
B
here, you got to
because
get in the
people are still
smoke.
lurking around. So
It's hard in the
as
moment.
they lost Silence in the beginning, and you only have one player holding towards the A site.
The rate
all
hasn't been
your question
confirmed,
marks
dropped or
around the map
released,
or
right? No,
towards
not at the
middle.
moment.
And
But
after they
again,
hit the site for All Knights, where could they be after
one
when they lost
one
Pricey?
import, so
you've lost so much map
gotta
control
do
there
some
for
maths on
2G
that
to
one.
really understand or have a feel of where you can rotate from. And as we mentioned, it's such a hard map to rotate across because not only is it
Sideshow's the go-to Pokemon now? Wait, what happened?
So if you have to start
You can cheat in that
clear
game though,
back,
right? Is
you've
that what
already
he's doing?
lost pretty much half time of the spike before you're able to make it into the site to try to play the retake. So no choice there. Still great defaulting being played by All Knights within these starts, within the start of these rounds, rather.
Zen Jogamo.
And
Could
All
be
Knights are
interesting
doing
as well.
great
Yeah.
damage. You're getting a lot of kills, so they're coming up to some pretty important ultimates. And I already know Null Command is one away. All Knights, I think they're figuring out that just flooding the site from front to back and just overwhelming.
Do coaches
whatever
count as the
defender is
import?
there,
No.
If it's a solo sentinel or
Coaches
maybe
don't
2
count
or
as that.
3. Instead of All Knights getting kind of overthinking it, because the one round that All Knights lost was when they
Okay,
kind of
saved.
explored
We've
mid
got
and didn't
three,
really
sorry, 2
know
people
how
that have to
answer 2G's
rebuy.
defense without the information. So All Knights.
It was really.
the orb.
Chat, does this
Now they
just
have
not feel
3
really
ults,
weird to
Null
you?
Command, Hunter's Fury
Like
from
this
the
guy,
shadows.
this guy, this guy
And we
can't
got
buy
Vision on
next, but
mid,
this
so
guy's
All
out here
Knights,
like saving for
their move.
next.
Yeah, the knife even spotted Zap, and it's a good enough radius for them to know
And he
that
didn't
they're
even
playing towards
buy
the
any
right side
util?
here on the A side. So looking for some 1-minute clearing, maybe with the Zap utility. So they actually just keep Tinchoff there just to see if at that minute mark he's going to hear the Allo Drone.
Feels a bit
That by
off.
force, and after the push forward. There you go. It came out at 107.
At least he's
he breaks
playing
it
right
away.
here,
Look at
very
how AK
passive.
starting to move out here and
Like the
looking
way
to
that he's
move
playing it
together
makes
towards his
sense.
B site.
Well, info, and then
to
other
activate to
people
kick
are
things
playing
off.
in front, so you can probably get one of these guns. It's a lovely
They
shot,
start
man.
the exchange. Great first pick by
Ah,
Silence.
look at all the Utos getting shot.
And he's being found. Hunter's Fury to hose down the site. And AK,
This Omen
they
is
trade
making
blow
plays,
for
by the
blow
way,
to
as well.
come out on top, and even Savando used his teleport to get all the way to the back to really pressure that back line, and 2G had nothing to say about it. So the plant will go through, and then 2G kind of stagger in and out. And they save those weapons for this round. They really have a fighting chance, and now it's a 2 versus 4, and they don't seem really eager to get to the B site anytime soon.
Damn, bro, everyone's insanely crisp right now.
Damage with just the pistol, and not much.
Having Jorgamo and Omen though, right?
Yeah.
You see this guy on Neon? Seeing the movement? Seeing his mechanics? He can play anything. It's fine.
It was a
Don't
beautiful
worry.
88 shot from Silence, and I was kind of questioning actually when Nico Machine pulled out his null command that Dante is still the first one that's going to peek out instead of having the null command come out and maybe just bait that first shot in case.
Do you rate Bonker as a coach? Yeah, just because. Okay, there's a few ways. There's like 2 ways that us people outside of the know can rate coaches. Okay, players that have coached them, that's number 1. Like if they're like, yeah, this person's good, like this coach is good, and they say good things about the coach, that's how we can know. Number 2 is when the players in interviews will be like, shout out to Bonkar just randomly, and Bonkar probably has that the most times where someone will give him a shout out, be like, shout out to our coach, or like play, and the amount of both of those that I've heard from Bonkar is crazy. I've never seen anyone shout out a coach as much as this guy. Multiple teams.
Look at that econ after.
He's one of the best, man. He has to be.
Somewhat half buying around the single phantom that was saved from Spike, and he's at 700 credits. He's not going to bring it up in the next round if they lose this one here.
Yeah, 2G are really starting to suffocate, and the last time these two teams met, it was a pretty even first half for All Knight's offense, and it's an exchange in mid. Both teams stacking on the side. Spike now getting involved for the defense, and Silence showing up with the 2K. Is this gonna be for 2G?
Look at everyone on the server, man. It's so nice to watch.
Scrapping this, AK keep challenging, and it's all up to Sabando.
Yeah, we got a lot of guns down here that would be lovely.
Potential thrifty or 2G on the line.
Yeah, at least he still has full kit. 45 seconds, could pick up the spike, and we know that Sabando.
Genuine question: if he's so highly rated, why haven't other people been able to get him into tier 1? Teams messed up last year.
He was going to have the Bladestorm within the next round anyway.
It's as simple as that.
So he's trying to keep some sort of fighting chance here with the econ on the side of 2G. But it ends up being the Guardian that peeks up for the 2 kills, and now Sabando is about to get spotted here by Luis.
Cover going out.
Damage at least Sabando can do. 2G not letting this turn too much into an avalanche.
Awareness.
Silence with the 3rd through the smoke, and this is important. They got to recover.
Yeah, we got double gun recovered as well.
They kind of need to salvage this economy a bit.
Went from looking like a pretty rough half to actually they can get something good here.
Whatever force buy or half buy that they had around that Phantom, they had a Guardian of Phantom.
Do FNS and Bonkar have a history? Nah, I don't think so. Where's Bonkar this year? Oxygen. Tier 2 Americas.
3,000 credits for every single player from winning that round. That, I think, might be the turning point now for 2G to be able to get that AWP out on the defensive side quite soon, and it's right now.
Oh, that's sick flash.
Dante's doing the same too.
Yeah, heavy lean towards B for the offense, and a switch. Silence usually holds it down, these long sidelines at B. He's gonna help support A. And just the Cypher cams left in mid. And this is something that boiled down to a lot of duels in favor of 2G in the last round, thanks to those Guardians that you pointed out. Now AK with just any kind of vision. If they AK have been pretty confident in their mechanics to pull out a lot of first bloods. Silence, he popped off, so he was able to afford an up, and now he has to run away from the drone.
But it didn't clear.
Spikes there as well.
In the corner. And the drone was about to turn it, it missed. So there's an
okay, cool for somewhere else, but this guy's getting so much info early that eventually you're probably going to see this guy rotate a bit towards middle.
Prodding happened here for Timchop. Breaking the camera, it's opened up, and they'll split into B.
Yeah, it could be good for back-to-back rounds here. Kill trip. Wait, what were we doing? Why? Oh my god, he's insanely... He's insane. Like, his mechanics have just saved him.
And AK has one last person to worry about. And AK have cleared that. It cost them some warm bodies.
This made no sense, by the way.
2 versus 3 in favor of the defense, and Dante is not done here.
What a dash, bro. The big 1v2.
But with the ult out from Silence, 2G want to save this up. They want to save this round, and it's Silence on top. And Nico hears
No way,
it,
that's sick.
and it's
Dude, this was a
too
nice round to watch. I still
take the
feel
round.
like 2G played this really weird. Like, this push from the KO didn't make much sense. Right, full info over towards A, realized that it was a fake drone, just trying to create pressure that they could bust into the site, push the jet off. And then we see this guy trying to go aggro. He somehow gets 2 just because he's an absolute monster.
To allow this retake to happen. But I love at least a high risk, high reward that was played there from Dante's side. As soon as he picked up the rifle, ran through his teammate's molly to actually catch Zap off guard to get that pick and almost make it doable. But Silence has been on point since this Guardian round that he pulled out here on the defensive side. And now looking at 2G side, they're quite activated at this point already. 1 point away from tying up the game in the first map of the series.
I like that 2G are not trying to play as hidden anymore. They're really challenging fire with fire. And as soon as AK even try to swing, they're really being pushed to their limits. AK trades, the Silence flies up, manages to keep the op before AK could re-swing.
What the hell is going on?
Oh, wow, yeah.
I tell you what, this Zap guy did really good here though. This insta trade over towards A main to make sure that the jet could actually get out, and then obviously just the bait and telling his team to just not get to the angle that he could be seen.
Yeah,
Nice.
it seems like the tides have turned now, where it's a lot of saving happening on the attack side. But once again, you nailed it here, Lemon Kiwu, where 2G are not.
Sometimes with enough mechanics, you can pull off wrong plays. Oh, for sure,
this
dude.
time around, after prodding and
Happens all the time in this game.
realizing how the A side's being played quite often by All Knights, focusing on B side first for an easy orb in that case, and then they try to pivot back towards middle where they can work towards the A side, and then try to go back for a pinch towards the end in the mid rounding. But this time around, because they've always just inserted 1 player towards the A side, 3 players are ready to push out from 2G. They went for the pendulum swing.
Meta can change any time. Team's got to be ready. Pretty sure teams got. Well, pretty sure teams got. Pretty sure teams these days. It was something that Leo said, right? That they get a heads up of You get a heads up of patches, of like patch notes. They don't know what the patch notes are, but they know what date a big patch is coming out. You can kind of plan around it a little bit.
2G learned when going up against M80 is that M80 gave them so much space, so much back.
You get a list of patch dates, and if they are major or not, Bacon says, yeah.
Take advantage, and how can
Which is pretty cool.
the opponent? And now that the 2G are really getting more confident, we're talking
say
about
your name,
utilizing that space
Shrianish?
and really pushing up.
Shrianish.
It's catching AK a bit off guard.
Thank you so much. Welcome into the Slug Club, bro. Thank you for the YouTube membership.
Of how they want to turn this around, how can they either match that
Right,
aggression or
I annihilated your
slow it
name,
down
dude.
and
Sorry
let
about that.
2G play in their hands.
Yeah, and the cool part too about this space
appreciate the support, man. Thank you for doing that.
2G was not
We have a
only
date
where
for Power
2G
coming
was
back.
crushing, let's say,
Like
towards
October
middle sunset
14th,
and
15th, or
80 gets it
16th.
up. Later on
The
in the
Tuesday
mid-round,
near there.
M80 would start trying to
Mark
push that
30 with the
triple
Prime.
flank
Thank you for the
and
3 months,
what
dude.
does
Also, thank you for
2G
doing
do
that as well.
after They realized
Appreciate
that
the Prime.
weak side on the other side
Trianch.
of the spike
Right?
site. So they just flip the site over, push out towards the spawn, and fight against M80's weaker defense. So this is what we're currently seeing so far here. Almost at that point here for 2G. It's not
Heads up will
necessarily that
clue
they're flipping
teams
the
into
map
what potential
across on the
agent
defensive side
changes or
against
map
their opponents,
changes.
but they are
No,
trying
I
to
think it's
push
just
where
like
the weak side is,
this is
depending on how their opponents
this is
are
when
currently
stuff goes
defaulting.
down.
And now
Basically.
it seems as though for All Knights they're starting to see that 2G are not afraid to fight on these extremities when they find this information. So will they change the tempo a little bit more, especially when you know someone like Dante could really activate the pacing for that team. Although, like I said, it's not going to be on a Neon, but he could still
Literally
get, it
get
done on a
patch
jet
X's
dash
on this
to
date,
create that
major
space
and
for the
minor
team.
next to it.
Just early
Dude, that's a big
pauses
change, man. That
all
helps a lot.
coaches getting involved. It's a play style change. These are 2 teams that are friends outside of this game, and they meet in the upper final. They've scrimmed each other despite not playing in the same league. They know each other, their weaknesses, their
we got a
strengths,
fast A split on
and
this.
how to
Do we?
counter-strat them in the end. And All Knights already smoked off. No cameras in mid this time. The defense from 2G set up their sentinel on A, shifting from the B site from before. And All Knights
Makes a lot of sense when
step
Omen
by
playing
step
here.
will
They actually
advance
heavy prioritize this position.
middle,
They've had camera
and
here,
this
they've
will
had
catch
Omen here.
Freeze. If he's not
Because
careful,
you
he's
can
gonna
always
try
do
and hold
that
this
TP
angle,
out.
and Silence on the
Oh, and then you
offside.
can Omen
Now
flash for these guys to
tries
swing.
isolate
This is
that
nice.
tool by smoking off the left, and with now the knife from 2G, it is going to reveal the members from AK, and they're going to take a step back as a result.
This is a great starter from Dante. He showed the fingernails of the Jet, which forced out the off shot and a paranoia from Luis from the A side. Just because
they insta-reclaim middle. This is great from him.
They thought that All Knights were going to play for the heavy mid control once again.
Knife goes in towards A. They see nothing, so they stack 3 people B.
As well. What real kill do you have? There's an opportunity here to open things up.
Oh,
and
Van
to really
Silly just
surprise
disappeared then.
Prize in the back, who's currently holding it solo until finally Spike comes through.
And this trip is set up.
Yeah, you got to keep an eye on the
catch Dante, but that's
the Cypher in heaven
and
now.
why they love going to Sova maps. He will support Dante's Neon or Jet to let him be loose. And now that Cypher util is out of the way, another trip has been placed. The camera will spot the
Holy
entry.
hell, there's a lot of
Now
people
it's
making
on
big plays.
Tucci in 9 seconds to prevent the plan. AK are on duty, but Tucci just holds them all down. They stand
There's a
and
lot of
deliver,
people
and it's a
making
black
huge plays.
light flawless
The
for
Sova
defense.
always sick here, right? And they probably took too long considering there was a Sova ult.
Into that site. And unfortunately there with a null command that was stopped by Spike. And then they realized, wait, there's
ZZZ,
only
Pacific
14 seconds
Ascension,
left. We just have to go in
pretty
for
much
the
from like
trade. And
Sunday
Adverso should have
onwards.
had that kill in the back of
I
the
tell
site
you,
to open
Nils
things up,
Zinho, the
but they
coach
did
from
such a great
Heretics, I
job
think
here
he's
on the
going to do the
defensive side of
Pacific stuff
2G
from
to
tomorrow.
fight on that
He
right
might
side
be
of the
worth
map with the Hunters
following.
here to support them from middle. And the passive play, which looked like it was going to be an easy split here from All Knights towards the end, towards the A site, was met here.
I'm going to
by
finish off
Hunters
China
versus
and
Survivor,
Americas, and then I
giving
can
that
kind of
middle
switch
up
to
a little bit more
Pacific
here for
once it
2G
gets towards the
side.
end
Let them
stages.
walk into that trap. So all of
There's a
All
heavy
Knights here.
flood from All Knights.
Exactly, yeah, change.
No time wasted. Who cares about info? W, shoot,
Man,
and
these Jets are both very sick.
AK, dismantling silence and only leaving dust behind. With the
Damn,
spike
bro,
planted.
look at
Not
this
much
round
left.
from him.
No time to think if you're
It's all yours,
Brizzy.
man. It's all yours.
He gets a 1v4. Just gonna try and repeat this, maybe with a delay. Thinking he went the other
is
way, but Dante
unreal.
with the ace to
He's
give
so,
All
so
Knights
good.
some life again.
That's how you stop the momentum.
His aim,
built up
his
by your
aim's
opponents
insane.
by just having, again, that star duel is dictating the pace, but it almost looked like there was no real utility that was supporting him in the back. Yes, of course, there's going to be some flashes here and there, but the brunt of it was all Dante moving around that side to get all of these picks. I think Spike there, getting the brute force of it, becomes patient zero here at that A site, at the B site rather, and Dante is giving a chance here for All Knights to keep this game close before 2G can really start running away with this, as they are the ones dictating the pace really so far.
Damn, and then
in
he
this
switches up and now he
defensive
wants to
side,
op.
since they had their money right since this thrifty round that they played.
AK have been using Tinshoff especially to throw these cages mid and either use their cameras too.
Ooh.
Sight, vision denial, info denial. But what does All Knights do? Completely shifting from just jumping into the B site, winning the round within a second, to slowing this all the way back down. Really throwing 2G for a loop. Now All Knights with no vision, not seeing anyone through mid. Will try to explore it. Silence holds down B, gets rid of the lurk from Sabando. The AK pinch
Damn.
will still go through. They wrap
That was
around,
awesome
and
as well.
Luis was ready. Picks up two. The Hunter's Fury will
So,
calm him
Sova
down.
was really good on this as
AK
well.
have a chance to still get the B site control. Here comes Adverso with the plant. 2G on the retake.
I don't know if it was a selfish
Found the
play or not,
isolated
but it was
dude.
really questionable on Sabano trying to TP across danger. But Nico's keeping it alive here for the
Go,
team.
man. Big nade to stay alive. Oh, that's devastating. Oh, what a nade. Nade for nade.
By Brizzy, and it's Adverso on the site. Was really relying on his teammates.
Reconning 0, but he wants to get a kill before he uses it.
Adverso, he has the element of surprise. He already heard the spike getting tapped. He almost got Price. He needed to hit
Yeah,
that
it's unlucky.
shot. He chokes. And 2G defuse to take the lead.
That's what it is. He needed to land that shot to give himself a chance on the 1v1 because he knew here that 2G had a lot of time in their hands here to really clear out that map. So they work in a buddy system to rush back together, but it really came down to a lot of heroic plays that had to be done on the attack side to make it
And the Jet
actually
is the
this
best
close
solo
for it to become
duelist
a
for this
1
map?
versus 2. Because of that questionable TP, the reason why I said, is it a selfless play for him to get picked
I'm not
off
sure
by
still.
Spike?
I'll be
so
honest,
that
I'm
the
not
other
sure.
could actually
I
rotate
think the
over
pathing
and
over
pinch
towards
from,
B, Jet,
the mid
is pretty
right,
good,
From
I'm not gonna lie.
middle over to Ivy to pinch back and play that 3
The
versus
Yoru,
1
yeah, I
with
kind of
him
like the
holding
Yoru
towards
as
Ivy.
well.
But Luis at that spot on the defensive
I
side
think
has been
think for
On
just
point so far. Yes, he's only 7
being
kills
as
on the board,
flexible
but
as
he's
it
survived
is,
so many rounds
the
at
Jets are really
1
strong.
HP, 5 HP, getting multi-kills in these impact rounds.
AK already threw a knife over on the A side. And then there's a drone in response from 2G. No one home on the right side of the map. 2G gotta worry because AK came bulldozing into B last time. Paranoia timing big. Smoke from 2G trying to bite AK on the push. But Dante has made his way in. And 2G, they start to panic and almost want to give up the site. It just has a number advantage. You lose Spike in the process. Spike is being planted. Two different things in that case, but AK will hold it down in a 4 versus 3 for 2G. Try to take the high ground with his shock bolt. Try to pressure them back. AK trying to stay as hidden to play time. And it's 2G that have shock bolts. They have silence with the ults. There's only one place AK can be, and it's silence that's gonna check it out. He gets overwhelmed. 2G gotta push numbers. AK
that's
right
awesome.
on the edge, literally.
You do the one way at the back here, and then you jump on the
Redemption there from
on the ledge.
IGL,
That's sick.
Switching sides.
Whiffing
Hey,
that
6-6
1
is
versus
nice
2, is able to
offense.
capitalize on multi-kills in this round to tie up the game 6-6. That looks so good once again for All Knights when we started off this game. But 2G really found some gaps here that they could exploit on the defensive side to keep.
I replied to
this game
Twitch chat. I tried to
close.
reply to both,
Although
man.
when you want to focus on that last round, they've been
trying to
doing
get
a
better.
great job from All Knights on how they
6 on
executed
defense, yeah. 6 on
behind
defense is good.
from the shadows from the Omen to get behind the enemy lines through all that utility that's being thrown in the forefront. Not many times do we see good value coming out from the shadows from that Omen ult, with exception, for example, is Seaside split on Haven. So I'm liking this look from All Knights, at least on how they were hitting their attack side with this Omen ult on their attack. But now we switch sides. We'll have to see if 2G, with how Spike's been playing quite well on his Jet on the defensive side, if he could be that tip of the spear here for this team of 2G
Damn,
on their
bro.
attack. They're
What the
matching
hell,
as well
Saint?
against All Knights.
It's so funny because this is so deja vu from the last time they faced on Abyss. It was a 6-6 half when AK started on offense. Like 2G are just these comeback kings.
Never got replied? I think I replied
the
to you.
same way they kind of came back against
Struggled for
M80,
2 minutes with
they
your
know
name
how
as
to
well.
adapt to counter strat and to really take mistakes on the chin, to know that an issue is always solvable. And they go in with such confidence and they know how to come
Well,
back.
now attack
And
pause?
that's
Nah,
what
I
really
got
threw
faith.
AK for a loop,
they
despite
sorted
that
it.
huge momentum swing that AK started with, like a 4-1 start, and then 2G just figured them out.
Yeah, and it was actually even All Knights that forced out the timeout here once 2G started figuring out this defensive side. So that main control that we thought was going to be All Knights.
Follow me
at
for the whole
at very
competitive
beginning
season. Watch
here,
every
this
single
really
match.
became a nice little
Respect,
chess
man.
battle on how the IGLs have been playing against each other. And I think we were mentioning here, or you were mentioning it to me in the green room before we started this matchup.
You
here,
gave
like,
up
it could be
on
that
that. Wait,
these are
Ryan, how
also
long did you
sprint partners, or
last?
They kind of have like a similar feel of how each other play, which is why we're seeing such a close battle so far, and close matches throughout the group stages too between these two teams. And it's respectable, because for me it kind of looks like pretty much Adverso versus Maurice when they were playing against Zeta.
10
Two IGLs kind
rounds.
of know each other a bit. They know their play
That's
style,
crazy.
and now it really comes down to who could actually call better than the other at this point.
Chat, get your head out of the
Understand
gun,
all of these
Stop,
positions.
stop using
You have
the
to be pristine
cat head.
right now in your calls.
Now pistol round. It's AK won it last time, just off of kind of a
The cat head? What else am I meant to call it? What
rising,
even is
just
this?
setting
The
the
huh?
tone to the match, just full aggression, but now it's a split for 2G to try and pincer and smoke at the back, giving freeway for 2G to take this high ground to overlook the site. And you're seeing tin shops still remain. Adverso with a headshot on the spike. The spike goes down in the
Look at this
for
guy.
2G.
Guys,
While
going for it, man. We
Pinch
got
off disengaged to have a
no
retake,
TP
and
for
a
the trip,
long
though.
Flank is coming through the bottom of the map from Sabondo, and that's an important exchange as he's gonna have against Zap, depending on if the trip, if he wants to even go through the trip.
Oh, you have to at this point. He realizes that
Wait,
he's
do
so
they
far
double
behind
push
everybody
behind?
else. Just waiting for that ruckus to happen inside that site. Here comes the start.
And the
All
poor
time
observer.
taking
There is
care of the
3
trip.
different
Now the
duels
pressure
right
through the
now.
bottom of the map. 2G take care of the flank. Now
No,
they look
my goodness,
forward,
guy shocked on
and
himself.
It's AK on the retake, but behind them is Silence, and he just lines
This is
up
nice,
the
though. This is a good
dots,
pistol from
and
them.
it's easy like that. 2G
Once they had
with
Heaven
pistol.
control and they
Crazy
realized
that
they were all
it's
going
not
out
Crazy that was
spawn, the
lurking around
Jet
to the
just
back step,
went
but it's
behind them.
actually the duelist being silenced coming in from behind enemy lines. And the initial hit from All Knights was actually quite decent. I like that we went for the cage and a triple break into Snake or the Z-shaped hallway, however you like to call it, but at least the connector between middle and the A site. The thing is after they
you love the analysis of the game and the content. Thank you for saying that, bro. I appreciate it.
Towards the top of heaven, so you could take control of that
Deadlock and Abyss, forts.
Didn't come out towards
Not great,
that
man.
spawn. So when we tried to flood down for 2G and try to jump out, they kind of got overwhelmed a little bit by All Knights, but thankfully, Silence was there to save the round and put himself into a Vandal situation with 5 players looking to hit a weak side A site.
Oh, the knife thrown, the drone committed. 2G, 1A bad, and Dante wasn't sure whether to fully disengage or not. Now that he's been revealed, he's gonna get smoked off. Full site control for 2G.
5-person flood.
AK not gonna give it up too much. Dante immediately dashes in, kind of smoked off from his team. Maybe not ready for the re-engage.
I like this though.
yet. Maybe
Threw away the
AK
gun,
got
gave it to a
antsy try
teammate, and now
prevent
he's
the
going to
plan
kind of
and
just search, get
losing
closer to
2
that ult.
members. Disjointed from the rest. AK will have another swing at this, but with 2 men down.
Take up his
2G
EMEA or
will cover their
America's?
corners
EMEA.
and play towards the long side of A or A main. Doing noise on the high ground, spraying through it. Damage has been done. 2G with time on their side. Pretty much have this round secured.
Yeah.
Shot and a half.
Spike, but instead are dying from the Sheriff.
Damn, bro, he got so much. 3 extra orbs.
All they wanted to do here for 2G was to just have him go on a hunt, and with the Sheriff of all things, is still able to get 2 and die to the 3rd player, which would also get him very close here to the Bladestorm.
Is it enjoyable to watch and cover these many games? I mean, yeah. I wouldn't do it if I wasn't enjoying it.
The driver's seat for 2G.
It's fun, man. I like. I think it helps that I was on a team and I kind of understand like how much time and stuff goes into it, so it's like a good appreciation thing as well in terms of how much time was put in. But
this is going to be a difficult task.
I also like the fact that the game changes really helps. So if the game didn't change too much and we just saw like Ascent over and over again, I would probably not be able to do every single region.
Not used yet. Just the one way, knowing no one really is in on the A side. 2G taking advantage of this moment, really pressing.
No, wait, where did this guy appear from?
And defend himself, and Dante will at least get the trade, but you don't want AK to be too antsy. Dante's gonna be on the site, ready to scrap, and above him is Adverso and the rest of AK here to support 2G. Bladestorm playing on the edge of the map, keeping eyes on the high ground. It's Dante approaching. It's the pinch from AK to deny the ults from the silent superstar. Despite being tapped, Zap's attention is being called.
Wait, he's doing so much.
Oh
my god, he's doing so much.
Over aggressing. And Zap is somehow keeping this round alive for 2G.
Holy hell. He maybe overpeaked at the end there, but that was insane amounts of impact.
Won that round.
You wanted your IGLs to step up right now for both of these teams. Adverso earlier on in that round number 12, but this time it was all Zap. Still managing to
I see the sunset today. Dude, the sun's still here for me right now.
To still get things on.
But I won't see it now. I'll be indoors. Thank you for the 100 bits. Hopefully you enjoyed the sunset. The thing is, once you said sunset, my mind instantly went to obviously the map. It was sunset today in the China game.
And win that 1v1 against Nico Machine. If it wasn't for Zap, that was a guaranteed.
And I was thinking, I was like, well, it wasn't that nice. but then I realized you were talking about the real world.
Yeah, AK just advancing one by one. That's something that has hurt them in their previous match. Why yesterday was one of the most exciting matches to watch if you're a fan of All Knights when they went up against Galorys. It was just a bloodbath. Sometimes you just turn your brain off. You can just run at people and just depend on your mechanics, because AK are just that mechanical team that thrive in that chaos. But this time Zap stayed stoic, and it's a streak build by 2G.
Thoughts on Fade on Abyss? Not bad.
All this money, all these
Can you launch
weapons,
something over this? Probably not, right? It's too
forced
high.
to save and forced to just gamble stack towards
Yeah, you're a bit
B.
limited on your B
Rely on
stuff.
trips, rely on the camera from Tinshoff to tell them when to react.
It's a good start, though. The stack is correct. They have 4 players at the right spot. They got kill trips in that site. They played outside the site too for the Cypher. So now if they try to run in, you could get some wall bangs here on the defensive side for All Knights.
And a beautiful knife from Nico to really suppress the entire 2G team trying to rush in. And it's quite scrappy. Nathan did good damage, taking out two.
is
Silence
so
with 4
crisp
that
right
round.
now.
To build up those ult orbs.
Biggest
Great
tip
round
for
out of
tier
2Gs
3
as
trying
they
to
go
get
up
into
to
tier
10.
2.
AK did good damage, but not enough.
Yeah.
The problem is I don't know
There was
like
at
how
least
good
one
you are at
trip
the
kill
game.
that happened there
These
for
days,
2G, but there
ranked
was
gets
a
you
lot
really
of
far,
utility
man. So if you can
unloading
grind
at the
ranked and
very
you can get to
beginning
like
when
top of
All
Radiant
Knights,
couple
tried to
seasons in a row,
counteract
you're
and be
on
proactive here on how
people's
2G was
lists.
pushing towards that
So
site. But
I would
2G
say
kinda
that
just slowed the tempo down. As
that's
soon as
probably
those
like the best
cages
way to
came
do
up,
it.
they're like, oh wait.
But if you're like an
So
IGL and
Knight
stuff
didn't
like that,
actually
then you're gonna have
spot
to probably go a different route,
the
man.
Cypher Tinchoff, and there's a
Start
possibility here that there's gonna be
start
some trip kills.
streaming,
So let's
would
slow
start doing
things down
content.
for a
I will
bit,
probably
wait for the
also
cages a
like
bit as well.
try and
Maybe
build a
use
team. I
your
think building a
utility
team is
around
super
where the
underrated.
trips could be.
Premier
And you
these
just saw
days,
Silence
very
have
legit
free
way
range
to
right
get
after for the
noticed.
4K.
Like you kind
But
of
again, it was a save round for
kinda
All Knights, an
all
opportunity now to fight back as they've
up
activated
for
an
grabs
op
if
in
you
the
do
hands
some of the
Dante, who was
legwork.
trying to watch towards the B side first. Grabbing this ult orb, and they'll call it out here for All Knights. They know it's at least a Cypher to start things off with the Hunter's Fury
ranked
on
Premier,
that
yeah,
side.
pretty much that.
But maybe, look at this.
Thank you for the 100 bits by the way as well. Thank you. Pixel as well. Appreciate the gifted, dude. Thank you so much.
How All Knights were doing on the
Have I got winning NA Ascension? This? I know, man. Flip a coin between all 4 of them. It feels crazy even.
2G with a pretty serious lead after the last time they were on Abyss. They only ever won one
4-sided coin. Yeah, you got one.
This really shows the work and the time that they put to prep their offense to improve it since the last time they faced All Knights. Now a few more rounds away from actually winning their map
What is
pick.
this? The Sova ult?
Slowing the game down to a halt, but look at Prizey. He could have the backstab.
Chat, does the
here,
Sova ult
but he gets kind of pushed back
one
by a
hit
paranoia,
the
and he does
doors,
damage
or
to
would
Nico,
it
who
take
slips
2?
through the shadows. 2G fight for site control, and it's still Sabando left on there with Nico, pretty injured, but 2G have the spike planted with util on their side, but now there's an op involved. Hunter's Fury available for Zap, but with his teammates in the way, it's not the right time. So 2G will just have to play ring around the rosy. Dante swings, spikes is quicker, and he makes his way to the back.
I'm telling you,
for
man,
3.
these
That
two,
is so
these
nice
two
for
are
2G
disgustingly
towards the end.
good.
It almost looked like you're questioning the play here from 2G because the L drone was perfect. It did pull out the rotate. There was only one player holding towards the A side.
Oh, thank
You're
you,
like,
Pecan.
wait, how come people are not really moving
You
forward
guys a
yet?
compliment?
But they were kind of blocked out by the one-way smoke that was being thrown out here by Sabando to
Shock.
allow for them to really tempo up
One
towards
shock
the
to
A
destroy
side,
the doors?
but
Nah,
at
it's
least
2, right?
maintaining and
It's 5
containing
less
that
damage?
area
Okay, so it
and
doesn't.
pulling
So
out
it
the
take double
rotates
ult.
on that B side allowed Tinchoff to really get a position towards doorway. So they went into a second phase instead of tempoing up towards the site to go
How's
for a
2G
fast
looking?
execute
Dude, this
with
team
the
looks sick,
paranoia
man.
that allowed Tinchoff to get into the
Because everyone was asking about yesterday, like M80, what happened.
2G
These
to
guys
really
just look
get
better.
inside the A site and play within. And you've mentioned
On the
it,
maps
they
that were
had the
played, they
Hunter's Fury
definitely just look
available for
better.
Zap. He didn't want to use it yet. He was going to be the last line of offense. Basically, if everybody else couldn't hold their position on the defensive side. But man, is Spike shooting so far, so they don't need that Hunter's Fury, and they could save it in their back pocket into potentially the closing rounds of this first map.
Just that kind of stalemate, that chess match on the site where eventually the scales tipped over once Spike was let loose. Really close game. All Knights will call for a tactical pause and look towards Zonic, who's yapping away, and he means business. And All Knights won this last time by just having this incredible defense that
You'd imagine
only let
12.
one round slip.
Got Jet Knives to save
Now
him.
this is a whole new 2G. The stakes are very different from the group stage. It's all on the line. See how this goes.
Try to make some sort of play at least. Maybe a late recon there. Oh, maybe not. Maybe it's just gonna be Dante walking up alone to just meet Prizey and put a dagger between the eyes, and that gives a chance now for AK to maybe turn it around here on a lower buy. Will we see a similar matchup right now for All Knight's defensive side, just like 2G before, on a round where they had a lower buy, on a round where they were able to fight towards middle and get this information and fight back against their opponents? And All Knights now, they'll play those numbers.
Yeah, to not even let Prizey get set up at all. Where
Go
they're
into
usually
where the
throwing a
ult and
camera
the
or a
stinger is.
cage, and a lot of util
They
now
got
denied.
no drone for this guy.
It's 2G. some trips, but it's Dante yet with another.
I mean, Dante
headshot
did
with
so
Yolt.
much, yeah.
He does get traded. You still have one duelist left. The Silence tries to dash in through the smoke,
Nice
makes
shot.
the space, and it's just a war. Everyone's shooting through the smoke. 2G have blocked
Gotta be
off
tempted to use these ults here. Obviously, the
There's one
KO
that's
will
open.
cancel
Great
the.
reads out of 2G to cover those bases. And now the Hunter's Fury to deny the plant. A lot of time still left with 30 seconds.
It makes a lot of time for this Omen to be here, though. Board enough time for the Omen to get the kill on the spike.
Come back.
Yeah, giant 1v3
And
though,
it's just
bro.
a 1v2 for Zap.
Okay,
And
nice.
it's just great coordination.
Hey,
Team
shout out
play, and
to
a
Dante,
first
man.
for AK.
This was all
And
him.
it is gonna start that way. The blade sword coming out from Dante.
Double
A second one
entries.
into the A site, and it still looked like it was going to be a 2G win going into this A site because it did the hard clear into the Omen, or not the Omen, sorry, but at least the player at the entrance of that A site. They cleared it out perfectly. They got it within, but now you saw the
DB12, yeah.
Hunter's Fury come out on the
Oh, should've
defensive
been.
side. The KO knife too. Ping the player, ping the Omen. It didn't give a
Sometimes-
chance here for
sometimes
this
the
smoke
players
to
are too
come
good.
out back towards the spawn site for 2G from Luis.
I feel like they're still in a
Which
pretty
then
good
all
spot.
of that was all to run that clock down so that Sibano could come in for that flank with that Sheriff. Very, very nicely done here for All Knights, not having to expend their null command on top of that in their Thrifty. But
Oh.
you still, as we talk about ultimates, it is so healthy for 2G so far.
Oh, and the little
As this
bait
is
jiggle
such a
top of
dangerous spot
sight.
now for
Oh
Sibano,
man,
but
this
his
is
main
this is
ping
exciting.
All Knights just
Ah,
one of
this
the
guy's
most
dead.
resilient teams, going into a 3-9 half against Galorys to turn it all around and win it in overtime in the end. All Knights
Oh
do
boy,
not
they're actually
care
coming over here,
about
chat,
a
with the
deficit.
spike.
If anything, it
Oh
pressures them
man,
to
get
play
your numbers
better,
in. How
play
many?
smarter.
I'm saying 3.
Uh-oh.
And we'll
I think
see
he's
if
got 3 in him.
Sabando Get the backstab. Will he get traded out? This is going to be a high impact play.
I see
for
4s, I see
Sabando.
1s, I see a lot of
That was
0s.
terrifying.
Guys, look at the situation he's in.
He'll just play
Not
off
a
of his
0.
contact.
Do we count the
Ready to
KO?
trade, worst case
Do we count the
scenario.
KO?
Now null command.
1,
And
2.
Luis is going to use from the shadows to take advantage of
We
the
had
space.
2.
Sabando gets 2 for
Quite a
his
few of you had
troubles,
2.
And Nico pitches for the other half. And Luis are left. Nothing from the shadows.
Damn,
He's in the
big
sight,
play.
and wow.
Big play.
What a
Shout out to the people that had 2.
From All Knights on B.
Yeah, it definitely became a high risk, high reward there for the position that you had from Sabano. In all that, thanks to the baits coming out from Nico Machine. The knife to cancel out the Aldrone, and the reason
What
why
surprise?
I said
Nothing,
is because
just
the knife really only spotted the
dopamine,
Aldrone
maybe.
trying to clear
Maybe
out
it feels good.
towards, B main from the start, which then means you should be able to swing out from that double box and win that surprise attack against a Silva.
Everyone
But
who
he
did
stayed
0
put
was for
in
the
that
cast
corner for
believers. That's
Sabando.
true,
It was
man.
still a
Let's
call
check
here
out the
coming out
zeros.
from 2G
Who
to
believes in the
deathball
cast? There's a
into
lot of
this
you.
B-side behind an all command. And the high risk again, Sabana was able
Even
to find
Bacan
that
only went
timing
for 1
catch.
here.
4 players really off guard, get 2 of them and allow here Nico Machine to swing back out to get those last 2 kills as 2 players were really swung out in the open and caught out in the open. And 2G now are like, okay, well, they're starting to come back in this game. And we know what All Knights could do in these matchups
Thought he was
when
gonna
they're
shoot
in
the
a
KO fast.
very, very far deficit against their opponents. They could always
He did pretty
fight
good to,
back with great tenacity.
take his time
it
with
doesn't
it.
matter if their opponents are winning by 2, by 6, or by 11.
First time
They
I've
will
ever
take
scrolled
it
up in
round
chat.
by round,
Nah,
and
I've
you
missed a
see
few
how
subs
calm they
before.
stay
I've had to
within
scroll up.
these rounds, despite facing
Do you think
a bad loss
M80
or a
will bomb
series
out?
loss. This is so good
That's what
we're
you're
seeing
asking with
from
the
All
bits?
Knights, and quite worthy.
No, I think they're going to
as
win the
why
next
they're
game.
Ascension in this tournament so far.
I don't think AK can pull off a quirky strat like that again, putting Sabando in just this one and done
Thanks for the bits, though.
position.
Appreciate that.
We'll see how the next round goes. 2G calling that pause to collect themselves, to not kind of these rounds get away from them.
Money's getting a little bit low.
2 more for 2G.
What would be 2?
That's
Where are
really
we,
nice
chat?
to
2-9
see.
loss
Is anyone
bonus
close
if they
from
lost
AK?
this.
Now they have to check. AK or 2G have
So,
to check every corner.
Only this guy wouldn't be
Make
able to
sure
buy.
they're not getting multi-killed by someone. There's all these trips right at the front door of A, and with the drone being shot, Hunter's Fury, just to get even more information, and they got a ping
Big
on
dodge.
Tinshoff, kind of dancing away. And you had Sabando who almost peeked.
Is
before
Reddit
putting the
down?
smoke
Maybe.
down. Wonder how much
Shout
he
out to K-Corp,
saw or
maybe
did
broke it.
not see. 2G will shift.
Yeah, he really wanted to stay inside that smoke in case there was going to be a temple behind to Hunter's Fury. So it's going to be a mini gulag in this.
Dude,
open
imagine this
smoke
lands
as
on him.
Zap is trying to clear out
Oh my
trips.
god.
Meanwhile, though, they were a little bit more aggressive for All Knights, pulling a smoke story at the very beginning on the top middle.
AZ La with the Prime. Thank you so much, bro. Appreciate that. Welcome into the Slug Club. Thanks for the Prime.
And so far, we've seen
Thanks for doing that, mate.
the Hunter's Fury. There's still a recon dart and some flashes and paranoia for an A-side hit. This is
Look at these crouches, man. Look at these crouch peekers. Double crouch peek.
Oh, Sabando keeps regenerating these smokes, and it's gonna play inside the fire. It gets nothing.
Oh yeah, Verso, you gotta kill everyone, man, somehow.
Open up the site. They lose silence, but they could still play this step by step, front to
Okay,
back.
4 chances.
Same way they did before with Spike to win the round.
That question wasn't worth the bits. No, the bits made sure that I didn't ignore it. I'm not gonna lie to you. Requisites. Thank you though. Thanks for the more bits.
On map point.
That question was also worth the bits.
He's on the other side of the smoke. Now full vision on the high ground. So many little corners. Now knows that they have to be playing from A main. Already heard one. Can take advantage of 2G staggering in. They got what, like almost a high low. They're all looking. The firing squad is on the other side of this corner. Nico plays off of his flash and now just dances and had an isolated duel but couldn't pull it off. It's 2G up to 12.
I respect that. Map point right now that you
favorite crisp flavor, salt and vinegar, man. Salty V's are the one.
You paid attention what they had in terms of ult economy. Still quite far away before they have some smothering ults here, some high ults that could really help on the attack side hits. So he tries
Evanson RDS with the Prime. Thank you so much. Thank you. The 11 months.
So will be forced to buy pretty much towards every single round where you get to a moment where the economy gets broken. You really have a chance here to win the map. But now the only chances now that All Knights has.
Guys, some of you are saying ooh, or is that a typo with the E and you're just saying W?
Look at this tempo change. A TP
That's crazy.
The front. They want to fight back against the early map control that they're giving away quite often in this second half here for All Knights. So they're trying to cut rotates out or trying to make sure that they can flank as fast as possible.
And All Knights don't play by the book. They play by their book, going for kind of these high-risk,
Winnie the Pooh, hello mate.
Even
how we doing?
Setting up Sabando in the cages and his smokes, playing up close at the doorway.
It's incredible, Bacan. Not gonna lie to you. Oh, this guy's in trouble. Ooh, his mate shot the. Okay, but chat. Imagine this, right? Imagine you're the Sova, and for some reason the guy top mid is shooting the drone at bottom of middle. Like, you know someone's in that corner. You gotta think sometimes. Like, if there's no one here, a lot of time they'll let the drone go. If they're shooting the drone, you're like, why the hell would they try and shoot this drone so early before you get to a corner? Might as well have wallhack at that point.
It's like the Where's Waldo, but it's Where's Sabando.
Where is this knife going?
To teleport out.
Oh, that's nice.
2G having to be so hyper vigilant wherever they approach on this map. A lot of hiding spots.
30 seconds left.
Not much time on this.
Now towards B, they will be smoked off. They'll head their way in, and it's Silence that can lead that charge. And with pings on the other side, you're shooting through boxes. You're swinging as a team, and it's 2G that got caught by Sabando. Now with 12 seconds left.
Gotta go pick this guy up, right?
Numbers, a zap.
Someone go spawn and pick him up. Someone's got to pick this guy up.
To challenge this op. Is Dante
what?
Through his own smoke.
Enemy remaining.
Now off the neural theft from Tinchoff, Dante takes his time, slows it down. Doesn't have to use the op. Spike is tapped. Zap knows someone is close. He's been such an anchor for them, holding his position before.
Didn't need to pick him up.
But it's All Knights that will not give up.
That worried me though.
Going in on a 2 versus 1 and then still tap the spike so they double up to look down towards danger again. I just wanted to pinpoint how good these guys are in terms of these high pressure moments. Not trying to be like, oh my god, I gotta stick to spike, cover my body. They just wanted to make sure, understanding the time left
3 chances
under their belt here that they could work with. Just trying to force the hand of their opponents. And you saw there, just Zap trying to go for the recon, already gives his position away because of how short that dart came through. And I love here the call from 2G of how they
the local chippy. Bacon, when was the last time you got fish and chips?
Because of the fake knife that they threw towards the A side, it got shot right away. So
like from a proper store.
There's players playing forward into the
a while ago.
So rotate back.
I mean, that could be anything.
Was be much
that could be 2 weeks to people. That could be years.
Turned out good in the end for All Knights to be able to save that round and stay alive in this game.
2G, the win is still within
Months.
reach. Blade Storm being spotted there by the defense of AK.
Damn, that's a cool move. That's a cool move. You go down at the bottom so they can't see you, then dash up draft.
His opponent
That's awesome.
But goes for too much. AK
Planted.
will shut him up for good and permanently, but AK will have to play at a disadvantage in terms of numbers. Sabunda will even it up through a ping through the smoke. As 2G got the plant, now they can play from main. They got the crossfire. And AK have shock bolt. The first one of the smartest
it depends
Sovas that we have in Ascension.
when we get the Omen smoke.
Gonna hope to flush
Oh, why
them
do we...
out.
Wait,
Two
what are we
flashes,
doing?
Nico throws one. There's a teleport. I can use this bait. Reaction
Why?
not immediate from AK as 2G bite back in the biggest of ways. It's all adverso to keep the defense in a winnable position. But a 1v3, the damage is done. But it's 2G with the last laugh and the Abyss map win.
Oh my God, you were talking
I guess they thought they were going to KO flash timing into the TP, but it was off. It just looked a little bit rough. Video time? Yeah, we can watch the video. Ivy, send it to one of the mods first. Send it to like Bacon or something first, so that you can check it. I can watch it on stream for sure, 100%.
Duelist versus Duelist Dante.
My face is trying to work out what was trying to go down. A lot of times there you just smoke the spike, right? And then just duel in front of it.
There's a lot of players that have to play against Dante, but at least 2G has the firing power and has a team to deal with against All Knights.
2G winning it all? They look
What
really
a
good.
response from
It'd be interesting to see like what the
lose
actual
this
whole map pool looks like,
13
but
to 7 against
I
All
like what I'm
Knights in the
seeing.
group stage to turn it all around. There's so much learning to be done from that
yeah,
bracket.
Ivy, you can send it
Now
to
the
Saint
stakes
as well.
could
Saint will
not
check
be
also.
higher, and 2G improved their offense tremendously. And you know, you saw the handshakes, everyone's friends at the end of the day, but only one team will remain on
Some
the
board
upper
reviews.
side of the bracket after this next map. We go to Lotus next, but we'll hear from the desk. See you after the break.
Hey, Americas. Okay. VOD is getting uploaded, and I'm going to spam some ads, and then hopefully we'll be able to watch this video once I come back. Ivy, how long is the video? Six minutes? Okay. I'll be back in a little bit.
Well, in the first map of the series of Abyss, 2G, they go for the run back, and it's going to be successful this time, having learned from mistakes and showing up on the day. I mean, Shift, looking back through that map, all night, there is definitely some fragging capabilities, but 2G, they seemed so cohesive. They looked like they knew what they were doing when they approached this map.
I hope so. It's the winners finals of Ascension. I mean, you better have some idea how to deploy the map. The thing about it was, I love the way All Night started off with just kind of controlling the map, putting together a lot of attention towards every single bit of the map from their offensive side, forcing 2Game to have to consider a ton of things. The thing about it was, once they eventually got to their full purchases, they really did put together a handful of really solid defensive rounds. 2 good defuses on retakes, but most of it coming down to just denying any entry for All Night to get onto site, which did look like was going to be a problem for them early. So good mid-map adjustment, or mid, I would say, half adjustment for the side of 2Game to keep themselves in the picture for the 6-6 half, and then the offense so much better, largely because silence is good.
Pretty good at the game, I would say. I mean, Silence on multiple maps, when he's able to show up, is just been showing out, and so difficult for any team to be really being able to go up against Roy. I mean, it's just no matter what role Silence is playing, it's just cracked.
Yeah, no. Silence shoots head, very good player. Wow, we are really good at our jobs. I mean, just look at the clips that we're seeing right here. Just the level of drilling that was happening by this player was just unreal. Just to reiterate, by the way, he was 27-16, 7-4 on the first kills. He had the combined kills with the next 2 players on his team. That includes Spike in there, by the way. That is madness from him on the first map showing. And honestly, I do agree with Shift. I can see why 2G picked this, because they have made significant improvements to their into Abyss and the way they're approaching it.
Yeah, 7 out of the 11 first kills go just to Silence's back pocket. Also offensively, 100% cast percentage. What? Ooh. Legitimately, he was a part of every single elimination. That's unbelievable. So really good stuff when it comes down to what his overall presence looked like. Spike was also right up there in terms of his presence on the map. That's all good news for 2Game, especially going into a Lotus map where we don't really know what we're going to get from this squad, just to kind of tease that point.
Yeah, it'll be really interesting once we get into there. But for AK, I mean, even if they were victorious on this map last time around, 2G is so evident by their series yesterday, and then even just really hitting that point home today. They are very good at this calling. They're very good at this adaptation, and when Silence is going this 27-16, I mean, that's going to be more than difficult enough to be kind of dealing with. So when we go into this next map, and they're not going to have that tape to be really building out those game plans, we're really going to have to rely on those individual performances and that adaptation throughout.
Yeah, and I think 2G
it
and
is safe for work, love
kind of
that.
threw a wrench in the plans.
Should we do it now, or do we wait in between
if they had just closed out the map that they won last time in a 13-7 fashion?
What's the chance this next map starts
now you
in
have
6
the advantage
minutes?
of having secrets on this map, which not many teams in this tournament can say. You had it all laid out. It was a perfectly laid out veto. They did a really good job in that regard, but I feel like the sort of curveball that we got in this first map has kind of ruined things a little bit for all.
And then how do I get the video?
I mean, we don't have the information for All Nights on Lotus, but for 2Game,
Nick
we have
the Lank,
seen their
thank you
Lotus
so much for the
before,
5 months, bro. Thank you.
Not necessarily going their way. This is where we
Odd
do
Frog,
get to
what's
see
up, bro?
Go back
Good to see
to
you,
this
man. Thank you,
Cypher,
Nick.
A stronghold for the team Shift, and Spike to be picking up that duelist capability of the Neon.
Yeah, we may have not seen this map at all for All Nights, and only once for 2Game in this particular event, but they did play
Discord?
a ton in individual regions for them, and relatively speaking, they both found good success. And I really don't look at that matchup versus M80 and
Would I have leaked on Discord? Let's see.
Too much.
Bacon flaming people probably.
That M80 were just outclassing them. They shut down the Neon. They weren't giving them a chance to play deep in towards sites. That's what M80 does. They're so good at maps that look like Lotus.
Someone keep an eye on the game.
Someone
keep an eye on the game. Come up here, main screen. Damn. How does Thrash Detain work?
Thrash is going again. Thrash is ready.
Getting the people up top. It's just like, what is this, Ivy? Is it literally just like educational for the people? Let me 2 times this. We're gonna 2 times it. We're 1.5er.
It's all you, little homie. Thrash is ready.
Yes, it can be blocked basically.
There goes the stun. He's out. The shorty, and I see that. It's disgusting.
Wait, I remember this. Who's on top of watching the game?
Saw you, little homie. Crash is ready. Crash is going ahead. Crash is ready. Saw you,
It's all about the tech. Not me? You're not watching?
Saw you, little homie. Crash is ready.
Like this one with the little side ones.
Saw you, little homie. Crash is ready.
But that's kind of nice though. I mean, that's the bunny hop and stuff.
Sana, sana.
Dude, I shouldn't have done this 1.5. That was too fast for me. I can't read that fast. Okay.
There's my buddy.
It's like the diffuse stuff.
I got you. I got you. Dizzy's up. I got you. I got you.
Damn, this is a deep dive into the gecko, man.
Sana, sana. Right there. Saw you, little
Game's
homie.
live.
Crash is ready.
Come back to it. Damn, the game really is live.
Right place for the classics, and this is something
What happened
that
to the
all
quality?
nights we're gonna have to. Okay,
we're back.
Thank God.
Yeah, we'll be back
We're
for
gonna
that.
have to cast
We're
with
out here
like just a
learning some
monitor
more.
in front of my face again, but we'll get into it now. Spikes is trying to
The
clear
game
out
might be
the
live, yeah, I
areas
should
in
look
front, and
over
that
earlier.
is gonna be something we're gonna have to
Didn't
keep
miss a
an
kill though,
eye
chats. We
open
did
for
great.
here, 'cause Spikes
AK on
over
defense,
2G
is
on
great attack,
this
and then
Neon
one
role.
way,
I know
one
ever
map
since
away.
we've been watching Ascension, we've been giving a lot of praise here over to Dante, but this is somebody that in the Brazilian region has been owning.
Yeah, and for him to take the helm on so many of these agent picks versus 2G, like
Whoa, how did he get double there?
It's silence, and it's AK that, man, pushed up aggro as
Yeah,
heck
and this
right
is
off the rip. They
setting us
slow
up
down,
for the third
2G
map, surely.
revisit A, wrap around, and they lose, and 2G lose every duel. Not a single person drop from AK.
Super in depth, yeah, looks crazy in
Sorry,
depth.
I had a black screen for a bit, which is why I couldn't see anything, but we're good now. But at least it's a great start for All Knights to win this on a pistol round and a flawless 2, right? This was
Yeah, Ivy,
also a map
you
here
should be
on
able to
Abyss
put
where
it
they
in
lost
chat,
earlier
I
on. They
think.
were able to bring this comeback, but it fell kind of short with how Spikes has been doing such a good job activating on that side. But now that he's going to be able to do this over here,
Said that
with
yesterday in
Silence
an
playing this
AK1
Neon,
from
we'll see
412
what's gonna
down.
happen.
I'm not taking any responsibility for that one.
Man, we had quite a
I take
tone
zero
setter
responsibility for that
round
game.
one of, like, we're thinking we have time to talk about narratives, maybe people's pets, and then all of a sudden it's just an all-out war just right at A lobby, and that's just the type of style that AK have on pistol. That's how they won the very first round previously. Now you just have fault line on Mount. Spikes, how does he deal with any Cypher trips? Well, lucky for him, they're not gonna
Whoa,
be
that was
there,
a
but opening the
util
door,
dump,
they're
man.
cruising by
Everyone's
someone
getting their
over
assist.
3K. That is not what 2G wanted to find.
Everyone got involved on those
Omen
ones. Omen flash, breach stun, fade eye, and the stun of the neon. That was awesome.
This is also, we haven't seen too much of All Knights in Ascension, at least onto playing Lotus, right? This was also something that was mentioned on the desk early on by Roy. But I think this is also because people are respecting 2G a lot on this Neon pick, on Dante overall, where when you're looking at the map veto process
Map
against
3?
all of these teams, since the beginning of the group stages, it's really always been
That was nice.
Lotus being
Against
banned
Nico.
by their opponents or floated out and banned as a second map ban. So All Knights have always been picking pretty much Haven, which was the other strong suit.
You
for
watched
them
the game
around
back last night. The guy,
And now
the
you're
Brim,
seeing
yeah,
this
the Brim was
value that
tanking him,
Dante
man.
brings, how fast they could
Brim was
be
out here trying to
in this
catch the
opening
grab
doors,
nets.
fault line, run through with a fade eye, and really pinch your opponents here.
Chat, we're
against
gonna miss
2G.
this map or not?
And already from the get-go,
I think I'll miss playing this map more than
watching
watching this map. I actually enjoy playing this map.
30 seconds, passive camps too, just to try to see if there's any early aggression coming out. But All Knights want to play
little.
more reactively.
I'm afraid of All Knights. I mean, we just experienced two
Eden is
flawlesses.
EP. Thank you so much for the 5 months, bro. I haven't been watching much. Who do I have winning? Our M80 still the favorites.
Really try to take their time.
I would be tempted to say that 2G are the favorites after what I've seen, but I think technically M80 probably still are. But it's crazy close, bro. The problem is this 2G team is crazy stacked.
Do any damage? It's too little too late with the spike down. AK gonna wrap around. Baby door was broken. 2G have to be aware. They could be surrounded. Don't have time to play outside the site besides maybe over at Tree.
Icebox has more strategic depth than Lotus. Saying that one's wild.
And Dante is hunting for more. Pricey will trade and 2G will still remain.
It almost felt once again it was going to be one of those moments where All Knights could retake the site with this Neon composition. And Luis, once again, in another moment where he survives with HP, low HP remaining off of TP in the end.
Ever got angry while coaching? Probably had more angry days than happy days.
For a trap play once again for All Knights at the very beginning. Understandable, their bonus round here. So they're waiting to see if there's going to be any protocols of tap orbs so they could pitch back towards the C site. If not, triple push towards B. And once they realize that for 2G's passive play, that Silence saw this push over on the B site.
This guy's using the skin again, man.
Composition that could be fairly quick. So they
how you know your shop in the game, how long does it take to refresh?
Thankfully, with a couple of players still alive at the end of the round to still keep their economy quite healthy in this gun round. But it is a
24 hours
that could happen here where 2G could take the lead potentially by 2, because winning this next one could potentially break the economy of All Knights in round number 4.
You got it in the store today? No, you didn't.
You got Noden by from Nico, just roaring away at A-Lobby.
Chat, what other colors does this guy come in?
Respecting this, so 2G will fight for the left side. Camera from Tinshoff.
Oh, crispy.
It's gonna be the same shot from AK where they open the door.
Man, this guy's fast.
I like that. Luis is trying to deny this. He'll go 1 for 1.
Midnight for me, my time.
Have a chance for 2G to advance with their backs protected on the site.
Damn, where am I, bro?
He just gets run
Holy hell, the neon off.
Right into his own death. AK
Big Joe, no way, he won this.
Wow.
Yeah, the massive 1v1. Fado as well, and you're going to be using the Fado.
Against Sabando while being blinded, and now with this ult,
love this reposition. This guy might consider it.
Has an opportunity to really play against Nico Machine, who takes the long route with the Odin. Pricey is still winning in that corner though, and he's.
Right, I feel like when he turns the corner, this guy's going to check the left slightly. Damn, very nicely done, bro. Played this well.
Pricey evens things up for 2G.
This is really close. Gonna start looking at the money here as well. This is Nico.
With 2 flawlesses, 2G is so composed, resilient.
The Neo Frontier Phantom. Yeah, that's the one I was talking about.
Position was there for Pricey on that 1v1 because he holds back towards the switch. If the door gets open, he can.
It has a purple variant. That's the best.
He watches the angle towards the B main in case it's being flanked, and not too many cases will a person just
maybe I can use the Phantom with this
from the B side.
Gives me hope.
Clear angles because you have to go for a 50-50, and it's easier for you to just flick back on that side.
Purple, gold, blue.
The spike was gonna get tapped. He has
gold. I don't know about that.
The ult to work with to really try to find where his opponent could be within that site. So very nicely done by Pricey, being a key component in the last 2 rounds in terms of 2G able to string 2 rounds in a row. As we mentioned, this economy is now broken here for All Knights in round number 5, and 2G has a chance here to regain the lead here in this series.
Big good stun. Whoa.
Heavy push, first bloods back to back.
This Omen's really stepping up.
Absolutely obliterating the A site. No chance for trades from AK.
That's
and with Sheriff,
mental,
you just hope and pray for the best.
Yeah, we get a breach ult for the next big buy round as well now.
For 2G. But hey, Tinshoff do what he can, catching 2G, extending out of the site, doing a bit of exploration, but now Tinshoff revealed here at the staircase. Doesn't stand a chance. 2G on a roll.
Yeah, I was gonna say there was an opportunity at least to do some econ damage. The 2 players playing outside of the site were one-shottable by the Sheriff in a chest shot there by Tinshoff. Even a leg shot probably could have taken down Zap but thankfully still pristine in terms of the
Not
shots.
gold, it's more like Case Harden.
I gotta praise here 2G
Yeah,
so
I'd have to
far
look
in
at it.
terms of the supporting cast around.
Okay, now we get a really big buy run. We got a little light armors. We got 7 ults.
Map number 1. Zap has activated a little bit more here in this map.
We can safely say that these ults are stronger.
2 rounds so far for 2G. They're looking much stronger here in this second, or in today, and in the last 2 matches even. From the M80 game to this one now today against All Knights. No op available here for Dante. It's going to be a rifle, and okay with that because we know that they want to try to go for this.
Now, with the Odin over towards here, it is incredibly hard for them to get back out towards A. Like you would have to smoke here, and then once the smoke's there, this guy's going to spam you for the whole time.
Completely locked down the right side of the map.
Double kill trip.
It's nightfall.
Or
you
Neon.
Have tons more in the bank, but Spikes gets pinged by a trip or something, and he
well, he saw him though.
Shoelace is tied up, and 2G will at least make the most of Spike's sacrifice. And it's just absolute chaos here, back and forth. Just
it feels like we're watching in. It feels like I'm still on the 1.5 mode from the YouTube video that I watched. It was nuts.
Well done there, my Nico machine.
I like the idea though. It's fade all into Omen ult and then you Omen back at sight, and it didn't feel like it processed in his head properly.
For the side of the attack side for 2G, because it really avoided all this utility that was being thrown by Dante, even avoiding the relay bolts being thrown by Dante to really go for these instant trades. But yes, we are going, it seems like, to be witnessing
you're showing your age there, Bacon.
Both of these teams. I think it's going to be a map where if you blink, you're going to miss it. So you have to make sure that you take your eyelids open here, chat, and make sure that you pay attention to this matchup between these 2 teams.
Do not blink, especially with how fast these teams play. And it's not even about retakes. It's about just holding the wall.
We fighting.
We fighting. We scrapping it out. And again, right side map control for AK limits the options for 2G. They've usually only sent
loser's
one
got eco. Fador is probably going to be everything. Man, they lost a round where they used Breach, Fador, and Omen ult.
Or 2G. Do they wonder if this Odin is still here? After being so quiet for so long.
They use I mean, they must have.
Check it out. Let's get the Prowler out.
Must use a Cypher ult as well. They used 4 ults and lost the round.
So they had a forward camera on the attack side, so nobody there. The Prowler went on one side, so it's time to pivot towards C.
How's this guy crouching everything?
If they can, that's the tough part. 2G.
Dude, these Cypher trips are absolutely annihilating them.
And holds for a 3K and another black light flawless for All Knights.
Yeah, and it's moments like these that probably like, damn, I wish I had a raise or something.
Composition that doesn't really allow for you to break too much of the Cypher trips. The best thing you have potentially is to break it with an aftershock, or to have your Prowlers come through to find and pinpoint where those trips could be and run through as a Prowler.
This is definitely a talk about the trips over towards C.
That was maybe missing a little bit here on the side of 2G here when they're executing towards the attack.
Teams are nasty.
Like
yeah,
I said, they had
I
this
think anyone can take it from what I've seen.
That was eyeing towards the C side all along, trying to see who was triddled in, who was trying to rotate out, depending on what noise we can make. But on the side of 2G on that within that round, they didn't do too much noise at all. They never pulled any type of rotates around. They never tried to prod into the B side to see who was really there. They heard that the unbreakable door was broken. Sorry, the breakable door was broken. And then they realized that there was probably a strong side hold towards the A site. So let's just flood towards C, and then hoping.
Yeah, once we got more time with it, I think we can
opened up against the Cypher setup.
Or we'll just keep it going at a one-time speed.
It unraveled. Not enough util to break those trips, and they all fell from the double spam on both the players of All Knights on the defensive side.
And AK are funneling 2G exactly
Tried to squeeze
where
too
they
much
want
in.
them to be. They deny C site, which has been kind of the bread and butter at the earlier rounds for 2G, where they had that initial success. And it's forced now with this Odin buy, with the right side of the map being occupied. 2G are funneled into
America's Ascension players are going to be looked at by tier 1 teams, yeah, for sure.
Something that 2G have to address in this tactical timeout.
There's some talent
but the
here.
trips aren't at the front door. They're not easily accessible, and by the time Spike slides, he's being caught by that. You can't afford to lose your star player.
Okay, now it's pretty obvious that they're going to go aggro over towards A, so they decide to go 4 people. And this guy could really clean up, man. That Omen there did great to actually kill the other Omen.
Spike with the ults dances around with the speed. speed. They deal with the AK pillar standing in their way, and it's a 2v2 as the dust settles.
4 HP though.
But low
Oh
on
boy.
HP for Spike too. They are making a lot of noise. And
Oh
Dom
my.
is just trying to spin across. Full solo now.
Spike, that Odin did damage. And Spike still has breath in his lungs at 4.
Yeah, and the comms obviously came in on the low HP there, so it was kind of nice. These rounds are close though.
Util started off so good on the attack side too for 2G. The haunt was thrown out. It did get the ping. It did get the fault line onto. I think that was
they're going to get too many
Sabanto that was
rounds on
playing
defense,
top
are they
of the
not?
rubble. Indeed it was, and as he dropped, he just held it there. Even if he got ping, he trusted his teammates across. He trusted the Util coming in from the defensive
Wait,
side.
it's Cypher into a Killjoy. I mean, sorry, into a Neon. Both of the teams are actually going to struggle with the same thing.
A bloodbath towards the end from both of these teams, and as the dust settles, it really comes down to the position towards the end, because you're also continuously playing in the unknown after.
More of a closer round for 2G, trying to contest the A side. It's worked out for them to just avoid C with all the Cypher annoyance that is caused for Spike. Now the Nightfall for the defense. Just slow down this push, and then they line up
Absolute
all the
freebie.
ducks, and 2G just going one by one. Now a bit stuck in tree, waiting for the push from Zap, who's got no util. Got nothing really.
they
to
pretty
fight
much
back
just
against
went.
AK. At least going for orb,
They
or
pretty much
even
just
if they
butted their
want to
heads
reveal their
against
position,
C, and now they're just butting their head against
you know,
A.
AK continue to be stoic on this site. 2G even have access to stairs if they wanted to wrap around. But it's 2G that lack numbers. I don't know if they can really take the risk.
Yeah, and even if they did, you have a passive angle being watched by Adverso, so they're playing the numbers advantage for all nights, keeping the protocols up. And now you're forcing the hand of 2G to work it inside that site, but there's 4 players ready to fight against you.
And an Odin, 2G. The only thing they had
you
left
guys
is a
can
Han, got
cancel and
immediately
go
shot.
elsewhere.
Maybe the best of years, I could tell if it's from the high ground or how close inside of the site it was. 2G, smart moved across into B, leaving a duckling behind there of Zap to cover their backsides. Who's even gonna go in deeper than that. Spike will be playing it with just 2 holding there for 2G. And Zap catches them off guard. He'll go one, and he gets the second, and deals with the util.
Bro, it's so
but
fast
not
paced at the
giant
moment. I don't know if
Odin
it's because
of
the observer's like
Nico.
flicking too fast, or if it is just feels like this.
Surrounded. You can't do much else about it. AK on an absolute tear.
Their defensive setups are so good right now for all nights if you're not breaking this early utility. So this time not playing as aggressively, at least into what? The first 10 seconds of the A side, but that trip that's watching over that side. Usually when you're playing a Killjoy, you're placing an alarm bot right at that entrance of where the staircase is.
So fine, don't you worry about it.
So that you could actually get those players inside to be ready. But the extra layer that he had on top of that on the defensive side for all nights is the fault line from Adverso. So as they break the trip on the attack side, the fault line comes through so he could continue to slow players down so that Nico Machine could continue to position himself in great spots. And throwing out the Nightfall, it really throws a wrench into the plans of what 2G were trying to do as they were trying to execute on the split towards this A side. When you have so many players across that side and you're watching all these pushes and you have amazing aimers, it's hard for 2G to capitalize on a round win here. So small buy coming out on the attack side. Again, another initial engagement, war of attrition of utility towards the A side. But now you're just trying to prod towards C and hoping that the shares could land.
And going through such a long
this doesn't have mid-rounding. Who said that?
They have,
Don't tell me that's sane again.
Multiple failed attempts now on the right side. They got the space, but AK plays so far back. It's been hard for 2G to have the right angle to find the approach. This time they'll go through tree. They're coming in quick. Pressure on Nico with that Odin. He's got the backup. AK ready. Spike planted. Here's the retake from AK. They got smokes up. Nightfall from Prizey to just ensue the chaos.
It's so much chaos, man. It actually moves too fast. The observer needs to chill out and pick a side.
That 2G have. The Rolling Thunder emerges from Adverso. 2G taking a step back. And the numbers, the weaponry are failing them. In time, 2G just have to play their lives. They have to play time. The defuse has been procced, and 2G are trying to prevent it. There's not much silence.
Oh my god, how? I'm pretty sure that was...
Yeah. Oh no, I got him.
I'm pretty sure that the bar was done.
Oh my god.
Bang on top of that with the
I thought the bar was done. That must have been insanely close.
They had the better weaponry that you mentioned here, Lemon Kiwi. They had ults to work with too. I'm actually surprised here that 2G
Only to slow-mo that? Yeah, that is insanely close.
But there was still a rolling thunder available for All Knights. That should have been around here.
2G, yeah, 2G won the round.
Came back in favor of 2G. I think, did Slinky just mention here that it was going to be an easy round for All Knights or something? Did he just cast a cursed team there?
What the hell?
For All Knights? But nonetheless, 2G stays alive, and they stay alive this round. Surprise
what?
play on the attack. With a slide from a flash that gets stopped right away by Zap with the ADS.
That's so unnecessary.
And even on Abyss, like All Knights like to pull out these random aggressive strategies, whether it's putting Sabando in a corner or now just sending Dante to slip through. But 2G are a mechanical team.
Damn, that's how this gun reloads? This gun's sick, dude. Give me the skin.
2G, stand on guard. Now that the spike is planted with AK trapping on the other side of the map with silence awaiting them.
Yeah, at this point, after getting punished so early, no choice but to save the weapons. I love here that we're going on a hunt. Why not? Yes, the economy's not the best here so far for the team for 2G, but still good enough for silence. He's at 4,100. So if you could actually drop this Odin and not give a chance here for All Knights to leverage that a little bit more here on the defensive side, that might open the doors here for 2G to push a little bit earlier out towards the A side, which maybe would have even tied the game. But overall, the spike's going to go off.
Code out more on every broadcast. Yeah, it's insane, isn't it?
For All Knights, watching each other's backs. They should be safe enough here to save these weapons for both of these teams. And still a saving chance for All Knights to hold up here towards the A side Robo with this Odin still available.
I mean, even Abyss was a 6-6 half, and we're kind of heading that direction. This is as close as it gets. I still can't get over that silence clutch with the Sheriff. Like, it looked 100% diffused on my screen. I was confused. I can't believe that baby can sleep.
For the China stream, dude, one of the players shouted, "It's me and Ryan out today."
Yeah, silence has been
kind of made it as well.
Definitely in these Sheriff moments. Remember yesterday when, if you guys were watching against M80, got a 4K Sheriff round to save the round there for 2G and really allow for 2G to get such a good sunset matchup, which would be the third map decider if All Knights continue such a good defensive round to start. I mean, getting 6 to even 7 on the defensive side is a great start here for All Knights on the defensive end. And now an opportunity here to close it up with one more. Aggressive angle coming out from Dante, but there is going to be a lot of utility potentially pushing him back, and then a rolling thunder to open up the C site.
Uh-oh.
Oh my god. Dante is really playing with fire. Will slip out, even with the stun. Now rolling thunder for 2G to take advantage of maybe Dante playing close. The 2G are on the chase. They got smoked off. They don't care. They have site control now. But it's the retake you got to worry about from All Knights.
Spike planted.
Flash, Prowler, Haunt, Paranoia.
Yeah, I mean, they got a lot to retake with. Yeah.
From All Knight.
Oh, that's the main one.
Oh.
What? Bro, and then he gets the Omen flash off because of it.
And the retake is there. Dante shows up. And he's obliterating
that interaction just literally decided the whole round. And he smoked the diffuser as well. Like, that Omen surviving is just everything. What was that kill, though? How's he got this?
7-5 half.
Yeah, and I love it, at least from Dante and also from Adverso. Remember, Dante's getting hunted down by his opponent's Spike, Zap, and more utility following behind. He gets stunned on top of that, but the counter stun that came out from Adverso allowed him to fall back. Then when you're spending so much utility here on your attack side to get into C, you just really called out every single piece of utility that was available for the defensive side to retake there for All Knights, Lemon Kiwi. But what do we have for the attack on the post plan? Basically nothing left. There was no fault line because it was on cooldown. They had no more utility to push the players
shot
back,
the other guy instead of getting shot. But dude, his aim's on the floor.
On the defensive side that did not give any single
You're watching this guy's POV?
For the attack side to play the pulse plan. Yeah, apparently rumors are there is Sadat going to
Did you nerf the paranoia duration as a possible Omen now?
Timeline that we're currently living in, but I'm here for it.
That flash has been nerfed and nerfed and nerfed.
Gun buddies or jerseys in the crowd, like, you know what? Milk that. Get it. It's your chance to meet these teams at LAN. Wish we were there, but man, I could not contain my excitement if we were there with the crowd. A 7-5 half now for All Knights on their map, and to really just play a step back, to let the other team have the site and play for retakes, to let Dante loose the way that he is. Absolutely insane.
Yeah, the Galorys did it in the show match as well.
And we'll go now the next half on pistol, where All Knights have been pretty solid
with the wingman jumping one.
We'll see if that can help them build more momentum in this game.
Yeah.
Will you learn Mandarin to appeal to the growing Chinese audience? I think you are heavily overestimating how smart I am.
Unless it's, you know, I don't want to harp on people. Let's focus now here.
My brain doesn't accept stuff that isn't Valorant, man. I'm telling you.
Defensive side, they have an opportunity now to continue with this tempo on the attack end. When you're looking at the buys that both of these teams have, they are trying to leverage a little bit more of buddy systems with a lot of ghosts being purchased on their side. Not too many sheriffs on that end, if not any at all. So you are expecting here that there's going to be some sort of mid-range close fight battles around this Neon and this breach. And it starts off the defensive side for 2G on the A side.
Okay, what? AK is going to have the same issues, man. The Cypher trips are going to be everything.
Control, leveraging the revolving door depending on who they could spot, who they could pick, and maybe who they lose in the process.
Nico with the Prowler buy. Help get them some vision at B. Smokes in place to limit the amount of entries that AK have to address. He still has the haunt. Got cameras from the defense checking out C, very passive late back position with support in waterfall. All Knights aren't coming in guns blazing the way that they did in the first 2 rounds, which was like 10 seconds, 2 rounds went by, 2 blacklight flawlesses for All Knights.
But there's
always come
fault line coming off the camera potentially here, so they could fight back as well. You see the setups already coming from the B side with no execution coming
I thought for a second it was going to go on
one single camera gives enough information right here for 2G.
Because that fade eye, they completely changed their plan.
They
were going to go back over towards AB.
Fighting the C site, but
I imagine B with the time.
30 seconds left.
All Knights are very good at being flexible, and this time they'll flex their way onto the site, getting hit by some breach.
Weird round, man.
Just try to hold on as best as they can.
This Omen on defense can win, right?
Oh, yeah,
we ate a flash.
Smoke, not able to find teammates or help, but the spike left.
Yeah, I mean, they get a pistol each on this map. It's very much open.
Patience that pays off.
100%. And as it was a stop and go for All Knights to fake the C site. Remember, when the breach is still holding towards this B heaven, it's still a good fault line for him to just pivot for the hit towards C or the hit towards B. And the reason why you went for the re-hit on the C side as a fake here for All Knights was because they avoided the camera, they also avoided the haunt, which then means they have zero information of trying to see if All Knights really will try to go into the C site. So as you fake that part of utility, it is pulling out some players to rotate over on that C site, and I think we jumped a little bit too early on the side of All Knights.
Respect. Very respectable.
As Tinshov got easily picked off by Spike.
Very
and
respectable.
The rest was 2G's victory at hand to hold down the fort on the B site hit. So All Knights in a full classic save. It's being watched here once again, caught in 4K. And they at least don't know that it's Silence now setting up towards the A site.
Oh, chill.
He's got a lot more than what he bargained for.
Yeah.
We were really out in the open here.
Flood out this defense. We're only down by 1, but then AK lost focus as they tried to address just multiple lanes. And it's all up to Dante. The 1 versus 3, and they all came at him, but he was able
tracking
to
there was
stay
mental.
and at least do a bit of damage.
That was really good.
2G round.
Shout out to the Zeta Division buddy that was on that Bulldog. I think that's on Silence, right? So quite cool, giving support here to APAC, but as you saw, there was maybe
do a mosh cosplay. Wait, how would that work?
Here from Silence at the very beginning,
just
as he spotted the Cypher lurking up, did not expect there was going to be
circular
a surprise family
green
photo
suit.
As he got picked off here, and
He could be the guy from Deadlock as well, right?
Swing came out, but there was unfortunately
Could be
no more
multi-use.
damage being
Got 2 cosplays in it.
dealt with by All Knights here after that first pick. So nice little hold in the end, but a very low bonus round for 2G in this round number 15.
Spike is almost trying to just force Util out of AK, and we haven't seen Spike just be so aggressively active like that off the rip of a round. He'd rather play safe and off of the Util and just off of team play, while Dante's more likely the one to W key and go for multi-kills. To put the team on his back.
The slug cosplay? Yeah, I don't even know where it is, Bacon. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Re-clear, and so they did with a double kill off at Verso. Open up the C side.
It has to be in England somewhere.
Be there to hopefully try to slow it down and at least go 1-for-1 if he continues to hold this corner.
Almost feels like all 10 players have to up their DPI and double it up from like 800 to 1600 to 3200, depending what DPI you play at. Because when you're getting stunned consistently by Dante,
yeah, you can tell by the camera he's just checking it to see if people are pushing in, taking time.
Their placement isn't there, and thankfully Adverso got that pick there onto Spike. That was trying to move forward, trying to add that surprise factor.
Damn, Bacon, you're really trying to hit with the guilt. That's crazy. And look at you now, though, Bacon.
Also, as I've mentioned at the beginning of this matchup, a great Neon player that had a lot of eyes on him in the past too over at 2G, because he was pretty much dominating as Neon in the Brazilian region, or the Brazil region. I think if I'm not mistaken, it was also like playing on blind at some point. Just rocking with it. Nonetheless, though, 7-7 scoreline tied up, and you see this pivot back from All Knights.
Jesus.
Into a plant on the inside of 2G.
Bacon's so angry today, man. He's got so much venom.
Not necessarily looking to see if not necessarily looking to save their Bulldogs, but maybe even upgrade outside of the radius if some players were there. But AK
See me as a variety game streamer? Dude, I gave you some variety today. I played Valorant, and now I'm watching Valorant.
That's swings out here.
The definition of variety. Today, yeah.
At least
we did both.
Wow, okay, Zap did a lot there.
Damn, man, people make the Bulldog look incredible.
He tried to find the shortest route so he didn't have to play long A. He cut through B, wrapped around, and some serious work.
Even Silence got a 4th kill just before
when
he
I
died.
Play anyway, it's like watching your teammates stream. That's crazy. Confusing me with a sideshow stream, surely.
One player left alive in the pulse plant.
Damn, look how clean that looks.
Sorry, the bonus was perfect for 2G, as there's only one player left here for All Knights. This is not that great of a result that you wanted to have here coming in.
We got the buy against the bonus, but the bonus ended up doing insane damage that we
at least they'll have a Rolling Thunder
have a massive round here.
Slow pacing coming in here from the A side just to bait out util.
That was nice. That was a sick reach stun though.
Because there's not going to be any smokes on your actual execute, so you probably have to start tempoing a lot faster than you should right now. Because if you give 2G an opportunity to breathe and
they probably still use the breach or into it though, just because it's such an important round.
It'll be tough. Thankfully, fast lane with Rolling Thunder could be the saving grace to get inside.
Wait, why do we have no trips?
And it was a great read to use the fault line when he caught Sabano teleporting. Now this camera in a safe location will not be shot, but it lines up things for Silence. The info pays off. The Outlaw will play at the back, and Zap will take over from the waterfall side, and it's just Adverso.
Because we only had one trip so that we could afford the Outlaw to do that.
Economy was already put in shambles from the last second damage at 2G.
So they just want to shoot him? Yeah. I mean, I got my answer instantly.
Ideally, like to keep this weapon, but he's got some safety behind
this
this
team
now,
is,
but no longer.
Black legit, bro.
This time on 2G's side.
Man, Silence really does it all. From Jet Duelist to KO to Cypher anchoring, he's
Eagle Cam
playing
the cam's
every
so
role very comfortably and looking.
You can even do one
that's
like slightly outside of the map and it's still fine.
All-around great player
like all the way at the top. You can't see him two-step flying.
Here if 2G doesn't have an opportunity to ascend now into partnership, and I love just a simple setup of a camera. A couple of rounds ago, got spotted and broken, but this time he hit it within the foliage, which was really good. First off, spotted them, and secondly, did not go for a ping so that he gives his position away, which then allows for him to get
on the cam. Yeah, they're probably farming ranked,
just
honestly.
because of the amount of damage that they were able to do in their bonus round against All Knights. To drop 4 players, to force a gun round with small shields. Just great heads-up play by understanding that economy here for the defensive side. Now All Knights are forced to time out. They could hopefully carry things back in their favor here, where they should have control. They should have control of this attack side on their map pick.
Yeah, this is a very strong map for All Knights, but forced to take a pause after they've only taken one offensive.
It's pretty much only illegal if it like can't see, like if it bugs any of the
just
textures.
Being caught by just walking into an area where their position has been discovered. You already pointed out how Silence played that C site solo so well. So now it's about opening up the strap book, and if you're All Knights, they've been quirky with it too. And I think Sabando has been a really creative player that you can insert in these spots. And I wonder if All Knights can talk about what the weaknesses are in terms of map control for 2G, where to insert those players where you could convert more numbers to get more multi-kills.
This timeout,
guys, you don't need to do this.
They're fighting here already.
Yo, Joe,
I mean, honestly, shot. You guys can do
didn't
this.
have any visitors last time he sat
They
on
went double
mound.
aggro
And All
with
Knights
guns against the
contested it.
ecos.
But man, they all fell. But
I
to
mean,
be
the fact
fair,
he got the second
weaponry
kill with the
wasn't
neon was
favoring All
everything. Yeah.
Knights. Not ready yet. Now they can start to salvage
They
this
breached them
economy
from B
by
again.
gifting over around to 2G. They'll wait around this corner, maybe trying to give a sense of security to 2G.
Screwed.
I like a lot of their breach
There's
stuff on
more
defense.
cages
Looks
left.
good
They
right now.
can't really cross over to pick it up. The only thing is winning off the fault line, and somehow the fault line was good enough. Everybody was converted now for 2G to just try to group up and not let them cross over and pick it up, and that fault line really saved everything in a double swing. Wow, okay.
Too much for Luis to handle, but at least the rest of 2G
We got a
back
breach
him
off
up.
that last kill as well.
All
So
Knights. At least it was a quick one, so they could start to get towards weaponry that'll be a bit more even against their opponent. But both these teams have been trading blow for blow, and this is series point for 2G after a win on Abyss, after they've done so much work to improve their Abyss, especially their offense, as the desk pointed out. So we'll see what All Knights can do on their map pick, one that they were undefeated on the last 5 times they've been to Lotus. Ball is in All Knights' court.
I'd like to see here after the timeout, All Knights taking a little bit more, once again, some mid to B
another
split
round
control,
where they got to
just
eco if
because
they
of
lose
how
it.
The defensive side has been set up here for both of these teams.
Breach
They've
order
always
on
played
defense,
double
breach
drift
order
within
on
the site.
attack.
They played camera
Odin.
most of the times now on the defensive side for 2G.
And then-
on the
ooh, I kinda like
extremities,
this setup.
and really, it's nothing watching middle. You're not playing a Viper. You can't Viper wall up. There's no turret to spot things out. You could potentially find a way to default on these extremities and re-hit towards the B side to give yourself a chance at least to plant inside B, although it's not the easiest site to hold in the pulse plant, but at least it'll give you some saving chances on the attack side.
This guy actually gave
trying to
him a
get
shot back.
into
Bro,
the trap setups of the
relax.
Cypher is-
You know
has
he's
not been
there.
working too
That was
well for
Mensa.
either of these teams.
2G are really trying to draw out util. I mean, mind games between the two Omens. But the press from AK, either towards B or towards A.
40
trying to use
seconds.
the
They got
camera.
breach or
Shot
if they
from the
want a
high
fast
ground.
floods,
Now
you got
breaking in.
2 people
Breach
heaven.
util thrown
Got an
into
Omen
B.
ready with
Haunt
an Omen
discovers
flash.
No one. Smokes in place for AK to have
Breach
a bit
short,
of safety
Omen
during the
flash.
plant. It's a paranoia to a rolling thunder from 2G.
Damn,
As Spice
the
throws
reply
out the ult
breach,
too.
oh, was pretty
Just zap
good.
away. And everyone past the smoke. Somehow AK takes damage, but only start to fall
double
now.
neon ult.
And are successfully able to plant before Spikes, the janitor on duty, is here to clean up. But it's Dante. It's just a lightsaber battle between them in a 2v2. With AK panicking, stuck inside the room. Dante breaks out, loses to Louise.
Oh
Traded
my,
out
that's some
Pricey
low
versus
HP.
Sabando with Sabando at 11
Great
HP.
TP.
Now with
Ooh,
the
nice
teleport,
shot, bro.
and wins that against
Nice
Pricey.
shot.
And all tied up.
Oh my god, that was an intense
There was some
round of
fast thinking though.
Valorant.
TP,
But
making him think that he could be over
2021 was
towards the
gonna be
right as well.
crazy to
Hesitation.
cast a double controller
And then
with
held the
Viper's
angle.
hit
He's
into
a
a
nice,
blind hit.
nice
But
shot.
now it becomes a rolling thunder to double overdrive to a paranoia being thrown on both
Insane
ends.
round,
to
yeah.
fade Hans
Double
being thrown
breach
to
ult
it.
into
It's
double
crazy what's happening in
neon
that
ult.
B side so far. But again, it just all got traded out where both of these teams found
That was
the
the
right
first round you
timings to
watched coming
just
in?
make
Yeah.
sure that none
Welcome.
of the opponents got value out of the rolling
been
thunder
complete
paranoia
madness.
combination. And it was up to both Neons
This guy
to
gets
really
spammed,
create that
surely.
space to leave it to a 1v1, but I don't even have time to talk about this. We're already going into round number 19, a push towards A main, and it pushes some players back for some information. Luis just got
Oh, it might have
spotted,
paid
but
off.
He's not TPing out. He might still be in a great spot to maybe catch one. but all Knights are still holding back towards
and the camera's nice and early enough that you might try. Oh, this is cool though.
Until then,
at least they changed up the camera for it.
The camera bait, where you thought Louise was dead for sure, and he trusted silence. As soon as you heard the camera got shot, Louise reacted.
Damn.
It's a number advantage for 2G, and it continues to
That's
boil down.
really
2G
impressive, bro.
Aggression, keeping AK at bay. AK have no space to work with. Look how far Louise is pushing up, and Adverso can't line up the shot. That was not good.
Oh man, I want to see that Neon play again. That was unreal.
Louise continuing to push towards the C.
That Neon play was sick, bro.
Control of the
dodges the stun, gets his own stun off.
Great mechanical skills by Spike to go for the double slide. Really bold catching. Really Dante to take him down. These guys have been watching each other's tapes in terms of how to move mechanically. But with that, there was an opportunity there for Adverso to win that 1v1 against Luis, and then maybe open up the C-side for a fast tempo. But in the end, unfortunately, there misses the shot. They lose the spike, and now the last two players have to save, which is fine now for 2G. With
there's 3 people that can't buy with him though.
Once again, take the
lead.
Dude,
I really hope we get a replay of that. That was awesome.
Trying to bring this to sunset if they can. Or sorry, they're trying to win the series. All Knights needs to bring it to sunset.
Yeah, and I mean 2G are just barely having a lead, and they just barely have an economical advantage. And with these
they're gonna show it though, right?
Coming down to just these last 2v2s or 1v1s, like this was an important round for All Knights to win, and for not, they probably gonna have to save. And this is 2G getting ever so closer to knocking out their good friends to the lower bracket. And with M80 and Galorys down there, it's just not a great place to be.
But the guy tanked the Teva. Oh, holy, what is going on?
Some rifles out if you're AK, and man, does it hurt. Punishing 2G.
It's just like, there's so much going on. And then we switch POVs midway through. I think you can blame Prius for this twice, to be honest.
Took care of business. The Nightfall fully take over the site, not even smoking the high ground, give you a chance for Adverso to make up for the last round. And this is AK about to tie things up.
Yeah, not taking too much damage in the process. There's only Adverso so far that's been heavily damaged by armor only.
I mean, they got good money still. They're okay.
All Knights just decide to go for a death ball with the lower bar that they had, not trying to insert, not trying to promote the map, and just really trying to fight back against the early use of utility rather being used on a defensive side. So it works out in their favor. I'll take it, I guess, at this point. But I was going to mention before we got into the round how much it meant here for 2G from that bonus round.
Game's making Neon look mental, yeah.
But
also equally,
All Knights have been
the trips when they're sending it over towards C made it also like not look great.
This map here against 2G's defensive side.
And after that force from AK, they give themselves a leg up.
Big win for 2G to take over towards A control. They got fade ult for retake. That same camera over towards C.
Win streak. Now 2G have to worry.
Who am I rooting for?
About this round.
I don't care, man.
Exactly.
Whoever's the better team makes it.
That single round that AK won with that lower buy that they have, look at the economy for 2G right now. Yes, they could potentially buy some sort of scrap within the next, but that is a round that was needed here by All Knights to reset really the pacing and the tone that 2G's been pulling on their defensive side.
And AK are forced to play slow because of these Cypher trips that have been hurting Dante so much, but that patience pays off. And they catch Silence.
Do they use Fatal?
And AK leaving it open. Now spotting that fault line coming from Waterfall. AK will stand, ready for the smoke to drop. The spike will be planted while that vision is obscured.
Oh, this guy wins the round though, right?
And on a long flank, who other than Luis has a trip that will delay him. And AK are
and they did the
Nightfall. 2G do not want to wait any longer.
They did the fatal, and they don't expect this guy. No, don't tell me they lose this round.
And AK
no way.
Messed up from this retake, and 2G
managed
to the last second to get up to 11.
Yeah, well done here by 2G towards the end. I
3v5 retake.
All Knights off their timeout.
Oh, that's devastating, man.
Was playing a little bit more passively with those
and the Omen TP'd as well.
Wasn't the best to
there's an Omen flank. Yeah, there's an Omen flank on the other side, right? He TP'd past the trip.
To really get through here.
I mean, there was both of the Omens. I mean,
they just throw a smoke
the
right
Omen
in the
Close
middle
should
of the
have won.
C-site.
I didn't check what the timing of the
contact with
Omen and
4
the
players
Cypher
there.
was as
It
well.
actually catches the defender in the back of the site and takes him down. But unfortunately, they couldn't hold the pulse plant.
Dude, we gotta have a replay at one point, surely.
So now 2G comes back with
There's so much going on that we need replays.
raw power of aiming to be able to win that fight.
They fade away and the
All-Knights are
Omen
still
went behind them
falling
again.
behind.
The Omen ulted. Wait, the Omen wasn't going for the flank. He ulted afterwards. Oh.
The lead has never
Dude,
gotten
I was too busy watching
too far
this guy
away
that made the
from
play.
AK. And Spike
Where
will
they
not
did
be
it
sitting
again and
on
they didn't see the
mound this
Omen ult.
time. Orb for AK from the shadows and rolling
Oh,
thunder.
that's a giant play, man.
Can be an easy sight
they basically
take
went
for
all in.
AK if the cards and the stars
He ulted
align,
into
I
the
should
middle of the
say.
bomb site.
But it's the post plant
That's
that we have to
nuts.
worry about.
Still a lot of respect even for AK over the
Everyone's
2G.
making too many plays,
Initial
man.
tap
Everyone's
on
trying to
the
go
spike,
for
the
crazy
orb
stuff.
rather on the C side, trying to see there's going to be a push moving through. They now capitalize on the orb and have a rolling thunder work with for the execution. And 2G realizes that after going into contact into the A main, they want to let this rolling thunder come back. They play so far back, and they'll play the retake in the site that they've been pretty good at so far.
Great read. Now the retake for 2G before AK gets set up. And man, AK just stood and realized and reacted.
Dante guy is really
And it's
impressive,
AK to
though.
bring this to 11
The
before
timing on some of the
spike
util there
even
was
planted.
insane to
And
watch.
for them to not even feel too secure when the rolling thunder came out, to just react as quickly as they did to the defense retaking. Ooh,
Yeah.
it's intense.
Zap's feeling it too. Is like, oh man, that would have been something that we should have had at that point. And
Okay,
it
now their
seems
money
as though
can't be
their
good, though.
Attempt to flood retake before the spike went down kind of just bit them in the behind, because none of that utility really took down or
Replay, yeah,
or
I felt like
really
a
slowed
replay for the
down
last 4 rounds
All
would have
Knights
been
here in the
incredible.
hit towards the site when they overtook that site. So maybe it was just misplaced utility, unfortunately, there. It really didn't allow here for 2G to fight back in that area. Which now ties up the game once again. We're
Oh,
back
is the
and forth so
TV
far
in the crowd
later
has a
half of
replay?
the second half
Yeah, but bro, I'm looking at.
of this map.
Doesn't even
Yeah,
take up
this
2% of
may
my
be
screen,
a
man.
map here picked by All Knights that's been looking pretty good.
Surely we
in
can
their
get
own
treated to it at
region here
home
in
as well.
LATAM. But also seeing that it's 11 here at this point, mirror matchups, they understand each other's playstyle, and it's only fair here, just like they've mentioned.
I believe
and
in
just like you voted
TV
here in the chat, how
licenses. I haven't
most
watched
of this game
TV
would
for
be
10 years,
50-50.
man.
We are divided in the second map on the
Lost,
mirror
probably.
matchup.
Talking about live TV?
Anyone can take this. This is as close as it gets. We truly have the best team showing
Reporting
up
me?
for
Bro, you don't need
Ascension,
it in
fighting
Iceland.
for that
Not that I know
one
of.
seat in the big leagues.
Dude, I don't have a
With
TV in
2G
this
calling
house.
that timeout. Once they get any kind of energy going, man, they start getting loud. They get out of their seats, yelling at the crowd, yelling at their opponent.
Marvin59 with the
Now it's
Prime.
time to
Thank you
lock
so much,
in.
bro. Thank you for doing that. Welcome
The
into the Slug
overdrive
Club.
from Spike.
Bacon, stop talking about
Taking any
TVs,
kind
bro.
of aggressive
It's
positioning
11-11.
As Luis is discovered from the haunt, not punished. As AK will smoke, will try to grab the orb. That'll give overdrive to Dante.
Yeah, at least one
Or no,
away.
he's 2 away.
Yeah,
Oh,
at
my
least one away, getting to pick whatever it is, right? The protocols are still there, because I still like that call, because for All Knights, it's for them to decide now that we're into the later halves and into the final moments of the second map. It is quite important to potentially give the chances in your favor should you lose this round here, but they only went for the tap and still gave it up. They're not picking it up here because looks like for AK, they want to focus on their rifles. They could still buy for the rest of this regulation time. So they went for the tab, rotate back towards A. And again, it's been very difficult to deal with the Cypher utility on where it's being placed by Silence. A Laura buy could still be very good for a team like 2G as they've converted before in the past.
Kill,
Kill,
trip, and a fade with Teva. Kill trip.
Baby door. Now AK will
0
execute,
kills.
and they get hit by some huge paranoids, a lot of stuns, and AK will still stand in the corner to do what they can. It's Hinchot
How is
with
this guy
2,
still alive?
Savannah with the 3rd, Spike with the
How is this guy
overdrive,
going
that
left, right,
38.
left, right,
He's
left,
gonna
right,
need
and he's
some
still
support. He's
alive?
forced out by the aftershock. And AK
Okay, nice. They got a chance to take this to a 3rd map.
It doesn't matter. They're up
We
to
got some
12.
mad stuff
That
going
is
on
so
right now.
insane.
Why is this
How
so
he was
small?
able to stay alive for so long in the drop, but you definitely do see it from the coaching staff and the players, how they're hyping the crowd up rather, Another one of these battles where All Knights have to play the comeback. It didn't look like it was a comeback so far, but it's been going back and forth where 2G also still looked like they had full control of how they were fighting against their opponents in the macro play, and it really just came down to individual aim. But this time, finally, it looked much better and cleaner for All Knights on how they played towards that A site.
And we decide to go aggro, and arguably that should have been a kill.
No kills, no hits, only Sabando. Lightly damaged, and they're falling back for All Knights' side to pivot towards A.
Insta reaction. We have a
you're so good at switching
fade
it up
that
too,
full commits.
play inside of the A site instead of playing for retakes.
Dude, they go for some risky plays. We saw the Omen full commit
sometimes just
here. We
going
got a
for
fade
retakes,
full
they don't
committing
know
here.
what to expect, and
It's another camera bait.
spot a lot of numbers here at long A.
It's a camera bait into a jump
Silence,
bait.
I mean, there's just a sheriff for him.
Oh boy.
At the corner. Oh, Prizey spot. He has a hero rifle, and then make the most out of it, catching AK with some stuns, and Nico will try to trade and do what he can. Now throwing out
do what he
line
can. That
to
was
get info
mental.
On the other side.
That looked incredibly wild.
For the win for AK at 12. The spike left behind. Not a good spot when it's within Prizey's vision.
That's the thing. It's out in the open where the attackers are actually pinned in into 3 different positions, and they're trying to force the hand against Luis.
What are they doing? They're hunting for this guy. We must have an Omen ult. We do have an Omen ult. Omen's gonna get out of there. Oh, he 40 TP to spawn. No way. No way. And now they killed the Omen, and the Omen can't go get the spike. Holy, this is nuts. This guy's just gonna insta open the door and send it. He didn't open the door. He's gonna run into a trip.
Recover the spike.
Oh my god, the trip saved him. This was mental. What a round this was.
2G will force more rounds.
This was sick.
It is not over.
He's pointing at his watch.
Was it a heroic play coming out there from both
That's incredible.
Luis and also Silence for both of those players to still be alive. That trip was also everything.
12-11, they run out of time, and he's standing up pointing at his watch. That's so sick.
Look like they lost composure on that 3 versus 3 when Sabando was getting, or Luis was getting pushed down. So for him to get that kill onto Sabando was huge.
Dude, that was a fun round. There was so much going on. That was awesome. That Omen killing the Omen was... Oh, that was everything.
Again, we couldn't ask for anything better in terms of a close matchup between these 2 teams.
No win streaks in a while for either team. This is so back and forth. Time to go and see who will get the advantage here in OT. It's 2G on offense first. Spike dancing against Dante, who's been his more aggressive counterpart.
Okay, the problem for 2G is
now trips all over.
They can't NC.
Something so difficult for these Neons to deal with. You pointed out the Prowlers, maybe the Aftershocks.
So they're gonna try and NC.
Or you can just shoot it, but you gotta then take your time. Your Neon
But
can't
how
go
do they
crazy.
break the trips?
Nico with the usual Odin buy to hold down the right side of the map.
They're just spamming the whole time, trying to spam every single possible one. Speaking of spamming, that guy almost could go down.
Around for both of these teams, both right there, kind of hesitating on where they want to add the actual pressure in the very beginning. Avoiding the Odin in the very beginning and looking to just contact play within the C site once again.
Oh, the breach damage Breach damage means that they can actually get there. He gets out of there 24 HP as well.
Finish a second. They gave time for AK.
What are you doing?
Retreat to the back of the site.
Okay.
2G, step 1, got the spike down. 3 versus 4 though is what 2G have to face. It's a disadvantage, and also now Waterfall is open.
Damn, this guy's fast.
Gets pulled in. Dante executes, and the numbers favor AK.
Okay, that was nice though. That was a fast kill.
But it's AK on map point.
Wow.
Okay, another go at it.
It's going to be the win con there. That fault line, or should I say the flash that was available here from Adverso, could have been the first thing to flash in and to allow All Knights to flood back against 2G when they had 0 utility in the post line. But instead, I love that 2G identified that.
I don't know why they keep trying to go C, man.
And he pulls back into the corner so that Dante could just slide down and get the backstab kills on those 2 players and not give one lick of a chance here for the post line to be held. And that calls out the timeout here for 2G's end. A map again where they looked like they had great control in the very beginning. But as soon as All Knights on their attack side, yes, they won a bonus round, or their gun round against a bonus that broke their economy, and they had to fight back.
Topher Enjoyer, thank you so much, man. Appreciate the 8 months. Thank you, thank you.
It's been looking pretty good for All Knights on the defensive side, and
The
now
coach,
that they have
the coach
equal
is
footing on
cooking.
the attack side, they may be able to close it out.
Just judging by what the coaches are talking about here in the tactical pause. It's all about tempo and timing. As the chaos ensues, that nervousness sets in. You gotta play off of each other. You gotta react. You can't get confused when all the dice are on the table. It's now All Knights on map point on their map pick, going all the way to overtime with back-to-back round wins from All Knights. Can they close it out, or will 2G knock them into the lower bracket? They'd have to come back, and we got a game on our hands.
Oh, we definitely do. We definitely do with how chaotic
what is
it's
the
been
FUD
between
map?
both
Sunset?
these teams on how aggressive they've been fighting in these early rounds, and sometimes we're changing the tempo. It becomes an all-out battle in the post-plant scenarios, both of these teams. Very beginning of this round, though, on the defensive side, you saw the fault line come out on over towards A. And they just inserted Luis right there to continue to throw one-way smokes and hold that area so that the team could now focus on the same type of setup, the fault line setup from the B main into
I find
the
it weird that
camera,
like they're getting
and maybe
so
just
wrecked
trying
by
to
the
delay
trips on C
with
that they
a
don't
C's power,
use
anything to just spray
the
through the
same ones.
crossover towards the C site.
They do just like giving them the site though. I mean, the retakes have been good.
AK
But they're gonna try to push this guy
again,
back on A.
bait out the defense, maybe just
Oh, this
trying
is
to
gonna be
blindly
hard.
shoot at trips or where they think the camera was, and now you got 2G
It's gonna be
nervous playing off
Prowler
with no
into
info, and
stun.
AK also smoked, made it look like they were gonna cross into C.
Stun.
And now the actual hit
And
is
you
happening
still
in
can't
A,
get
and
out,
holding
just
up
sending it
close
through a
to Purple
one-way.
is 2G. And Spike even using the walls to get back to a safe position. Even the teleport from Luis 2 is the defense with first blood.
Yeah, you just had to have Spike do a high-risk, high-reward there. Just spray through the smoke, crossing your fingers that it actually breaks and takes up an opponent down, and it took down the star player. Pivot now goes into the C-side, hit by the trip, TP across the battle behind!
It's the god
A
play.
hit that 2G cannot keep up with. AK, the numbers back in their favor. And a safe plant will ensue. Coming up from behind, Zap. 2 at the top of the site, door open, drawing the attention from AK, but with the smoke in their way, there's a sense of security from AK as they focus forward to the top
Guys,
of the
chill,
site,
you got numbers.
where Spikes will not allow them to get through.
Wow, he
And it's
actually
2G with
went
a pin
god
serve,
mode,
but as
man.
AK bunker down.
He's out here. He's just all
They
in.
roll 2G from the shadows. Sabando. Now he's involved. Now it's Zap in a 1 versus 2. And he made his way into the site and has the high ground. Has no
Hey,
idea
what a
that
round
hit
from
is
the
from
Omen.
Waterfall.
That was
And there you have it.
sick.
AK, take
The
the map.
TP behind.
AK take their map pick and are able to
Crazy way
push
to win.
it
That was a
into
mental way to
sunset.
win.
Off the
This was a
back of Sabano.
unreal map to watch. I'm not gonna lie. There was a lot of the time I was pretty confused at what was going on because the Devil Neon was wild, but
to make sure that they
was
push this
awesome.
into a tiebreaker map. And that is pure redemption going into what happened in round number 24, where he died by the hands of Luis, where they were supposed to grab that spike and get that plant. They had the weapons advantage. But again, in these moments where it seems as though it slips here for All Knights and their backs against the wall, they're always going to stay composed to be able to fight back. So now being able to do this here for All Knights, we're in for a banger treat for a third map.
All Knights from that deficit rose from the dead and gave us a darn good series. And the sun will set on our final map. But before that,
Okay,
we
we've
gotta
got
go to a
sunset
break.
coming
We
up.
gotta hear the reaction from the desk. Get our popcorn ready. We'll see you for the third one.
Yeah, Ivy should be good timing. Let me just spam ads once this is done and then we can do it back. Be back in a little bit. Bacon, what are you even... I'm not even gonna answer that, Bacan. Okay, back in a bit.
well, we didn't really get to see Lotus in groups coming out from All Night, and said it was a map that they definitely had to work for, but finally, in the end, with the overtime, they're able to take Lotus and be taking us to a third map in the series. This upper finals, Roy, it has definitely been delivering, and that map was just chaotic on all fronts.
Chaotic, high tempo, so many layers of strategy. It was amazing from every start of every single round and every single half and all the way to the end of the game. There's been so many layers that these teams are displaying. I do specifically want to mention the initiation of Tinchoff. It's somebody that we haven't really discussed very much, and the level of game that he showed today really allowed AK to kind of cross that finish line.
Yeah, I think that, you know, obviously you look at him as Cypher and you say defense, okay, what did he do? And he was a lockdown, I think, just not only over towards C, but he was trusted upon to get a couple of really important trades to allow retakes to come through for AK, especially on that first half in particular. He was really, really magical in terms of reducing the numbers that AK were bringing onto the site, making things a little bit easier for his teammates. And then when they got to the offensive side, that's when you started to see, again, his ability to lock down rotation. He was lurking a lot to the middle of the map alongside Sabando. They were problems for AK at certain moments, or pardon me, for 2G for certain moments. I had my teams mixed up. But I think the thing is, you know, when you reduce the numbers as convincingly as you do, you put these post-plant situations into 4v3s, 5v3s, 4v2s, which was often the case. AK were so successful at finding rebreaks, and I think just in particular on their offense, especially there at the end, getting clean executes and putting themselves in positions to have numbers at the end to hold the post-plant.
Yeah, that's a really good point. I like the fact that you mentioned that there was like this sort of like slowdown in the mid round that allowed players to sort of do what they do best, right? And it's sort of been my own personal gripes with All Nights, is sometimes they'd look a little bit too pigeonholed into a specific pace or into a specific style. But I feel like on this map specifically, they showed a lot more depth in their mid rounding and a lot more depth in their tempo changes and their tempo control, like their ability to put pressure on 2G in many different ways.
I mean, this map, the fact that we get overtime for the second map of the series and still get to see the third, I think is great. And for AK, I mean, going into this, we talked a lot about Dante. We talked about Tinchoff and a lot of those highlights, but Sabando as well, Roy, definitely stepping up in that series, going to be claiming that MVP. His 6th first kills to boot.
Yeah, he is definitely heating up, by the way, because in the beginning of this tournament, he really wasn't showing as much strength as he is now, and he was one of the players that I was specifically looking forward to, because listen, I have a thing for like really star player controllers. Okay, I love to see it. I love when players are able to pop off in off duelist roles, and he's one of those players that I think about when I think about these players. It's like his stats on Omen coming into this tournament were insane, and it's really sick to see him finally step up into that play and step up to be that player for his team.
Yeah, defensively, that's where I think you really saw the ability for him to be all over the map. I mean, he gets 5 of his 6 first bloods on the defense, but he also had 11 assists, which is, I think, just an incredible number for one.
Let's finish off this. Someone be on duty of watching just in case it starts.
That's as far as she goes. Up and away.
Right, Bacon, you can be on game duty.
There's my buddy. We're going again. Rash is ready. I got you.
Wait, use the Thrash to show if that no one could see you. Dude, that's why I get Bacon, man, to come customs.
Dizzy's up top. Sana. Dizzy's up. You did good. Up you go. Dizzy's up top. Sana. Dizzy's up. You did good. Up you go. There's my buddy. Up and away.
So you don't pre-hold? Is this what you're saying?
I got you.
Okay, yeah. 2 second versus 3 second on pre-hold. I know everyone loves you, but like I'm on board. Like this guy's a troll, man. Like honestly, fuck little bro. That's all I'm saying. Wait, what?
Get him, wingman. Back to me. Wingman's gonna plant spike.
Oh. Honestly, I just try and ignore what this little dude's chatting.
Spike planted. Thanks, Wings. There's my buddy. Run, little man.
Wait, that's awesome.
I got you. My buddy's defusing.
Oh. That's pretty cool.
Wingman for the win. You did good.
I had no idea about that one.
Saw you, little homie. Rush is ready. We're going again. Thrash is ready. Saw you, little homie. Rush is ready. Thrash is going again. Thrash is ready. She's going again. Thrash hit him. I'm out.
Oh my god, you guys.
She's going again. Thrash is ready. That's as far as she goes.
Okay, nice. Dude, the wingman one's cool. The wingman sound one, that was definitely the main one that I learned. I like this though. Oh, chat.
Still manages to keep breath in his lungs. But this is
Who's
getting
on top of
close.
this? Pecan?
Going to 1v3. Silence already low.
Honestly,
Knowing
though,
everyone is main. Nico
for,
just panic shooting a bit.
for
Reveals
learning
his position.
the
It's all
gecko
a bait,
tech
it's all a
of
ruse.
the-
We'll get spotted by the camera and 2G.
of the
Stay
diffuse and no
around to
diffuse or
win,
plant and no
but
plant.
Nico's
Cool,
mechanics is something you can't
Wait,
forget.
we might have tuned in for the best
His
bet.
impact on Lotus, one target remains. And now spawning where Prezi was, who's just gonna play
Whoa.
his life, and the shock bolt is what denies the 1v3 from Nico.
I was gonna be like, wait, he should know that there's a player back there because that was the cipher that
Missed
broke
it?
the eye in the back
all
of the
Bacon's fault.
billboard.
But anyway.
But I think overall, you realize here that Nico Machine did not have enough time left there on that 3 versus 1.
There's a
but
YouTube video.
valiant
Ivy
attempts.
can
Those are
post it
still
now
some clean
again. I
shots
think
looking
Tina
forward into
posted it
the
earlier.
second round that you could count on Nico.
You said no?
If he's warmed up like
Bacon.
that towards the pistol round, he could be a very important factor as an initiator now for All Knights. That said, though, they tried to play the very similar style as
That's
to
crazy.
trying to flood against your opponents before they even have a chance to set up for a
Kill me,
plant.
what's up, bro? How
But
we
they
doing?
were ready for it for 2G on the attack side. Remember last time these two teams played against each other, this was a map win for 2G 13-10. And you mentioned it here, Lemon Kiwi was a Silva versus Silva
Okay,
in terms
yeah.
of Nico Machine and
What is it
Bryzy.
for them? 4-1 right now,
Just
pistol
walk
wise?
down towards middle, All Knights trying to surprise their opponents, and they'll do so by
What
taking
the
out
hell,
a key
Bacon?
player being the Cypher.
What happened to Bacon
So
today,
that's
man?
no
He's
trip
so
lodge towards the back.
angry.
So 2G might have to play true within the site.
Yeah, with the advantageous weaponry and the pistol going their way for 2G. It's all good for now. And after the first 2 pistols went AK's way on the last 2 maps, 2G rewriting their story as they hold down, they try to extend outside the site, and Louise will keep the flank on lock. Now AK have one option, and it's to push through the top, and they have a crossfire, but 2G just approach it one by one. A great job from Zap and Anti-Eco for 2G.
Yeah, again, I still
Yeah,
have
not
to
bad
give
money-wise
some
to keep all the
praises
guns,
the
get to buy an
breaches.
extra
I
gun
know
on
that
top
as
of
a
it.
community, we harp a lot on the fault line being just a cosmetic piece of utility, and that the players could still get kills while they're stunned. But overall, the amount of stuns that actually connect here from both Zap and Adverso has
He on the
been
most used
so
duelist in
good,
Ascension.
really, to slow down any type of
Probably.
flood retakes and
Especially if we're
any type of tempo that's
including
being
China.
attempted
China
here by
uses
their
a lot of
opponents. It
neon.
brings a lot of value to
Honestly,
the
these
team,
teams
which
use
really
probably
allows
the most
for
neon.
their teammates to be ready for the second wave of the setups.
AK not giving up really any site control. They go for immediate.
Bro's used all of his util. We're 10 seconds in.
Planter, maybe just trying to catch this spike being planted and kill the planter. And AK may need to just relax, take their time, let 2G waste util and go for the more guaranteed fight. And now it's a trade.
Nice shots.
And it's Dante still left alive. And across
My God, he's coming back for more.
2G crossed the road. They don't look both ways. More multi-kills follow in AK's favor to salvage the bonus. Well, the silence
What's going on, man? I mean, this 1v4 is kind of doable.
Only 5 HP to do it with.
Yeah,
no matter what, it's really good damage for the bonus.
He knows this is not necessarily a winnable condition unless he's able to find great positioning after. He hears the footsteps, now being paranoid, and this is going to be the
Still though, I feel like the extra damage again, the 2 kills is pretty big here. 3 people have to rebuy, that means 3 people that can't buy the round after if they lose. And this is a giant round. I think Chamber will become more viable in VCT, oh for sure. Chamber's pretty strong.
They already prowler, they already seized.
Especially with, you gotta think Pearl's Pearl's like, Chamber's the only way you can kind of solidly hold long B on Pearl. So you're probably gonna see that be like the most picked.
Still for 2G, despite them knowing that it was a strong side towards this this A site.
Then other maps, probably not so much.
Try to play contact and hoping that the trades will come into your favor. But unfortunately here, you're playing against a hot Nico machine since the first pistol round, and also better weaponry for All Knights to set up that crossfire to win. But if anything, the util win, the util battle
I have my phone text on 200%. What does that mean? I don't even know what that means. What's the 200%?
Forcing Nico back. It's a trap play from AK, ready to be executed again. Will 2G learn how to address it better? Decide to just leave and try another strat in the book. And now that mid is open, they got camera in place. 2G can explore how they could get around to the backside of A. They will just drone up now.
Got a Fado if they want it. I'm not saying we should be using it, but
in place to go for the trap play. There's the fault line, doesn't make connection to 2G. The cages come up, so Nico
there goes the Fado on the big buy rounds. And there goes our duelist into a one-way and gets out of there on 5 HP.
With 5 HP to spare.
Oh my God, this is so good in terms of counter reaction and proactivity
Desp
from both
sounds
of
cool.
these teams.
Just in time for the AMER game.
We'll have time to talk about it in a bit though, because it seems as though for 30 seconds we're gonna go into this B site now for 2G.
Yeah, the trips only slowed down 2G. Louise opening up the site. AK only having 2 left.
God, he's so confident, 5 HP.
And it's just up to Adverso who's gonna save the weapon. 2G pivoted and it worked out.
Yeah, so when you start the round though for the default for 2G, to have Silence move up ADS and break their trip on top middle and he smoked the right side, that really pulled out the defensive side on AK. The thing is they drone instead, which kind of gave a tell that they're going to pivot back towards the A side. So you're playing Neon, it's easy for you to rotate back here towards the A side to set up that crossfire, but with how they reacted after, how Silence got that pick and the hat out, Dante did not want to give a chance here for 2G to have a good
Is this elimination? No, this is upper bracket. Whoever wins this goes to the final.
As soon as you're looking up, Dante's sliding down to get the pick and even it up on a 4v4. And then it forced the hand, an even 4 versus 4 situation. You had to anchor it up towards that B side. People are getting hit by trips over on B. They were draining utility, but towards the end, it's still a win here by 2G because of the amount of bodies that they had pivoting back off the hat that was thrown by Silence, and realizing where the weak side was. So again, I just love how that round was being played by both of these teams and how they're continuing to have strong communication to work in their defaults on both defense and the attack.
And to adapt on the fly, like when you're in a map 3 in an upper final, like 2G not getting trapped and being more vigilant how they cross.
They got hardly anything into this one. I tell you what though, Neon ult on this guy's pretty scary.
Early info is AK search where the hit is coming from. 2G are okay to give up a lot of map control and just play off of cameras. See if AK are aggressive enough to really extend out of these sites. And 2G can wait this out.
And they're waiting out to see if All Knights want to pivot at the minute mark. Again, behind the back of Dante, they will not be afraid to leverage his overdrive in a lower buy to try to salvage a round back in their favor. So 2G respects that. They want to stay back. They want to make sure that there's no trap plays coming through. And maybe the most important call for 2G is trying to realize where maybe Haunt Util could be here from the Fade. Only got a shorty though.
Hey, I can still hurt, but
not at that distance.
I actually got him. Devastating.
It was almost cartoony at that point. Savannah's not the first time he likes to sit and smoke and go for these high-risk, high-reward plays. Kind of reminds me of what he did on Abyss. 2G re-clear towards A, all thanks to Zap and his call. Smokes at the top side. AK playing catch-up after thinking 2G would re-hit B after the pick on Sabando. Just a chess match. Aftershock is going to prevent the play. There's only 12
10 seconds to plant.
And 2G are going to have to fight through this. There's the shocks from Spike Bean.
My God, he just skated on his head.
Turns and burns 180s, doesn't get it done, but AK have done a lot of damage. 2G got the plant. It's a 1v3 for Zap and a nightfall for Nico, sure.
I can't believe they won this round.
For the guaranteed win, AK will defuse.
Yeah, that was a nuts retake. We had a, what was it, Stinger, Shorty, one save gun, Sheriff, and a Ghost.
All nights that they're going to lose this one because they
that
still
is
have an overdrive.
unreal from the Neon.
Alive. Even if they lost their smokes at the very beginning.
The Neon, yeah, dude, slid over his head,
on
man.
The B side. The amount of utility to get those opponents off the plant. Maybe that should have been something accounted for here on how you were setting up for 2G to go for a plant. You try to plant safely inside the A side. You know that they've given up the site here.
The live crowd get replays and we don't.
So an aftershock with
we have the technology and we get to watch them watch it. That's so devastating.
Here we're gonna try to go for a plant. And that really didn't give a chance for 2G to set up right after, as soon as they lost position on Silence's plant. And now the economy switches on the other side. It's now 2G on the lower buy, but they themselves have an overdrive to work.
He's an us, yeah. We get to watch the replay in 3% of the screen.
Seems like Spike was not ready to go up here following that piece of utility.
At least 2G are really trying to shake up this structure, you know, with the owl drone spotting at least there could be a potential crossfire trap play. They fault line, push AK back. Make 2G like they want to hit A. You got no
the Neon side accuracy needs enough.
There is a trip in
probably,
his way.
yeah.
Deals with that. His position is revealed.
What's it like with the new stim
AK
pack? But it's disgusting.
Hold on against Spike.
But why is everyone... This agent's too good,
and
man.
Luis finishes off the third. And this site has been broken open. As AK will have
people are too good with this agent.
Say about it than to save their weapons, but
Stim wasn't changed. No, it was changed. Yeah, you get different recall.
The Neon run away, so he's gonna call it for his team. These last two players are saving their weapons, and I have a timing. And now, thankfully, Dante has the high gear, so he's a little bit further than everybody else, but he's pretty much pinned there. There is a trip watching that back. He should be able to save his weapon if I'm looking at the minimap right now. But overall, on
he doesn't have literally while flying. Yeah, I remember that.
With this overdrive, should not have happened on AK's defensive end. And once again, lower buy, overdrive available is the win con for both of these teams.
It was just the overall stim zero. AI crack 1221 with the prime. Thank you with the 4 months. I played it today. It felt so different.
Zap doing great damage to the economy, denying 2 rifles when they otherwise could have just sat back and called it a win. Talk about the next round. It's 2G that start off with a very strong offense, but off of their Neon just going crazy. This has been a battle of 2 duelists, Spike versus Dante, with Spike activating at the best of times. No hesitation as 2G recon to B, forcing AK to respect that. Does 2G know there's 2 on the side?
Omen's going in for the judge again.
No
way. Just like what happened to Mini and Rank today.
Through the smoke
it was sick.
With no vision and comes out with 1.
Heard the owl drone, might as well take him down, a 4v4, but that changes the tempo now.
This Omen's perma-buying
now Zap's
shotguns.
one away of getting a rolling thunder. They could also always re-hit towards the site, as they haven't placed trips towards the front here for Tinchov, so might try to walk in. They have to clear this corner though. Spike does so.
Well.
The timing at Verso looked at
That's an incredible stun, man.
Crossfire with his teammate. and now he has to
Double
hold
flood
the
into
door.
sight.
Now that I mean, at least his duelist joins him, but this is so disjointed from AK, and 2G know when to put salt in the wound and when to be aggressive. As soon as AK looked disorganized, it seems the perfect time for 2G to advance. This is yet another round going 2G's way.
At least I respect that for Tinchoff with Sabanda going inside the smoke and
Lord
taking down
Buckethead
Pricey
67.
with the judge.
Thank you with the
That means
11
there's no
months,
recon
man.
guard.
Appreciate the
There's
tier
no
1,
owl
dude.
drone, of course, because you got
Thank
used
you,
in the very
thank you.
beginning, but there's no way to get scans to entry towards the site. If that corner isn't being checked, then it gives
Alpha
a chance for Tinchoff to
1313
maybe
with
get
the
a
Prime
backstab kill
also.
onto
Thank you,
two.
thank you.
So a great
Where do I
job for
rank
Spike for
Jogamos
the
and Neon?
heads up to
Probably
make
the best
sure that he
mechanics that I've seen on
walks
the
up and
Neon.
clears
But
that corner
these two,
and guarantees that
these
kill
two
to
are
allow
up there
2G
as
to
well.
just flood it within the site.
These two
and,
send it a
get
little
this round
bit
in their favor.
more.
You already hear
Whereas
Spike
Jogamos feels
is
slightly
on
more
the hunt.
calculated.
Nice shot by Nico Machine.
Oh.
And
Why's it?
I guess the observer didn't want us to see how badly of a kill that was going to be for Silence.
Yeah,
Just
what
like,
the hell, man?
close your eyes, you're about to get backstabbed. You're not going to save your weapons.
There he
here
is.
for All
There's the
Knights.
culprit in chat as well.
And it's 2G now in the lead by 3, and an All Knights timeout. It seems as though just before we got into a timeout, Lemon Kiwi, they wanted to go for
And this
some
is why you
sort
can
of
join
half
us,
fire
because they're in
force
a
buy.
attack timeout.
I was surprised by that, and I think it's a great time to take a pause and figure out if that's the right move, because it's a big
Does that
risk
happen
to
often?
just
Yeah, there's just random jump
blow up
scares.
your economy on a round. But hey, All Knights, they're full of surprises. If there's a team that's gonna force buy against you, it is them. Sometimes it is just no brain, all play. It is go in guns blazing.
Halloween
This
is
time
coming
that's
up.
more been
The
2G's
Observer
play style.
flicks pretty
And
fast between
AK
people though,
kinda
Prius.
stumbling
There's a lot of
bit,
times where I think that
and
you're
it's just
doing
a
it.
bit of timing, a bit of unluckiness of you hold the
Kinda
crossfire,
crazy.
you look at another angle.
like when you
real
used to do
quick,
the,
and
timing
of
to
course,
the-
that's the
to the
moment
music.
the offense barrels through.
Looking
So
like that in the middle of the
just
jaws.
something where AK have to relax, not overthink,
Yeah,
and
not the
really
best way.
trust on their reads.
Exactly that, and it gives
Weber,
me a
not
moment
tonight,
to just
though.
once again talk about how good they were against the M80
Let you
game
know.
on Sunset, on how their tempo wasn't always just a one gear hit, kind of like what All Knights
Hamster
does
do-
with
I haven't
Dante
seen the
around
hamster
the
in
elbow
3 days,
control.
but
It goes into these
food and
moments
water
where
is
they take early
getting
mid control to
deleted,
start,
so
maybe, and then they start
it
towards A
is
side, then they slow down, and
the
then as soon
animal
as
of the night.
their opponents are trying to
I think it's
counteract
actually
and be a
scared of
little
the
bit more
lights, I'm not gonna
proactive
lie.
on the space that they think that they
But it
gain,
doesn't like the
then
lights.
2G are doing a good job reading that, so they push on the opposite end where it's always on a weak side. But this time around, it seems as though we're not
the
really
point in the
pushing
pad if you
forward
never
for
see
All
him?
Knights, but we
I mean,
still have
sometimes
bodies
see him,
in the right
rarely, like
in the
once a
right
week.
places. We're just
That's
not
fine.
really set up in the right positions to
Give it a nice
guarantee
life,
trades or
what it's
try
about,
to
right?
flood back with supportive utility that really activates Dante of what he could do here on the defensive side. And you can see it here, very similar once again to M80. A slow play style from 2G to start, but 3 players of All Knights are waiting at the top of the smoke. After that smoke clears, do you walk down? And when you do, and everybody's convinced and pushing towards the mid side, look at 2G. They're already on the extremities, and they're waiting to see if they could use a little bit of utility in the very beginning, and if there's going to be counter utility being used on the defensive side. A cage already came up. There's no follow-up for utility on the defensive
1,
side.
2, 3,
so they
4
may read at this
stingers.
point for 2G that it's an open site for them to take, technically.
Drone
There's still
just
4
cleared
players leading
everything.
here towards All Knights over at Bobo and Market.
And the AK are gonna decide, give them the site, because the people they do leave to defend don't put
Hey,
up
this
the
is kinda
numbers.
nice,
It's
though.
2G that have all 5 still remaining, but this time AK gave them a sense of security.
The
That
Yuto
shock
dump
when
into the
2G had
site
no
is
information, a great surprise from
unreal.
All Knights. A better showing on the defense despite
Whoa,
a weaponry difference.
Why?
And it's 2G with pulling out the rolling thunder to just
3v4, and
shake
instead
things
of doing
up.
it when we wanted
It's
to do the
Verso
original
individual
collapse
versus
and the
rolling thunder.
original
Either
flood
way,
into site when we
this
had
has
4
been a
people ready,
competitive
we
round
decided
after
to
a
save the
timeout from All
breach all
Knights.
into the
But it still ends up being
3v4
a 2G
when our
offense
guys were
that
low
cannot be
HP.
kicked down.
Actually, they
Yeah,
had
it was
kind of low
just unlucky
HPs.
timing over in the end there for Nico Machine, because yes, there was an early rolling thunder that was used by Zap for them to try to take control here.
Yeah,
of
not
this
a great
B-side.
ult, man.
It kind of failed, and it gave an opening for All Knights to really set up in that spot.
Other language
but they
streams
were
are reportedly getting
way
replays.
too
Yeah, dude, I mean, the crowd are
reliant
getting
on the rolling
them.
thunder from Adverso to try
We've
to
seen
go
them.
for a blind ult before they actually went through and
Pacific
get
Ascension,
contact to get great value
from
out of
Sunday
the rolling
onwards.
thunder.
I
So
know
you'll-
that
well, we didn't get to see it, but
Nilzinho,
as soon as the rolling thunder came out, Nico Machine
on
tried to swing
Twitch,
out, but
I
the
want to
players
say
weren't
his
really
Twitch is
effective before they
Nilzinho
left the Nico Machine. Well,
Valorant,
There's
Val.
already a Hunter's Fury on the
He's going to be
attack.
doing
He
it,
does
the
get
head coach
ping
of
and the kill onto
Heretics.
Adverso, and it weakens out the A side as Dante's down to 45 already.
Okay, get rid of a huge
yeah,
caller.
I'll be there in a couple of days.
Yuta with the breach, hoping to slow this down. 2G just coming in at all angles, almost one by one, giving a chance for Sabando to make an impact.
They're getting a high score here.
Still something that AK cannot pull out
The guy
of
that
their
doesn't
hat.
have VIP, yeah.
Speaking
The only member
of
from
hat,
Heretics that doesn't have
Silence threw that
VIP,
out.
you're
So
right.
Tinshaw, the jig is up, and AK continues to fall into the same problem of they have people on the site, 2G coming way quicker than they think they are, and AK stand on the site, can't get the trades in their favor.
You haven't been able to
2G
watch. Has
had
that been
more
given
numbers
it?
on the post plan.
There was a round at 12-11 where they ran out of time. He stood up, looked over at them, and started pointing at his watch. But yeah, he's definitely out here giving it.
Overall too, it's
pretty cool.
the type of play
Hello,
style that
Yumpy.
2G has is
I'm doing good, man.
sometimes they'll hold
What
a
have I eaten
default,
today?
but then they
What did I
still
eat today?
have that opportunity to tempo up if they
I had
want
spicy
to.
noodles
And when
earlier,
you're conditioning your
and
opponents
then
to,
what did I have?
slowly
A
walk
wrap
up and
after
not
that
burn
as well.
utility too early into the rounds, and then suddenly
I
you're
like my
met up
two-
by
my two guys for
a
today.
blind Hunter's Fury that comes out on the attack. It really throws you off in how you're trying to set up your defensive side in the very beginning here for All Knights.
Is that making myself?
There's really nothing you could do there when at the spearhead right after the Hunter's Fury, there's already Spike moving forward and opening up the site with this
Bacon, you would
movement.
find it
So
spicy, I'm
lean
telling
as
you.
well. Already stunning up here, Nico Machine, getting that pick, and now giving it a chance now for the plant to come through for the attack side. That's that 7-2 scoreline. 2G looking so good in another round where they go back into, they're trying to default it back. The Spike's down in the back too, and they're trying to see where the aggression is coming from. Prowler already came out from Nico Machine towards the B main, but they seem like they want to refight this.
We already saw how scary 2G are after their 13-8 win against M80 yesterday.
A lot of first kills, it feels like they're
Silence
getting.
starts things off strong for First Blood 2G. Mid-map control 2, the kills continue. AK going in one by one. Dante will unite and try to stand together through all.
How's your life? How did that not end in a
Dante
kill?
will do what he can, but by himself he can't do it all. At least any kind of dent into 2G's. Something AK are praying for. Sabando on top of the box, catching
Baby's done
2G
enough.
off guard. He's been able to convert quite a few multi-kills. He's kind of creative off positions. And 2G, 2v1. This is not guaranteed. And Tinshaw, who's always the last remaining player, is gonna go for the retake.
Neon meta is
62
chaotic.
HP.
Oh, it's crazy.
Yeah, a little bit of a tense cosplay
Real
by Sabano.
fast.
But Tinshaw, 62 HP, I was going to say maybe doable because it's not really Planet where they could go for a spray, but Tinshaw doesn't have any cages. It's just going to be, well, actually, they still went for a smoke in the front. So tap on the Spike. Oh, because they have so much utility. There's the L drone.
Well.
So the round's going to come in for 2G. Very nicely done, at least on that side for the attack. Tinshaw will have no choice but
8-2.
to
These
fall
guys
back and
kind of
save
need
his
to
weapon.
get the next two
But
rounds.
I do respect here. Nico Machine,
3-9
this
is
is probably
possible,
the second
but
time that he gets caught out in the open when he's forcing the hand, he's forcing a play. And the reason why I respect it is because I've mentioned how good he's been in the pitch round in that second round and seems to be really crisp in his aim.
Characters do I want to see him in the pro meta? I don't mind, man. Whatever. Anything's fun.
He feels like he has to make a play to try to give a chance here for all
as long as
to
it's
come
pretty
back
open
because
and
they're
people
falling
use
behind by so
different
much
things,
here
it's fine.
in this third map. In a map that have been so comfortable in playing on Sunset throughout the Ascension. But this is also a map that's comfortable here for 2G. So now Nico Machine gets caught multiple times. I don't know if it's going to start hindering into his confidence to re-peak in his moments and turtle up a little bit more, which will give more space now for 2G to work with.
Dante getting aggressive off the rip, and man, he'll always convert a kill.
That's
But
nuts.
Dante needs support in this
Dude, on
time
his
of
own,
verso.
he's just out here fighting a war.
Will help him make an impact. Take that early B control and 2G. No,
Oh
Nico's
my
stuck
God,
in
he
with the
nearly got
smoke.
another
They
one,
isolate
21
the
HP.
duel, and 2G lead themselves in a 2v2. Pricey not as
In the low
healthy,
HP?
and Louise caught.
Nice.
Pricey
Stingers.
in a 1v1, and
Stingers got him in the close range duels.
Yeah,
But
and then the first time that we're seeing.
do you think the rate will go back to NA if Sada goes to K-Corp? I mean, yeah, pretty much 100%, right?
Closing the line and closing the gap on the amount of stingers that they had on their side.
But I think he's
And
only
as
going to
they
leave
peak one by
K-Corp if
one,
there's a
just
good
get melted
offer.
down, and
K-Corp now
as I
have got
mentioned, and
their
criticized Nico in that previous one where he might be afraid to
one
really
import.
fight back against his opponent. He didn't care. Still got a kill. Still got a dink onto a second
Guys
kill, which gave a
joining,
chance there there for Sabano to get that kill onto Pricey towards the end. So salvaging around at that point, trying to go for the trap play with the Neon and Breach, and it worked out. So we're moving to the last round. Also, at least in their favor, they're doing it again.
It's insanity.
Yeah, I mean, he just keeps on getting his first kill now.
Result he wanted was
I did say they weren't getting their first kill, but now they are if he keeps doing this.
He's trying to muscle a win as much as he can.
He hit his
own
own server with this ult. But they're trying to make it make the distraction.
They walked instead of doing the Neon run, so nobody really checks.
I mean, it really worked because this guy wasn't even looking at his screen.
Now has to throw the Nightfall and fights the one going towards the back, spots him.
Yeah, the Nightfall, Nico in trouble. Maybe he's trying to snuff out Zap, who's at 4 HP. The Aftershock, Nico waits. Knows he's got enemies everywhere. Now he dances against cover, and 2G find him from his spot, from the shadows.
What is going on? This guy hears him, right?
Were pulled on that
Whoa, he
side
doesn't
of the
hear
map.
him from
2G
here.
will outrace them to the plant.
Oh, that timing.
Wants to
He's
wait
so
for
close. What is going on, mate? It's insanity. It's so fast.
They might have thought he went towards
every round is just
might have this backstab,
packed
especially
with just
Zap
madness.
This is winnable now for All Knights.
He's here so fast. Oh.
Plant Sabano against Spikes. He's quicker.
Damn, he gave him the little spray as well.
The sole survivor in so many of these rounds. 30 HP, and he plays the dance against Spike. He likes these high grounds, and he catches
9-3.
It's
that is a lot,
9-3 half for 2G.
The classic need a
but a
pistol.
scenario that all Knights are all too familiar with, and how they came back
haven't
against
really been winning
Galorys
pistols
yesterday on Bind to force OT and win. All Knights, this deficit is nothing to them.
With the game back to one-time speed, yeah, it is like
that timing that we thought Sabano had off that TP towards the end. But I want to take a step back again to Nico Machine, playing against a Zap 5 HP and expended all of his utility. Haunt, double Preller against a player that has 5 HP. I'm sure that's called out by his opponents. We talk about how under that pressure at this moment now, he was afraid he was going to get pinned towards the B main, so he's just trying to unload as much as he could and isolate these kills, and unfortunately couldn't get a single one. And that really started to snowball there and not work out in favor of All Knights to hold that 3 versus 3 and give a chance here for 2G to TP over and get that win. Luis with the last pick, and now a 9-3 scoreline for 2 game. Remember, this is a team that made it to this moment thanks to circuit points. You got into the split of Brazil in terms of the challenger scene, and they actually lost against a different team that didn't even, they lost into what, the lower finals against Galorys, actually. And because of that, they still had enough circuit points to go over Team 7 and then still make it to this moment, and now have a chance to make it into the grand finals and for a chance to ascend to the Americas next year.
And for All Knights, yes, they're facing a pretty heavy deficit.
What do you mean,
but they've always been an offense-oriented team. Tempo can be weird on defense for such an aggressive team that only know the W key and whether to stay on the site, when to give that space, when to fight for it back, when to save weapons, when to force. So many decisions on that defense. But All Knights just could not stop 2G or couldn't get those early picks. At least start a round off on a good foot if you're All Knights.
How many imports are allowed in VCT?
When All Knights, just like on Bind, they came back on offense.
One only.
Exactly.
This is where All Knights can shine.
Strap yourselves in. TMV chat, Sliggy chat, Sean Garris chat. It's not over yet.
Damn.
9-3. We thought it was over for
everyone,
All Knights.
Everyone
played against
Galorys
yesterday, but they were able to come back into that one and win this in overtime. And we
oh
know
boy,
that All
the
Knights
bait
once
for
again
this
could do it. This time on the attack. 3 players pushing out towards B, and the Haunt is going to spot Spikes. Just behind.
Really didn't go how I thought it was going to go. Oh, you're in trouble.
So much punish. Spike is going to be forced out of his position. Does he have a teammate to go for trades? And, well, Luis doesn't know who to shoot at. There's a smoke in his way. Such a great reaction for making it punish that position from Spike. And it's first blood for AK.
They're great starting their pivoting out here, and look how turtled we are for 2G.
You got all of us? Yeah, got all of us.
Information on how they're currently working the mid side, and you're afraid of making footsteps when you're falling back. They went all the way for a long rotate back towards the spawn for Pricey. But AK are about to Still death
3 people here with a camera and kill trip. Honestly, if Sova gets towards back of sight here, they have an okay chance.
Yeah, it's a 5v3. Favor of AK on this site at least until Luis gets back, and Dante will waste no time slipping on by, even playing off the paranoia from Luis, catching Pricey, and silenced again. And this is just destiny for AK to pull through yet again.
Okay, this is actually on then.
And that's just starting off with protocols, right? You go back.
It was a nice side hit though, the Omen flash into the slide. His movement's really good as well. That guy's just never getting killed when he does that.
Now when everything's done, so at that point you're rotating back as a group and you're playing a numbers advantage. You stay as a buddy system and guarantee that extra trade. And in power of numbers, you should be able to come out on top in these fights.
3-3. I think it's 4-2 pistols.
A much needed, important pistol.
Didn't they win double pistol first, man?
Here on the attack side of All Knights, they have a chance now to play a fairly strong anti-eco. They have already a Phantom in the hands of Dante, where he's looking to slide here on the fight, but he gets denied by Luis.
Luis is stepping up. He's had quiet games, but he's been nothing but loud, and not in terms of the quantity, but the quality, the impact of these kills. 2G. It's only one 4-motor goal, and there is mid completely open for AK. Forcing Luis back to call this out, to play the angle, to hold this line. He's about to get overwhelmed, and he gets away with 2 headshots. Are you serious? Adverso now has to pick up the pieces, whatever is left from his team.
Yeah, I talked about good protocols. Unfortunately, it wasn't there this time around. Usually, you'd like to see at least one person go for a full wide
2v5
swing
that they got to somehow pull off. I know they don't have guns, but
Luis to follow that, and then you could potentially
there were some nice shots. That third
trade,
shot.
But unfortunately, it was just easy for Luis to just adjust small micro adjustments of the crosshair to land those shots. Of course, it's not as easy, but at this level, they definitely make it look easy here for 2G, and they have a chance now to thrifty this up. 2 players left alive, and thankfully, at least for Adverso and Nico Machine, it is still strong weapons that they have against pistols.
But it's pistols together.
Oh,
A
isolate.
lot of sticks together, they're harder
Oh
to break,
boy, the 1v1 against a classic.
There. Spike owning that against Nico. AK nervous.
That was one
a
stick.
Rifle. Yeah. 1v1. Got the bigger stick, and it's Adverso that gets away, and with the crossfire, the counter came out. He slipped away. A 1v3. Just trying to play his life. Just knew that shock bolt was gonna come out. 1 and not the 2. Damage
30 and
done,
30.
but no cigar. And it's 2G up to 10.
Oh, that's
Dangerous
such a
territory
devastating way
if
to
you're an
lose,
All Knights
man.
fan.
I mean,
Yeah,
that was straight up the solo individual
like
skill.
and you're winning pistols against a rifle. You'd say it's Jover, but this is still All Knights we're talking about, so I'm not going to say it's Jover yet and see what All Knights could pull up with here in these next rounds, because I have to look at the ult economy that we currently have here on the attack side. Will they have an opportunity to
everyone get a replay? Yeah, the crowd will.
Something out
There they
of
go. There you go.
Orbs,
You got your replay.
activating an
Lovely
overdrive for
shots.
Dante, or maybe just
Lovely
leveraging the
shots.
fault line and
What
the
percentage
seam
of the
will
screen
Dante
is this,
to get some
realistically?
sort of opening. They won't call a timeout to try to muster something up here on the side of All Knights. Oh, they're going for another hero rifle, actually. So Dante with another
I can't
vandal.
believe that's how they're showing the replays now. Do they just not realize? I feel like they just don't realize. And they think it's going through to the main feed.
AK's entry has already been pinged, probably from the
Oh,
troops.
man.
The
Hey,
cage
that's
behind
nice.
him, Aftershock to force 2G into uncomfortable positions. And now it's an all-out war where 2G hold the wall, pillars set on the site. And Spike still in hands from Sabando, who gets out almost into market, but now
Big
it is
1v3,
dropped,
man.
and now
You can
it's
do it.
feeling more and more Jover. But Dante, the hero rifle, the hero duelist, for AK 1v2. Give Pricey a haircut. Easy for him. Now a duel against Luis, who has stepped up for 2G. Can he do it again?
It was such a nice try.
Luis with a big win to put
It was
2G
such a
up
nice
to
try.
11.
A rare miss coming out there from Dante. A big pick coming out from Luis. And I love the move from Dante when he came back towards the headshot to take down Pricey as that Sova. Why? Because the information was there. Yes, there was a bit of a fumble with Samantha running out towards the A side, thinking that the rotate already happened there for Luis inside B. And he gets caught. So then you isolate your 1v1 towards that site, and it was an opportunity to grab that spike and run out towards the A site and win the timing because you were Neon against an Omen. But Dante felt comfortable that he could win that fight against Luis. And Luis had other plans in mind and denied that victory here for All Knights. But again, this was only one
yeah, that's what I'm saying, Flo.
They still have an
No one
opportunity
wants to
buy
watch
this
that.
round for All Knights.
Big risk play. 2G taking over the map.
Are there any rumors or news for the new potential Liquid roster? Bacon?
Down. Play more reactively. Finally around in AK's favor when they have weaponry to actually contend with.
Didn't see the email? No, what's the email? I'm in? What position am I playing?
Yet, but Dante with an overdrive, and you've seen what he can do when he knows where those pieces are.
You saw the gameplay today and I'm in? I respect
Dante
that.
needs information to work off
I don't blame you, and I respect it.
With him falling first here, looks like it's AK that wants to be a little bit more proactive. Big paranoia though, pushes him out.
Zap gonna dodge here. The aftershocks got the support. Luis, no paranoia. Smokes and a teleport. Someone's pissed. It's All Knights with mid.
And all goes here. We got 3 on site. Kill trip. Gets him nothing because he can just slide away after killing it.
Go to match point. And here, filtering through the smoke. My God. 2G will not let up.
What's going on? We can't have a neon. We can't have a neon meta for long because there is no way people can understand what's going on at the best of times.
2G to 12.
Just rebuff chamber again, man.
You see the idea around All Knights of why they're grabbing that phase. This is the second time that they're trying to go with the C's aftershock just to try to catch some players into these tight-knit corners that might not be watched when you're going for these executions.
They already did, yeah, do another one, man.
It's missing. So it's not giving enough right now in terms of util to try to get some better pings within the sites when you're hitting within these sites now for All Knights.
John Scott, thank you so much, man. Appreciate the gifted. Thank you for doing that, John.
Unfortunately, overplayed now and overthought by All Knights. As they're trailing behind now 12-4,
really?
And of course,
well, we did see this before. 8.
For us to wait a little bit longer to see if All Knights could pull back the comeback here. Again, it's not over yet. It went from a 9-3 scoreline to a 12-4 scoreline for Galorys on that second map of Bind against All Knights. A different composition, a different
saying
story,
thank you as well. We love that.
Team, but still had a player that activated
a
the
nice
whole time
8, yeah.
on that side for Galorys. Actually,
Very
2.
much.
There was Urango, there was Sato. Just popping off there on the side of Galorys, yet All Knights still found a way to fight back. Now we'll see here for All Knights. One more time, backs against the wall to see if they could bring this into overtime. If not, at least it's not going to be over yet for All Knights. They still have the lower bracket run that they could do here, Lemon Kiwi, but you definitely do want to have the upper seed going into the grand finals, especially when you have
I don't even know what they look like, Bacon.
ban in your advantage. You should have a 2-map ban in your advantage going into the grand finals. You definitely do want that in your favor here for any of these 2 teams that wins the series.
Speaks to the how much 2G have prepared for this moment, this opponent
think
that they
so,
know so well. It's a comfortable matchup.
Are they comfy? If they're not comfy, I don't own them.
Around from losing 13-7 to 2G winning Abyss to a whole new story on Sunset. 13-10 went the way of 2G.
Is that not even what it is, Blob?
before.
Blob, go get this guy,
That was
man.
close. This is not.
Go get this guy.
All Knights look quiet.
Alright, chat, get this guy.
For
Come
the
on.
first time in all Ascension, I don't see All Knights doing all the yapping. It could be
He's lost it, bro.
just
He never
them
had it.
locking in. They've come back from worse. They got ults. They got a broken buy, but they don't have broken spirits.
That's for sure. And they're going to try to keep the tempo
8 in a row.
The Haunt doesn't go deep enough, allows for the first pick to happen for Silence, but it gets immediately traded out. Although not committed towards B. Tinchoff, big
The
responsibility
3-person
right now to watch this
reactive
flank.
push towards down A. What are we going to do with
It's
this?
a marathon,
Break
not a
it.
sprint.
No one makes any sounds, so they don't know how many
Really
numbers.
sucks to lose your star
They
player of
spot
Dante
one,
early, but he went
and
one
this guy
for one.
then makes sounds, so they
Luis
don't know about
activated.
the extra 2 going behind.
Here for
Dude,
2G.
this team's good.
Bye-bye, Spike.
Now he's
Seems good.
overpressed here for Luis, and he's about to get surrounded. The spike is down in one. What the? What
Yeah,
the
this is a
heck
good round, though.
happening?
Like,
it's all up to
Observer's getting it
Sabato in a
all.
1v2. It's not over, and it's not going to be
Gonna go
about
pick up
the
the orb.
spike.
Is the
gonna
AWP
be
here?
about the element of surprise. How can he get behind 2G?
Yes, it is. He's
What
gonna
can
hold
he do with full
it.
util?
Like that. Thankfully, Tinchov, despite him dying, was still holding towards the A-main push. So, oh no, he missed it! He missed the spike!
Gun here.
Spike shot it too. Well, they know they're gonna hold down for all the marbles for the grand finals. Sabando at least has a weapon. There is injuries on Spike's side. And a Huntress Fury that can't be used in this close of quarters. Smoked off. Sabando will be allowed to access the Spike. And now he's on the chase. And it's all about time, and it's all about 2G, 2-game to the grand
That's such a
finals,
devastating way.
towards the peak of the mountain to
Yeah,
ascend
one away.
amongst the greatest.
One away for the boys.
Oh, pain right now for
Oh yeah, that's a rough way to
Sabando,
lose it, I'm not gonna lie.
where we praise how good he was in these moments too, but unfortunately let that slip. But yes, look at the crowd, look at the support from 2G's side too, of how much this means to them. Again, remember, a team that was not supposed to be here made it through circuit points, are now at a grand finals. And how
The
much
vision
does
was
this
there?
mean
Oh, the
here
vision was great.
for the team like 2G in the grand finals? Because if you're looking at their map pool of what they've played so far throughout this,
I mean, they still would have had to have won 7 in a row, like, and then he would have had to still 1v2.
in your favor, to have Haven that's not been shown yet, and now to actually play Vetoes against whomever team you're going to have to play against in the lower bracket, that's going to come in from the lower bracket finals. But at least now from the side of All Knights here, Lemon Kiwi, there is
You're
still
ready? Perfect timing.
There's still a living
Desk.
chance now.
I'll go for a break in between the teams, and then I'll bring you.
Galorys and M80, that's going to happen next.
And this is an uncharacteristic All Knights. This was all Squires. Look out for them in the lower bracket, like you said, to face the winner of M80 and Galorys. That is not going to be easy. 2-game who only even got to playoffs over round differential, over Reta, and the support in the crowd.
Yeah, one
has
away.
meant so much to them.
Close.
And this has been an incredible series with an incredible turnaround for 2G to lose Abyss and then to win it this time.
M80 should win
even
this.
somehow improve their sunset to absolutely demolish
I'll tell you, these
All
4
Knights,
teams can beat each other.
to make them look silly, to make them
So,
play
we'll
off
see what the day's
lane.
like.
That is what's critical. And 2G will look ahead with a big advantage, and their heart's full too.
Yeah, and this was a story here as well for 2G when they first started their tournament. They looked pretty hot, right? They went from like a 2-0 to almost not making it here into the playoffs, and they had to wait into the sidelines to see the final result of like the TSM matchup against All Knights to see if they would make it through or not. So again, the story is pretty crazy for 2G so far. If it wasn't for their opponents and whoever wins, then they wouldn't be in these situations. And now that they are, they're taking full advantage of it, and they're our first grand finals here in the VCT's America's Ascension tournament.
And what do we think about 2G potentially ascending? They are in the grand final. We have one more
How many
match
teams
to
in
go,
franchising
but
are the
let's hear
Ascension teams
from
better
the
than?
desk. This was an
I mean, they can definitely beat them on some maps. Like I don't know, man, it's hard to judge when you don't see them head to head. Yeah, they also have like a real different play style, so you don't know if teams will be good or bad against that.
At the end, I mean, again, like everything else, it's
I
hard
cast
to
the
guess them
TP.
at that point. It's a team that they had a lot to prove.
Van City, I don't know if I
coming
can be
into
blamed
Ascension.
for
They had
that
a lot
one.
to prove once they got into that group stage, and I mean, Shift, they've been.
I mean, I spoke about
stepping
it.
Up. When I look at this Sunset map, this was decently close
Kinda,
last time
but
these two teams played.
I've
but
been watching Freeing.
they
Yeah, Freeing's
have
awesome.
been leveling up their game.
Yeah, and again, I hate to sell this short because, you know, their first side of their opening matches in the round robin, it really did feel like it was Spike and Silence really taking over. But where I'm giving this team credit is coming off of a very poor finish to the group stage into a very difficult upper bracket matchup versus M80. The whole team put together a good play.
I have to talk
They
about the
read
game. That's what I'm here for,
rules
Van City.
in terms of how they wanted to play the game. They wanted to play
Can't
more
take responsibility for it.
retake-based, focused gameplay, and 2G come out and counter that.
Yeah,
All Knights want to do the same thing, but faster. You stop that from happening.
Okay,
It's just they
chat,
were reading their
I'm gonna
opponents
go
at
for a
very
little
high
break,
level now that
right?
they play
And
them twice.
then we'll get
I kinda
Despon,
wanted to
and
cut
we
you
will
off there,
watch
really. I kinda
the
wanted to
M80 game.
reiterate something that Van Silly said, because I think he kind of drove the point home, which is the
So
fact
I'll be
that
back in a little
this
bit, right?
team barely qualified into this event. They barely qualified into playoffs. They had to wait until
solid
the
cast
last
as well,
few
Van
rounds to
City.
figure
You're right,
out if they
yeah.
were making it or not, and they ended up
Be
doing
back in a
it.
little bit.
And this is the true underdog story. Like, this team is not supposed to be here, and the fact that they are the first team to be in upper finals, or in grand finals, excuse me, is insanity. And it's part of the reason why is, yeah, they have Silence, they have Spike, but whenever a third player on their team steps up, that's when 2G looks amazing. And this time it was Louise who really stepped up for them on this third map.
I mean, even if it was a team that might not have been here at this point, they've not wasted the opportunity at all, and that's something I really want to applaud them on. I think showing up here, I mean, once we hit the group stage, everyone kind of had their expectation. Everyone had their tier list, and there was a lot of things that were flipped on its head. And 2G performing to this type of standard and being able to consistently level up, I think it's just been so strong. And I mean, Shift, yeah, you're talking about it, that yeah, coming into this, there was so much talk about Silence. There's so much talk here about Spike, but the rest of the team really being able to show why they're also worthy and that we should be talking about them more. Like, this is such a big team collaborative effort.
Yeah, they've definitely shown out of the teams that remain that they are the best at game planning. And I think what they're doing out of game is affecting how well they're performing in game. It's very easy for you to say that, but again, the way they countered M80 yesterday, the way they came out after having learned that All Knights want to play fast and aggressive and there's going to be mirror matchups, they dealt with it perfectly. That last map, I think, is the exact epitome of doing so, where defensively, they only allowed 2 plants to come down. They retook on 1. The other was that on offense, they were getting the spike down, and they were holding it nicely off their post plant. So they're really doing all of the work they need to show up when it matters most in the moments that are going to really be the difference maker in these particular head-to-head matchups. So I don't know who's going to be in the grand finals, but whoever it is, better come prepared, because you know for a fact this 2-game squad will.
Yeah, definitely. And I think a part of 2G that to me that is kind of outstanding is the fact that this is one of the most inexperienced teams in the tournament, right? But the level of depth that they show in the parts of the rounds that are unscriptable, like once the rounds have broken down and it's like we're really into the late part of the rounds, they're able to play it with like masterfully, which is just insanity to me, to the fact that they have such young players who have their heads on and their massive creasy brains. It's kind of rare to see this kind of level of like young talent that has the ability to like maneuver through the unmaneuverable, you know what I mean? So that is a level that teams will have to match them on, the openers and the closing parts of the round.
It's literally the poster child team of it can only go up from here, and now they're in the grand finals and have the opportunity to really go up to the highest standard, go into VCT Americas. Of course, we have to find out who is going to be joining them there. They still have a road ahead of them. We're going to be taking a break and interview, and on the other end of it, time to head on over to the lower bracket.
I know exactly.
favorite trend, probably... I like the Costco guys, people, I'm not gonna lie.
And my favorite internet trend, I remember Harlem Shake when I was on college. My teacher, she was so mad when we make that trend. I can't remember that moment.
There's like this thing with LeBron James where he just lies for no reason, and it's very obviously he's lying, but he keeps going no matter what, and it's so funny.
Is actually a Liverpool legend. He used to play there. I don't know if you knew that.
No, I knew that. No, I knew that.
Here when we are playing, we have when someone headshots a flick and something, we usually say "boofu." So that's in train. It's a boofu, you know. It's a kind of meme of ours.
I don't know. I love Pepe the Frog.
Huh?
It's been used for things that I don't really support, but I love Pepe the Frog. Like Pepega. Man, so funny.
All posts regarding Aura has making me lose my shit. Lose myself. They're so funny, man. They're so out of pocket. I just, and most of the time they don't even make sense.
Pranks, yes. It's very funny.
I don't know, months ago or a year ago when everyone was saying no cap or cap.
Stop the cap.
Yeah, for me it's a pretty weird, but it makes me laugh every time.
Hi guys, I'm here with Silence, and the first question that I want to ask him is how is he feeling right now that he's on finals and who would he like to play against in finals? Então, como que você está se sentindo agora e com quem você gostaria de jogar contra nas finais?
Estou me sentindo muito bem, é indescritível o que eu estou sentindo. Eu acho que para toda a equipe é a mesma coisa. Antes de tudo isso começar, a gente não esperava nem chegar no VCB, a gente conseguiu a vaga pela 2Game. Muito grato a isso, e agora a gente está nas Américas, na final das Américas, então isso é indescritível. E adversário, acho que eu não tenho nenhum adversário que eu quero enfrentar, e é isso.
We don't really have a preference, and yeah, I have no words to describe the feeling that I'm feeling right now. We are really, really happy. Last year, we didn't even classify to challengers in Brazil, and now we are in the finals here in Americas. The second question that I want to ask him is that they haven't played a best of 5 for now, so how are they preparing for this situation? Então, vocês ainda não jogaram um BO5, como que vocês estão se preparando para isso?
A preparação é sempre a mesma, óbvio que a gente nunca jogou uma melhor de 5, acho que ninguém do time jogou, mas a preparação sempre foi a mesma, sempre vai ser a mesma, e é isso, nada muda e não vai ser cansativo não, vai ser rápido.
It's going to be really fast, nothing changes really, we're going to prepare the same way that we're preparing. No one in the team has already played a best of 5, so yeah, it's a new thing, but we're going to prepare the same way. And the last question that I want to ask him is that we saw his family here, and I want to ask how does it feel to play in front of them? Então, como que foi jogar na frente da sua família?
é outra sensação indescritível. Todos os jogos da minha vida inteira, praticamente, minha mãe sempre estava lá para me apoiar. E ontem, do nada, ela apareceu lá no office, lá onde a gente fica, me deu uma surpresa, eu fiquei de cara e, pô, isso é indescritível. E agora jogar, fazer cada round, conseguir olhar pra torcida e ver que ela tá lá, dá um ânimo a mais pra fazer no próximo round uma coisa melhor.
Once again, no words. It was a surprise. I wasn't expecting my mom here, and she came as a surprise. And yeah, every time that we're playing, looking to the people and just seeing her there is just, I get really emotional. Muito obrigada. Thank you very much, guys. Stay here because we have one more match.
They say in life, there are no guarantees. They say a lot of stuff like that. Slow it down. Play it safe. Hedge your bets. So what? You gonna listen to that? You gonna stop because they can't guarantee you'll pull this off? No guarantee you'll win? No guarantee everything's gonna be fine?
All right. Let's get desperate.
In life, you make your own guarantees. Nobody else will light your way. Start your own fire and keep it burning. And we guarantee you'll have
That's
one
called
hell of a lifetime.
for a ring. Lovely. 6 minutes. What's going on now? Hello?
Hello, hello, hello.
I'm just going to turn to voice activation.
Okay. Hello, chat. Hello, hello.
Yeah, this should be good. How you feeling for this game?
I'm feeling fine. I'm pretty confident.
Done?
I'm seeing some M80 fans in chat have doubts, and I'm like surprised.
Damn, call them out, dude. Call them out. You can at them if you want. You can say their name.
They know they are.
Oh, hey. Net to drop 50. We get best of 5s after today, don't we, right? That'll be fun.
Yeah. So all nights and winner of today, and then finals.
Rough, man. Doing playoffs all in 4 days. Rough.
Yeah, it's brutal, especially if you like M80 guys will be, if they reach finals, they will be very tired.
Prepping, yeah.
Because after yesterday, I know they spent some time crafting and fixing the issues.
Aiken says he's always been a doubter. Second removed from Sentinels. Wait, what? You guys trolling me or not?
Wow, if that's that's crazy if true.
Pretty sure that's not a thing. signed up to Epic Land. Enjoy it. Zalsis baiting. Dude, it's a Zalsis tweet? Don't be bringing Zalsis tweets over here, man.
Zalsis is their source.
I barely listen to what this guy says on stage, let alone on stream or on Twitter. Off seasons are the worst, yeah. Because everyone's getting that. Everyone's used to getting all the Twitter interactions. And they were getting the Twitter money from all the interactions, and it comes to off season, they're like, hold up. Only made how much last month? We got to do some bait out here. Then paying their players enough, bro. They're all retiring, man. You're paying them insane amounts. People think I'm joking when I talk about the America's paycheck. What do you think K-Corp will look like with Sadak in? Yeah, I have a lot of faith in Sadak, man. They'll get top 4 in AMER. Like, they'll go champs. Bacon, what? Think there should be a pay cap? Nah. Whatever orgs want to throw at people, man. It's their own choice. I think you have to pay some people a lot, otherwise they'll just go to content, right? That's the issue. But like FNS is probably the best example. And then staying as coach? Yeah, Eng will stay as coach. Eng and Sadak together is pretty scary. Every team gets paid the same amount of money to field a roster. Why don't EU teams use more of that money to pay people? What do you mean? The sponsors are just so much bigger in Americas. You gotta think about it. You mean stipend? I mean, the stipend isn't too much, man. Like, the stipend doesn't cover everything. Like, it definitely helps out, but you just got to think. Just in America, because it's so big. Like, you can have a sponsor that covers it all. But when you come to like Europe, it's like you get sponsored by like a certain company, but like in that country, if that makes sense. It's just too. It's too split up.
And with that, we have the first team in the grand finals here, VCT Ascension Americas.
Team Liquid has lots of sponsors though. I mean, they're primarily in America.
How much they've leveled up throughout the group, throughout this playoff and shift. Honestly, if they keep leveling up like this, like, yeah, maybe they're coming into this as one of the more inexperienced teams, but they got a lot of potential.
200 grand per player? Nah, man. You gotta think. You gotta think of cost of living for 6-7 people. Cost of living for 7 people in Berlin, and then you gotta have a facility for them all to play. That's a good chunk of your money already gone. Then you gotta pay for salaries.
That'll be a new test for them, but hey, they've showcased that they can play across a multitude of maps, including beating teams on their preferred maps overall through the veto stage. So 2Game really
And you gotta live in like the center of Berlin or whatever.
And now we have to start talking about that lower bracket. As you saw, a 2Game, they didn't knock AK out, just down, but we have to figure out who is going to be
Taxes on the money they
up
get given
against
also
AK,
probably,
and
yeah.
it's M80 and Galorys in that lower bracket.
Do you think Chamber should get 2 global trips back? No. I was being sarcastic.
When we talk about them, we had a lot of expectations coming into this, and in the group stages, M80, they lived up to that. And
I think about Na'Vi getting hero. I mean, I think he looked good enough, yeah.
I mean, Roy, obviously you can look at this broadcast and be like, oh, NA bias.
How'd you do with mosquitoes? There's no mosquitoes in Iceland. Just not hot enough, man. Too cold for those guys out here.
Something that transcends the NA bias, okay? It's facts. And the fact is, M80 has only lost 2 matches in the beginning of Split 2, and ever since then, they've gone on a complete win streak. And that entire win streak ended yesterday. So I think the numbers and the facts speak for themselves that this team is definitely not a type of team that is going to struggle 2 times in a row. So if you're M80 right now, they're historically a type of team that whenever they take harsh losses, they're very quick to bounce back, and they're very easily the type of team that will recover mentally and come in strong for their
M80's
matchups.
best map on Icebox.
Something I want to talk about with M80, of
Okay.
course, when a team wins or loses, normally you can scour the socials and see what they're thinking, and there is a lot of little tidbits from the team. Xander had tweeted that there is the verse.
So what do you think's gonna happen?
But it was the one that from Kuala Noob that I wanted to highlight.
Maybe we'll pick
First off,
Haven for sure. Galorys like 1 and 3 on Haven.
But then also quoting
There-
last
there
year
was
like
map
this
and they
too,
they
looking at this
permaban
lower
Lotus.
bracket run incoming, and we even
I think they
featured a tweet from
might
Paula yesterday talking
go
about how
for
they're
either
a team that's
Abyss
able to be
or
coming back,
Ascent
and
that
yeah,
maybe
for
have
3
been
members
floating
of
but
this team
never
shift
played.
last year, they were in a similar position. We won't talk about the fact
Yeah,
that they
that
lost
makes
in the
sense.
end to the team that knocked them down to the lower
I don't-
bracket. That's something we could discuss.
I don't
down
know
the
if they'll
line.
risk
But
the
it's a
Icebox
team that is
pick.
very
Maybe
familiar
a third
with this
map.
comeback and have very strong mentals.
Definitely a strategy to talk about your bugaboo, like right on the TL, right? Like this happened last
He's
year.
leaking everything.
No, it's one of those things that, you know, I said at the top of the show, M80 looked lazy yesterday. They didn't look like they were well prepared for a squad in 2G that had done their homework. And it felt a lot
Yeah,
like
they
M80 were
might
coming
pick
out saying, we'll
Sunset.
just play these guys the same way we did
That's
last
right.
time. There was nothing really truly innovative about what
Especially
they were trying to
after
do.
how
To be
M80
fair,
looked yesterday.
they didn't really make too many great mistakes. It was just they were getting beat and they didn't have a backup plan. That's what I think of when I talk about kind of being a little bit lazy. However, I think it was a major wake-up call, and today has to be different.
Can Desp do a backflip?
Kind of like a quick
Good
team
question.
show on M80's
Not
performance
a
throughout this
backflip, but
specific
I can do
tournament,
a
right,
front
is
flip.
they have been
Wait,
struggling
actually?
individually. They
Actually,
all
like,
make tweets about it. They're all saying,
really,
"Oh, I'm
I
not playing
can really
to the level."
We're gonna
that
need to see
I'm
this on
supposed to be
stream
playing at.
somehow.
This is nowhere near our peak. We're playing at
I
a
don't
7
have
out
a
of 10.
camera.
Like, this is something that's coming out of
No
their. I mean, they're
room
leaking
in
everything
my
on the
room
TL.
to do it.
But it's true, and I think they got tested on that yesterday, where they were getting held on choke points and they just weren't able to win out the team
Front
fights. And,
flip?
like, yeah, you can have the most.
we
strategy,
gotta see
but at
this.
the end of the day, if you're the
Much
type of team that can't
From
win the team
standing.
fights, if you cannot shoot your
Yeah,
gun,
from standing.
you are not gonna win. It's an FPS game.
I mean, talking a little bit
I
of what
can
we got
try
to
and
see coming
record
into
it.
this, I mean,
And
Yeah.
you
send
love
the
numbers. You
video.
love some good numbers. So take
Yeah,
us through
chat
it.
wants to see it.
Scientist, but the
What
good
are
news
these
is you've
days?
got things like ChatGPT who can make algorithms for you, and when you punch the buttons, that comes out with these results.
Can I
In
go for my turn to a
stage 2
backflip? Nah,
finals,
no room here either.
M80
Same
were
as Desp.
dominant. Top 2 across a lot of really key, what I like to consider to be kind of linchpin moments inside
I
of
actually
maps.
do
When you're at a full buy.
downward
How well do you
slugs
play when you're at a
daily,
disadvantage?
Mugo.
And then are
Damn.
you taking full
It's a
advantage when
great
you do
stretch,
find
bro.
yourself
Yeah,
right
no, it
where
is.
you go?
When
They
you,
were great
like,
at it in stage
when you
2.
Sit
Now
down all
looking
day.
up,
across what they've done in Ascension,
I do
the
it like
differences in the
I
overall
wake up and I do
statistics
like
their
a
win rate
stretch
are miserably
routine,
bad.
like
They're
5
only
to 10
winning
minutes
just barely
to
half of their
get
full
the
buy
body
rounds. And when
ready
they're
for the
playing up
day.
against an
Yeah, you
opponent,
got it.
when
Every
they
day.
are at full purchase, they're not even winning 50% of them,
I like
which
that.
is not
Big
good
fan of that.
whatsoever considering the teams that are still alive here in this particular tournament. And yes, they are getting better at winning at an eco disadvantage, but let's face it, they had to play from the back
I'm
foot
178
a lot, especially
centimeters.
throughout what was yesterday.
I don't know
So
how's
it's
that
gonna be one of
in
those things for
freedom
M80.
units.
They
I
need
don't
to
know
get
what that means.
themselves back into fighting form when they are at full strength and try to create more advantages, because they simply put did not have that yesterday versus 2G, save a couple of moments, and that's what I think has really hurt this squad against the Brazilian and LATAM counterparts that they face, whether it be through groups or yesterday in their opening round matchup.
You're talking about getting back to full strength, and I know during groups the team
Watching the
was
stream
struggling
while
with
cycling?
food
Well, that's
poisoning,
good.
And yesterday, I'm hoping is a little bit of a little bit more oddball. But Roy, going into this, it was a rough showing yesterday.
I have a bike, but I was looking to buy one of those things you put the bike on
that was supposed to be one of their strengths.
to make it a
the metal like rolly things.
But in that matchup,
yeah, that
they look
on
I don't know.
It was one of the first times
I don't know
the
how
entire
it's
tournament
called,
that they've gone that
but
negative.
it's
And it was, I think
it's
it was
pretty
7
nice
kills
to
overall
do
in the
it
negative
at
in
home.
terms of openers. That has been a sort of key victory for AMER, and it's not something that they displayed very well yesterday.
Yeah.
So I mean, the way I see it is the blueprint has already been formed into how to defeat AMER, right? It's to like challenge them early, don't let them run their game plan, and many teams have ran that exact blueprint and have gotten pretty good success versus AMER. Yeah, maybe some of the matches weren't closed out, and none of the matches got closed out, but the one yesterday finally did.
You like suspend the bike and it has some resistance on it.
What they did to beat AMER, and we can just kind of
so you
copy them.
Bingo.
ride.
Yeah,
Oh.
that's definitely something, a little bit of an
You are
uphill
in
battle
my
looking at
AirPods
this
while I'm
lower
at the
bracket,
golf
and
range.
the-
If you
that
say nice
first
shot,
look
I'm
that they
assuming
have
it's
to
about
try
my
and beat,
golf
also
game.
put it on the other end and looking at
Okay.
Galorys. And I mean,
Like that
when
as
we're
well.
looking back at the success that a team has had throughout the season
That's good,
and
though.
everything else, this was a team that we had a lot
Getting
of high
that confidence
expectations
up.
going into this with, and we have gotten to see some individual highlighted performance from the team shift. But
Eamon, probably,
overall
that guy's
as a whole,
always at that.
especially with yesterday and the
He's always
inability to
golfing,
be
man.
closing out games, it's something that you need to be turning it up now or you're going to find yourself eliminated.
Yeah, I think, you know, how do we categorize Galorys? In my mind, it was they weren't comfortable in the land setting initially. The map 3 loss to TSM, followed up by an 0-2 map comp versus All Knights in the group stage, was like, what are we talking about? How are these guys not dominating these squads?
When
Then
does
all
the
of a
match
sudden,
start?
you
I
find
mean,
yourself
hopefully
back up against the wall.
any
You're
second
0-3
now,
in
but
groups. You have to win your final 2, and you need to do it convincingly.
yeah, that
to
sounds
get in
about
the
right,
playoffs.
Bacon.
And wouldn't you know it, they provide that. A convincing 2-0 versus 2G, and they follow up by doing the same thing versus Rada. And then you get to a point where, yeah, you're playing up against an All Knights team again. I always say within a week period, it's hard to beat the same team twice. There were a couple
think
of
AMER
great
team might get
moments
cooked
that they were
today.
able to possibly close
Definite
out both maps,
pressure
but
is
it
on.
definitely felt like there's a fog mentally about, well, we're up 12-4. How are we not winning this game? And it just got to a point where this avalanche was just out of control for him.
It was a little
Join the
tough to
analysis
watch,
desk
and
for
as
some
much as
event?
we praised AK,
Yeah,
then there was
maybe.
also the discussion on what went wrong.
Problem is I
over
enjoy
onto
doing
the
this too
other
much, man.
end. And there was the tweet I
I
wanted
would
to
do like
pull
the
up,
off,
you know,
an
for
off-season
Rango,
event
and
or something.
kind of the performances
If it was like
yesterday, 'cause,
like a
I
really
mean,
cool one.
Going into this, we can critique, we can say what we want, but I think the biggest thing comes from the players themselves. And this one is quite harsh. No comments, pathetic, shameful, reset for tomorrow. I mean, those are some really, really harsh words, but I do think when we look at Galorys that, yeah,
Ludwig
they did
Tarek
fall a
event. Yeah,
little short of
those
the
ones seems fun because it's like
expectations going into this,
pretty
and,
chill.
Roy obviously falling very short of the own expectations the team has for themselves.
Yeah, I mean, this is just a reminder. This is the #1 seed coming out of Brazil, right? They've looked dominant in their region. They came into this tournament, like Shift said, they did not have a great start. They were not very comfortable with the environment, but they did heat up, and they have been heating up. And even in yesterday's matches, they had 2 map leads on both maps that they just were not able to close out. So I think
massive ones.
Yeah, I don't even think they're playing poorly. I just think that something is sort of dysfunctional with their defense sides, because their attacks have looked impeccable. I think some of the highest in the tournament. Like there's really nothing wrong strategically. It's just on defense there is some kind of breakdown, and they just really, I think as long as they solve that problem, they're good to go. They don't really need to stress out too much.
Ever do stuff with Summit? Nah.
To try and be solving,
They
it's like a day
Prius
turnaround,
and Sapphire
all
got
of a sudden
hired
you're
all the
going
time
up
there.
against
It
what
made
is a
sense. It was
team
close to their
put
house
together
as
for
well.
the tournament here, Shift. I mean, that is a big flaw.
They were
in
loyal
NE.
to them.
I mean, they're a team that if they can be on peak performance today, they'll punish those flaws.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. The other side of this, and I know that we kind of
Oberg, maybe, yeah.
statistics on Blast comparing their stage 2.
It'll be later on.
Ascension. If you were to rank these two teams next to each other,
Later on
based
once
how
I'm
they're
bored of
playing at
playing.
full strength, both of them are
Once I've had enough of ranked. Once rank's broken me, that's going to be happening.
If you're a golf fan, that's not where you want to be. Whatever. They're just not meeting the metric that they need to and what they had done previously. So that's where they need to improve. They've been great in the pistol,
In a week,
but now
probably
they have
that,
to find
yeah.
a way to do it at full strength, especially like Roy said on the defense.
I'm going to go back to
And Roy, I know
Ascendant
you're
or whatever it
cooking
is.
up a little something. We were talking about numbers. Shift had his time with the numbers, but there's something you wanted to present to the class here too.
Yeah, I think it's pretty interesting actually. As soon as we get the graphics up, oh man, you guys are good at your jobs.
Do I just play FPS games?
Attack percentages,
Yeah,
again,
pretty
that
much.
is
I
where
don't
they're
play
finding
one-player
most of their
games, man.
success. But M80, aside from Sunset, that kind of reduced
Can't,
their defense rate. M80's defenses have been their strong suits, right? This stat is a little skewed because their Sunset has kind of destroyed their statistics.
I struggle to enjoy it.
Overall, their defense,
it might be more fun on stream.
Impeccable. And if Galorys is
kind of, you guys would be watching, but
right, where it's like, okay, you have a team on one hand who's the unstoppable force, and now you have M80 who has very strong defense sides. I think that's a recipe for a pretty interesting matchup.
Yeah, this will be quite interesting. I mean, when you're talking about M80 and the fact that some of their statistics have been ruined by Sunset, I think that kind of brings a stark reminder of how the map pool can go potentially
Elden Ring,
wrong
yeah,
for
everyone's
them
been
today.
saying
And
this.
I want to remind people as well, obviously, we did get an opportunity
Deadlock, I
to
played
see
a good
all the
amount of
teams
Deadlock,
face
yeah,
off
it's fun.
against each other in groups. And for an M80 that was undefeated, Jiff, this was a team that actually really tested them. This was a result that it really easily could have been M80's first loss in that group stage, which was crazy.
Yeah, 3-map series, overtimes, 13-11s, the other maps. I mean, it really is one of those situations that this goes either way. In particular, you kind of look at how this series went.
Yeah, I think that's where I would struggle, Bacon.
Split as well, so this really was decided when you had full gun rounds in the mix. So, yeah, it definitely could have gone either way last time, and it very well could be the same thing here today.
Well, that was the last time these two teams met.
League stream? A League of Legends stream?
Going into today, the map
The
picks and
bans are
crucial.
Lotus and
Everything
Bind.
on the line, and with maps that have maybe, I mean,
Lotus?
both of them traded their map picks last
Bind?
time around.
Okay.
This will be so interesting to get
Now
into.
M80
M80
will
beat away
pick
the Bind,
Haven.
absolutely no
Pretty sure.
surprises. Absolutely no surprises. I don't
Okay.
even know why we talk about that. I don't know why we're bringing it up.
Haven.
Galorys is picking up the Sunset, one that was so close though last time.
Oh,
okay.
not Haven.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. The first two vetoes are your worst maps out of the picture. Galorys, I think, picking Sunset. Yeah, they beat M80 here in their last series, like we just saw. But I think they're also saying, "Yo,
Yeah,
look
they
what
been
2Game
Haven.
just did to these boys. If we can just stop them
I
from
think they got away
and
with
put
it.
them
Oh,
on a one
we are.
point
So
of
we are
entry,
playing
we
the
can
two
dominate
maps
them
that
again.
I've been
But
saying
Ascent in the mix
we
is
haven't been
definitely a
playing.
wild card pick here. M80 have
Yeah,
not played
Ascent
this
and
in
Abyss.
a while, and I love the fact that they're going something that there's not a lot of film on them on.
Yeah, just okay. Whoa, Sunset. It makes complete sense to me, right? Because as we were saying, M80 has shown the most holes on that map, and it's been a
Paradox,
pretty
what's
good
up?
map
What's
for
up? How we
Galorys, to be
doing?
honest.
Super
Second
team,
map
one
is
per
pretty
region.
interesting because this has
Yeah,
been
these
kept
ones are hard,
secret
man.
from M80 this entire time. They have not
These are
shown
very
their
hard.
scent, and the fact that they first picked it is kind of a testament to, I think, a level of prep that they're coming
Okay,
into. Because that's
I
it.
like
you need to
the
pull out
map
all
pool.
the cards that you can pull out. You're in the lower bracket.
You like the
There's
map pool?
nothing to hide anymore, right?
Yeah.
And then finally, the third map. Again, it's another map that we have not seen from
One
M80,
per
and we
region,
have seen
super
Galorys
team.
play.
Surely I need to have two per
I
one
mean,
region.
Looking at the Ascent, even if we haven't gotten to see it through Ascension,
Um,
it was something that through challengers, we got to see M80 work some of their opponents on. I mean, when we're looking at a couple of the other teams that were in contention to be
Too many players,
the
man.
second
There's too many
NA
players,
team,
there's too many
I mean,
metas.
Oxygen, MXS were very much so in the mix, and this was
You'd
a
probably
map
say
that
Aspas
M80
just because
definitely worked on,
of
including even just a
how
13-1
consistent
victory
he's
over
been.
over Oxygen, excuse me. This was definitely a little bit of times back, but when Ascent has been in the map pool for so
Who knows
long,
is the
here, Jeff, I
IGL?
think the fact that yeah, maybe it's been 2 months. Ascent's been how long in our pool?
Sure,
A
I'd
million
have
and a half
Munchkin as
years? Like, this
IGL.
is strong, so I'm excited for this.
They also get to build some vibes with the Yoru in back-to-back maps is something that, you know, you go to expect. So Koala can kind of find a way to meet an immediate response
then I
to
have
his
no
own
idea,
tweet
man.
and just come out and play well. That is going to be, I think, part of the success rate, though, for at least this first map. Offensively, they've done really well, using dimensional drift to essentially guarantee rounds. The question's going to be, how do they stylistically play in the second half on defense? Are they going to be more contest-heavy and not just default to playing for retake where they got punished heavily yesterday?
Thoughts on the new K-Corp roster?
It's going to be a close one,
LaRock,
and a
Durka,
series
and
that
Sadak.
was
Dude, if they
so
actually get those three on top, that would
last
be
time
pretty
around.
nice.
The two teams now fighting for their lives. Favorites from both regions coming on out, and only one can make their way through. So gearing up for this, I am so excited. In the Sunset too, I think there's so much potential for this to maybe go wrong. I mean, Galorys, yes, they're strong on this, but this was so close last time.
Yeah,
around.
I mean, 13-11s means like one round gone differently, and the result is completely different, right? So it really is a super tight matchup.
LaRock,
right?
yeah,
One
him
player
and
I would like to
him and
highlight
Loiter
is,
16,
Luxo, right?
so
He's been
you're right.
statistically one of the
That is
highest
impossible.
statted players in the tournament. He's playing an off-roll controller / sentinel for the
Rians?
Brazilian side.
Yeah,
of
Rians is
Galorys.
probably a good
And
shot. He's been
he
very
has been
good.
a very strong player and he didn't really perform that well last game, but he's almost in his
And who would you
entire
get
history of
from-
matches has almost never performed poorly 2 times in a row.
Who'd you get
He's
from China?
Always bounce back. And
Probably
him and
Smoggy
Seiko, the
Flex
kind of
is probably
dynamic
what
that
I
they
always
have
fall
where they
back
have
on.
This very flashy, very well set up duelist in the front lines, and they also have this like very high impact player, kind of doing his own thing on the side, has been a very good dynamic for the Brazilian side. And I'm really hoping that that's going to be in action today, because they're going to need it.
The other part about this is
I don't know, man. You could ask me that question. I feel like my answers would change every single day.
So 2 of your star performers, likely running controllers, are going to be, I think, some of the spotlighted players here. Yeah, we're going to be kind of taking a gas just a little bit by watching Koala Noob to see what he can do, seeing what players like Sato can do when he's on the duelist. But I think you're right to kind of really call out Luxio, who has been kind of the secondary duelist or secondary fragger for this Galorys team, and then look at Xander of being the secondary guy kind of back behind Koala Noob. So
I still have to watch that Chinese Vice Ascent from this morning.
Today wasn't too bad. It was a weird game.
A lot through groups as just the backbones of their team. So to see
it was a weird game,
less
man.
than stellar performances
It definitely could have been a lot better.
It sucks that it's like as simple
I'll
as
check
this,
it
but
out
whoever's just going to show up better on the
we're
day is
done
simply
here.
going to get it. Both teams
Yahoo
really not performing up to their own
_
standards
OW with the 11 months. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Especially a great M80
Dude, what's going on
groups.
here?
I mean,
Why is it so long?
That's a tough pill to swallow.
Yeah, definitely. And reminder that Xander is
Some
the
of us
IGL,
got,
and I do have this belief that the
Diner in
later
the morning.
you get into a tournament, the steeper the IGL tax becomes, right? Like, it's a lot more focused, it's a lot more prep heavy, right? And you're like, okay, now we're in lower bracket, and his brain's gonna be on overload. So like, if he pops off and calls well in this series, he's the GOAT. Like, yeah, there's just no question about it, because from experience coming from
I literally have the jersey, the M80 jersey on again, Nico.
As a caller gets a lot more intense.
Wait, didn't you lose wearing that yesterday?
How much mind games there are?
Yeah.
How many things
Damn, you don't believe in any of that kind of stuff?
No,
while still
I
trying
do
to win
not.
gets much more difficult later on.
Maybe after this
Especially
you might. Who knows?
yesterday when we saw a 2G that was so
Yeah.
well prepped. I mean, Xander must have been working overtime, and that's a
The superstition.
tough spot. But hopefully, with a good night of rest and hitting the books,
I mean,
that everyone can bounce back.
I
today.
always
And
dress
still,
it up for the matches.
Well, looking at the who will win,
And
the meter in the
we've
chat,
been winning.
very heavy.
We just
on that
lost yesterday.
M80 focus.
Can't be the
That's,
jersey.
I'm a little surprised.
Cam?
Really surprised?
Are you kidding me? How are you surprised by this?
80 to 20 on a North American stream. Wow, that's crazy.
Wow. Chat's probably spamming. I saw Valen in chat earlier. I bet he's out there hitting it hard with the M80s. Just spam.
I mean, they've definitely been in tough positions before, and 3 of the 5 last year in this same spot, and being able to push on through. And for M80, one of the favorites for this, I mean, it's all up to this. This is a whole season for both of these teams, too. Obviously, we got to follow M80 a little bit more closely, but for Galorys, they also came off of his stellar season. And to go up against then one of the favorites that's been deemed by the tournament, this is...
A long time in between the games.
Absolutely not wait for this shift.
No, well, you're gonna have to, Sierra. You're gonna have to wait a little bit. It's gonna have to happen. I want to kind of go back to the conversation since we seem to have it. You know, again, we talk about Xander and Luxio not playing particularly well yesterday. Here's the thing: they were the top fraggers. When they played last time around, Luxio went 77 and 53 and 16 and 5 in first blood battles.
Insane.
Koala Noob on the other side was 71 and 49. So those two players were plus 24, plus 22.
Chat, I'll give
I'll
be back in like 1 minute or so.
You want that Luxio to show up here again.
You need him to show up here again. It's not a debate at that point. When you're looking and you're talking about the flashy players of this team, Pato just being such an exceptional duelist, you need the backbone there too, and you need Luxio to really be showing up here. And I mean, when we're looking at
Does
the sunset,
this
where he was able to
pre-game
just have
tech
such
pause
a stellar
counts as a
performance
tech
last
pause?
time when it was so
I mean,
close. A 13 to
it's not
11,
officially
Roy.
a tech
If Luxio
pause.
doesn't show up, I'm worried for Galorys here.
Yeah, we talk about flashy players. Luxio's one of them, but what about flashing players like Nismo, for example, a player that plays on flashes? He's also been a little bit quiet. He's definitely had his moments where he has shined, but I think overall he has been playing below expectations considering that,
Bacon,
last year
I
he
need
was,
that too.
in top
It's been a
contention
while
for, I think,
since
number 5
I've
in
been
terms
there.
of overall stats
Like
the
a
entire
good
year.
while.
Not even just one tournament, the entire year. And so, like, from my expectations, at least from where I'm sitting, I feel like Nismo really needs to step up right here because he is the duo that he has with Koala Noob, the sort of synergy that they've created, that, it's a big deal.
All right, well, the walk-in's about to get started, and let's head to the stage.
La derecha del stage, con el cinturón de Norteamérica, Dios que sangra, pero que sabe que tropezón no es caída, llega M80.
favorites of NA, of Ascension, now finding themselves here in the lower bracket. It's a team that has that comeback potential. They've seen their spot here before, but now they have to be showing up here, Shift. It was a rough showing yesterday, but smiles on their face, and they're never
A low-key Argentinian barbecue is amazing, man.
Trying to get this,
like their seasoning. I prefer their seasoning over the Brazilian seasoning.
Great.
They have a great seasoning of food, man. They're so good.
Business. Galorys yesterday so close to getting to a map 3 and falling just a little bit short, but a team that has been able to perform throughout their season. A duelist we've talked about so much, and a strong backbone of the team here. I mean, if they can get off on the right footing here, Roy, this could be such a close map, and there is the potential for an even bigger upset than the one that we saw yesterday.
I mean, I'm not even sure we can call this an upset, to be honest. This is the battle of the giants. These are the #1 seeds from Brazil, the #1 seed from North America. The level of expectations that I have and everyone else should have is that these players are about to pop off. They want it really
looking
badly.
good to start.
It's come down to this. None of them were expected to
they
be in the lower
just
bracket so early.
they just did
and now it's do or die for
introduction
both of these teams.
And the Blacklight Agent select. Since we have such recent tape over here on Sunset, we haven't necessarily been too surprised here in the playoffs by any of the agents, any of the picks. Koala, Yoru, Sato, the Neon, the supporting cast here, Shift.
Yeah, and again, focus towards Xander on the M80 side in terms of how much are they going to try to get him involved on the defense in particular when we're on the second half. The other part about this is, again, you look to Xander to kind of be the guy
of
to
neons
initiate
today.
off of trying to find some weird timings, whether that be through mid or around kind of the pinches on the sites themselves.
Favorite meat for a Sunday
Focus
roast?
towards Xander for me. On the other side, Sato on a Neon. Anytime you see it, especially coming out of Brazil,
Hey, I like a traditional one, to be honest.
See how much he
Again.
pops off today.
And I'm looking at both of these breaches as well. Nismo is able to step up a lot in the later stages of that group stage. And with so many assists for the team, and Orongo, despite
Roast beef?
maybe
I mean,
a
beef's pretty
result they
legit.
weren't necessarily happy
yeah,
with
lamb's good.
yesterday, really being able to put together a little performance of his own. So, lot riding on this
Sunday
first
roast
half of
in just
Sunset.
general
It
is just
was
banging, to be
so
fair.
close last time around, and this is elimination. Map 1 of the series, and it's time to head on over to
my
Lemon
my
Kiwi
boss
Advance to take you
from
through.
my work, he recently opened a restaurant.
America's
So every
last
time we
hope
do
against
a
the
meeting,
heart of
we go to his
Brazil
restaurant,
and
and
80
it's like
that's nice.
since it's
of
his,
Ascension
we
against
can
Galorys,
eat
one
anything.
of the most underestimated
Yeah,
teams
that's nice.
It's
here.
amazing.
And it's last life. It's lower brackets.
Just
do or
always
die
trying to
band.
schedule some
Yeah,
meetings.
that's it. We started the
Yeah,
day
it's
talking about
insane.
the #2 seeds going head-to-head between All Knights and their opponents here to make it to the grand finals. Was 2G that made it, and now it's the #1 seeds of the region going into an elimination matchup. So now one of these teams is going home. Thankfully, though, if you're looking for the cans of both teams, they both look energized. They both look that they were hyping each other up, especially Nismo is coming out to play. I'm hoping to see that he's going to step up to the plate in terms of his util, but also his aim that I know and that we know that he's good for. But overall, this is a map that has been always shaky for this whole Ascensions tournament for M80 on Sunset. Thankfully, they start off here on the attack side, where they're much stronger here at a 55% win rate versus the 42 defensive win rate, where
Nice.
when they played against 2G yesterday, they were red. Now they have a chance to dictate the pace, and they have a chance to also control the potential aggression that could be coming out of Sato with this Neon pick.
Who is this,
And
man?
yeah, going to Sunset
Uh,
first. Yeah, slam dunk. It must be a bit of PTSD for M80 because that's the first map.
Wait, are they doing
Saw
back-to-back best of
slipped up
series?
on against 2G,
Yeah,
one that humbled them. Their
it's
first
always
loss
the
is
same
series-wise in
casting
Ascension.
duo for
Oh,
all the
wow,
matches
okay.
I said they're
in the game.
underestimated because
lot.
they'll slip by into
Okay,
playoffs.
Galleries on
region and then
defense
go on to
and
win
M80
playoffs and
on
make their
attack.
way to Ascension. That's why I think everyone needs to watch out for Galorys, and they were so mad about their performance yesterday.
Wait, how's she saying it?
And now it's a big
Galorys.
wake-up call against North America's
Yeah.
greatest.
What is Galorys?
Galorys will hold the wall here on defense.
Galorys.
I'd say Galleries.
The trip set up towards the elbow side with Rude watching a short M80 taking their time.
It's interesting setup though as well for Galorys, where they're setting up a double trap into B main with a double stun, but no cameras really to watch that area. So you kind of have to jiggle and give your position away, but it doesn't matter. M80's working towards the A side instead, where Evil Kick and his teammates are playing a little bit more passively here. Ruse just holding the angles and waiting for the team to come back to flood in.
Evil Kid gets all this time to use shock bolts to maybe drop players out of safe positions. The plant still happens, and M80 playing out of sight, out of mind, off the flash from maybe Koala Noob. And it does hit Evil Kick, but with the smoke coming up, it's not that M80 can engage off of it, but rather press this retake.
Holy
back.
hell, he's behind him.
And here's Galorys, of course, Gecko flashes from VCT, absolutely nullifying Sato, who still managed to pick up a double kill.
Nice kill.
While M80 are left with just
The Gecko flashed Koala Noob as well because he was too close to the Neo.
Oh, okay.
Time for them to set up, and
Hey,
it's
big
Galorys
pistol.
with defuse.
Yeah, M80 looked like they had a setup to try to counteract in terms of the counter fault line recon dart flashes that would come out onto defense. And it was a setup here from Koala Noob in the back of the generator, setting up with a Jordan Gilbert flashbang dance to throw that Yoru flash up and then hopefully counteract and counter flash.
So it begins, yeah,
but unfortunately the timing wasn't there, and too much here for Galorys and too much accounted for.
They really start
behind
getting a
that
little
flash and trying
bit.
to fight back, and it looks
Get a
pretty
little
good
bit
for Galorys
scared.
to start though in this
Still
fifth
struggling
round.
with the pistols.
Pistols, yeah.
In that
Only
opening
1-1.
match, where M80 won that series 2-1, an opportunity to go for revenge, and a great start at that.
Clone, take care of the trips. M80, the army marches on. Galorys see it coming, and Luke at least.
Yeah, I mean, he just did so much damage. Look at him.
Gets the plant down.
At least get a plant. Can they get anything else?
Dividing the
And they know the
half,
damage
also
too since he died.
smoking off the top of the site. Galorys droning in, should spot BCJ, and he's already low. He's throwing a molly to slow this down, but now he's hit by paranoia, and all Galorys have to do is finish off.
Good Neon stump.
what Rude
It's
has set
lovely
up
from
for
the
them.
Neon so far,
Very good
honestly. You've got Neon ult into the fast pick buy round as well. You can throw this gun over and they can have just a full buy bonus with Neon ult. It's really nice.
Just to try to set the pacing and open things up here and allow for them to get into the site at least for a plant. So that will bring the econ
Okay,
up.
let's
The thing is
not
right now
lose
for Koala
the
Noob is, are we
bonus
going to
again.
try to bring this operator out on the attack side too? This is not unfamiliar territory for Koala Noob to play that on the attack side, but it's also trying to figure out if you want to use an op on the attack against these strong retakes that Sato is currently doing with the rest of Galorys on these flood retakes, at least for now. We haven't really seen any indication of Galorys really want to pressure yet, potentially in this bonus round that they
Okay,
currently
so
have.
got to keep an eye on the Neon
We're
ult.
hearing
What is our
around where
big strat for attack?
Koala Noob will definitely have a rifle to start up with.
And the desk pointed out how M80 work with eco advantages, or at least having better weaponry. M80, it's the post plant.
How did you become an M80 fan? Someone is asking.
Stand out of the sight. They kind of feel all hunched
So
up, bunched up, and Galorys.
I got to
use
know
them hits them every
Xander
single
when he
time.
was still on
Now the
version
ball is in
1
M80's court. Very slow
because
approaches, very different from
when
the
Breeze came
2GL
out,
All
Aspas
Knights
was
match
playing
we
on
had
the
earlier.
PB in NA,
watches
and he
over.
played with Xander.
Not really getting
So
much.
when he
Drone
ended the
through
stream,
mid.
he rated Xander
Packet
for
shot.
people who wanted to
Something
keep
going
on
at
watching
mid.
the
Galorys can still
map,
just take
the
their
new
time.
map.
Yeah, right now the
And
only spot
I
plant
stood up
alone
there,
here towards middle, and we also saw the smoke towards the B
eventually
main,
I
so you're
became
sort of
his
thinking
mod
that they were
and
going for
became his
a late,
friend.
B hit with
We
a late
played
lurk
together.
on
We
middle, but as you're given the tell already
And
on
then
your
I
cipher
became a
at the
fan.
very beginning,
started supporting the guy
Nice.
whenever he went.
Sato, oh my god! The C3 still goes for the like old slide play. Oh,
Yeah,
he-
it's some people
thought he
were
was
like
built like that.
asking because
That
like
made-
I'm
that made he humbled
Brazilian,
him
but I'm not
quick.
supporting
With
the
the early two
Brazilian
rounds, I don't
teams.
blame Galorys for going for these.
And
the
it's
ego
mostly because I'm
challenges.
supporting my
The
friends.
first
Like
blood in their favor this time.
they,
Xander
the
brought down
players know
25
me. They
HP
talk to me.
still.
I can
Wingman
I
has
talk
to
to
play
them
11
on
seconds
Discord.
left. Evil kick, Urango.
We
Do nothing about it.
we talk a lot, so
M80 on a good
it's like
foot.
supporting
They
my
have
friends
the
and
weaponry
not my
advantage.
country where
It's just
like I don't
up to
have any
Rude. He's
contact
got a
with the
backstab,
players
but M80
from the
reacts for
Brazilian
the
teams.
trade. So
One go
M80
pretty close this round.
definitely dangerous there with 22 seconds left to go for a full pivot back through middle back towards the B side, but I think that was also important because we had the early
Makes
tell when
sense,
Net
yeah,
was
makes
currently
sense.
lurking,
Support
was
the
still
friends.
holding the area and figuring that he wasn't really
Here
being
you don't really
pressured
know
yet
the other
since he got
players
spotted
anyway,
by the
so.
Owl Drone, that there was an opportunity to pivot back while he's watching that cross. So it gives
Like
a
the
chance
opposite
here
of me,
for
because I
MED
want to see
prove
Bacon
up. They
lose.
walked into the full sniper utility.
And
Thankfully,
Mini.
they are running a composition
And
that
all of
has a
them, to be
wingman
honest.
that goes for the plant. You're pushing in with the wingman, and you're making sure that you have, no matter what, always an extra body to fight, because you don't have to have anybody committed into planting is what I'm trying to get to, and M80 was able to trade off perfectly in the end. Although, with that said, they
Smoo?
won that round with 2 players alive.
Smoo hasn't
both of
won
them
for a
at
while,
half
so I would
HP
like to see him
remaining. I think
get
that
some
was
wins.
both on Nismo and Qualanum. Either or. They have to go for quite an expensive buy within the next round here, where that was only a bonus for Galorys.
Someone on M80 wearing sunglasses. I love it.
The
Keeping
BCJ.
calm, but also maybe the lights are bright on stage, and this is a different environment that M80 are used to competing in. And able to not commit to a site before they have an advantage to work with, getting that first blood and then trying to execute. So that worked out a bit better for M80, and the rifles give that advantage as well. Now we got a technical pause. Hopefully everything is okay this time. There was a lot of technical pauses
surely
on
this doesn't last long.
During the M80 match yesterday, so
During a whole Ascension. But
yeah,
it doesn't
that
matter.
as well.
At least if anything here for what happened on that previous round, what was good here from M80 was staying as a group despite going into the trap setup here of the 2 players anchored in for Galorys within this B site. It could have been very dangerous if they didn't have the right util to really blind those opponents in the back of the site. They probably could have lost Spike, they could have lost on time, and that could have been a whole different story that we could talk about here during this technical pause.
So it was
But if
Nismo's
anything,
PC, I guess.
what was not so great from what I saw here from Galorys' side is the Sato being out in the open, kind of just activating his overdrive out in the open at that point too, without real support coming in from his team. I didn't see too much utility happening around him that could allow for him to at least get one for his troubles.
Brazil is the second country with the biggest Japanese population in the world.
You're not set up for an immediate trade. You're not set up for util to stun.
Damn.
Then those 2
And
players
there's also a funny fact about this. There's more Lebanese people in Brazil than there's Lebanese people in Lebanon.
But they've done good enough damage at least.
Yeah.
And also for M80, they have to realize too, when they pivoted back from middle to B.
A Never Nude, thank you with the 22 months. Thank you with the 2-1.
So keeping into account how Galorys could
Did you just come prepped with facts for the tech pauses?
I mean, I do those stuff for my work. Like I'm a journalist. I have information. There's 12 million Lebanese people in Brazil and 4.5 million in Lebanon.
Test of hey guys, I already have my ult after 2 rounds. What's up? Kind of play, and I love that. And this is a very passionate region, Brazil.
Yeah, not even close.
There's only just M80 from North America. It feels like against the world, and everyone looks at M80 being the only undefeated team from groups. A huge, touted as the favorites, taking their first loss, and not a very close loss either yesterday. So got humbled quick, but now to return to Sunset. There's not a lot of turnaround time, right, between yesterday and today to fix all the issues that M80 experienced, but Sunset has been a weak point for them. So
agreed.
How they turn that around.
Yeah, the results so far from M80 really kind of keeps you stressed as a North American fan, where there's going to be a lot of bandwagoners or just people that are
Paradox,
just
thank you for doing that.
Anxious watching the development of M80 throughout this Ascension tournament,
got
because
a
if
lot
you
of
look
them.
back at the records that they've had
A lot
so
of tech
far,
pauses
they
this
went
one.
undefeated in groups, right? They went 5-0, but so many of those games went into a third map, a 13-11, an overtime win, an overtime loss, etc., etc. And then once you finally made it into playoffs, you had a week
I
of
have
practice,
to
a
choose
week
Ronaldo
of a break
Bacon.
to just
Of course, I
reset
have
to
to
get
choose.
into
I
the
mean,
Final
he
Four
played on my
and
team,
potentially just storm and run
my Brazilian home team,
this playoff bracket.
and
They
he
got
is the GOAT.
dismantled by 2G
That
on the defensive side.
2002
So
final
I
against
don't think it's
Germany is
necessarily on a lack
amazing.
of preparation, because for sure this is a team that has a lot of prep and a lot of grit around the coaching
Well,
staff.
still respect
around
Bacon
Happy
wasn't
Gunter,
around for that
also
stuff.
around the tenacity and also the experience of this team to be prepared for this matchup. But this is the first time this tournament that not only did they lose, they lost fairly badly against 2G. And you're hoping to see here this matchup where
I think he's the most skilled player of all time, Matix, not the greatest
and so
or
far
the
it hasn't
best.
worked too well for their pistol and eco. But the eco doesn't matter. They just wanted to go for a plant.
Wow,
but at least their
that's
gun
a
round
wild
has some
sub.
sort of bravado. We're just hoping to see that this could continue on. If not, again, this is it would be an unfortunate
Ritz
story
vibing,
for
thank you so much, man.
because
Appreciate
this
the
would be
11 months.
a
Thank you
second
for the
time
prime.
now, for this
Appreciate that
roster
support, dude.
that they've made it to the Ascension playoffs and that they might fall short. They might even fall
You're not
short
gonna do
than
that
they
one,
did
Desk?
last year when they lost
C-
against
CNED
Nagar
is
here
the
in the
best
grand
mod.
finals.
That's
who are
actually
now
true.
G2 in the Americas.
CNED is
And
the
this time they
best
might even
mod.
just
CNED's the
lose
best.
in the lower,
Bacon's
lower
at the
bracket
bottom.
against number one seed.
The
Smoothie
Bacon
is
is
probably
the
somewhere near
worst.
the top.
That would be
Smoothie is on the
heartbreaking for
like
them.
second
Huge for a team like
alongside
Galorys to
Cupid.
advance to beat the favorites. And after
And
a
then
season where
there's the
Galorys,
rest
like I'll
of
reiterate,
us.
they squeaked by into the playoffs of their region and won.
Yinsu?
in
Does Yinsu
playoffs.
still have
They
mod?
were
She
8th
might do,
place in the
actually.
regular season and won. That's why
me
Galorys
check.
are in Ascension. You cannot
Gave a
underestimate
mod to
them,
ban someone,
and
right?
like the stats said, Galorys'
Yeah, she's
pistol
still mod.
is deadly.
Nice.
Their retakes, it was clinical. And M80, you thought we were maybe going to go to Icebox, maybe even Lotus, and that's not available. We're going to have to see how M80 flip around their sunset based on pretty crushing loss yesterday. There may have been more factors involved, you know, with the technical pauses or something internally, who knows? But I've never seen a team like M80 like not be able to turn around a game like this.
For
And,
sure.
you know, they took the round, so.
Yep. Yeah, this is still a great storyline for Galorys as well. Even though
5
they
minute
come in as
break
that number
incoming?
one
Yeah, you
seed,
might be
even
right.
Before they became Galorys, they were
Feels
just
like we've been
mixed
here
team,
for a
free
little
agent
bit.
team looking for an opportunity to get represented. Even Galorys, if you're looking back at the roster before them, it was actually a whole different roster, a whole that represented this organization. And now you have an opportunity here to see some great Valorant coming out from
forecasters, yeah.
this team. From star players like Sato, Urango, and Luxo.
Day
Luxo,
one
yes,
of this
maybe not
tournament was
the
brutal
best of
because
games that he
like
did yesterday,
I
but
think day one
overall,
in every tournament there's
throughout the
the
whole
biggest amount of
he
tech
had a
pauses,
pretty
right?
decent showing, especially
Yeah,
against
and
M80.
there always
Like I
So there is an
like
opportunity
I said,
to watch these
it's
players have
3 games
an
and it's
opportunity
the
to
same
ascend,
casters for
maybe
all
not
games.
in this organization, but also just
Oof.
in general with how
Yeah, that's
good
a
things have
crazy
been.
long
We
day.
have a
It was
lack of
brutal.
IGLs
Okay,
in Valorant so
we're back
far,
in.
and
We've
I
got a
wouldn't be
big buy
surprised if
round, and I mean
Urango has
big
an
buy round. We've got
opportunity,
3 people from each team
we'll
that
stop with
cannot
the
buy
podcast for
next,
now.
and we got
We'll
official.
focus on the game. We get back into round number 4. Galorys in a gun round against M80. First contact now towards the market and forced to pull back, but the thrash comes in for M80 to hit towards B.
And the bait was bitten on that
Straight up,
Koala
5
Nuke
pass from
Pro.
retake
Now
of this one.
Galorys having to gift over market
Cage and
control
Omen smoke to
and
actually make sure they can
dance
take back a
around the
site.
smokes at the top
What are
of the
M80
site.
going
We'll
to do
see
to this
Ken
one?
Galorys
Whoa, I'm surprised he won
strike
that.
at
I'm
M80
surprised also they didn't
when
like
they are
cage a
lacking,
little
when
bit
they
deeper
are
here.
unaware, but so far M80 have picked up first blood, punishing Galorys on an not united
Wow.
front, I should say. As
They
well
lined
as
up.
the free
Whoa,
market
they
side.
actually
That was
stole the round.
unsmoked.
Yeah, you got to say that
M80
these
had
two
no
were too
idea
eager to kill
that
this guy.
multi-killed from the side, and it's a defuse for Galorys.
And an easy spray for Urango for those 2 players of M80
Wow.
that basically just crouched in front of each
And
other.
M80 win
And
one, they
allowed
lose
Urango
the
again.
next. Money's
I
in the
just
bin.
mentioned him, an IGL at such a young age, and also being able to frag out as much as he could.
Yeah, he does
for
frag
this
really
team.
heavy for an IGL.
And he's able to win that round there, single-handedly, must I say, for the team of Galorys to take that round. Because Ades mentioned something that M80 needed to do, be a little bit more proactive, not give a chance here for Galorys to really be set up.
Ooh,
for
it looks
these
like they were
stun
giving it
retakes.
as well in
And I
the
loved it. They pushed out through their
2%
smoke,
of the
they
screen
fought back
replay.
on the platforms, but because they're flipping the map on over to the B side, they forget the front B main, and they get punished for it.
I almost forgot the thrash even happened because
Yeah.
M80 used that, and the post plant, it's sitting ducks. It's not playing through main. It's not extending out of the site. It's still trying
He
to
plays
get
this really well, and this Omen flash was great.
Luke is popping on. Koala Noob at least spits back, but M80,
Ooh.
these rounds are still ramping up, and it's Galorys
Does he
taking
use
full advantage.
ult to
Down to
get
2v1
Spike
against Koala Noob at 45.
and then TP out, or
It's a tough one for M80 to scoop back.
probably a
Yeah,
waste,
and he's
man?
held on his armor right now with this gate crash. He's hoping within this timer that he isolate a 1v1, get that pick and TP out, but that spike is out in the open. If anything, the
okay, now we're going for it.
An opportunity to just move in and pick up the spike, and he'll do so with the dimensional drift.
Yeah, the defenders are doing well to just
stick and just wait for a plant so they can go together. Yeah, it looks like they had this. Oh man, imagine he wins this. This would be a wild, wild round.
I think he'll tap the spike on A and TP back.
Okay, he knows 100% where he is. Wow, he's on for an absolute round. Dude, he's lying. He's laughing to himself.
I mean, he almost got wall banged there too. That was dangerous, but we'll take it. The rotate's still there, and Evil Kick still has full util.
Nice.
Holy, that is a ridiculous round to win. That was outrageous.
Oh my god, what a play by Koalanu towards the end because of, I was talking about the uncharted territory where
we're not going to get a replay. Chat, everyone get ready. We get to watch it on a little screen.
And then he actually brings the paranoia on.
No, you're going to see the replay, man. They don't do replays on mainstream.
But that was going to be a round that if it wasn't going to be for Koalanu,
any replays?
I was going to talk about how, unfortunately, I was going to say not as good, but I'll just call it bad. I'll just call it like it is. Trying to get into this B site, using the
pause. Perfect time for a replay.
But not enough utility to
could
really
definitely do a little replay on this if you wanted to.
I think it was Luke that was holding towards that Jenny. If it wasn't for Koalanu, that was going to be a beautiful setup from the paranoia and Luke coming up to get these kills, prevent the plant. But thankfully, Koalanu had enough kills to get the dimensional drift available. And to save that round there.
Who's got the clip? So, yeah, someone's got to replay the round. I don't mind watching again.
Now start building up as well for M80, and for Galorys to potentially still have a moment where they could have some sort of a half buy. I haven't had a chance to look.
I think they opt for no replay, so they can show the crowd.
What a momentum killer too. Like,
in the nicest way possible. Fuck those guys.
Yeah,
I'd rather see a replay.
It's really like, yeah, exactly.
Covering all their angles, especially the box on the site. You get multi-killed. And then Koalanu not only trades those two, but goes on to win the entire round. Talk about heavy lifting.
Since we're talking about the crowd, there's something nice about this tournament when it comes to crowd.
Whatever the technical issue was,
they did a formulary where you would fill it and they would sort out and give you the
round that should have been theirs
tickets.
in the first
No
place.
one paid for tickets.
If anything,
oh, that's cool. Wait, look, they get the replay.
Convert it into a dub. So if you come back into another tech pause and M80 gets another dub,
damn, look at him go.
They just want to keep going with these tech pauses, but to look back again to Luke Show's position towards that generator, you know, I harped a lot on M80's execution here towards that site, but what really helped too for Luke Show to get such a strong position
where you going?
Side was a one-way smoke that he threw here on the short A side where he could get pinched across. So I think
honestly, really cool replay though. We'll give him that.
Usually being thrown on the defensive side.
Glad we got to enjoy it on the big screen.
So that's why like M80 has to make sure that they leverage a lot, much better utility to really not only flush out with an aftershock, but maybe that Gecko is probably going to be the next best thing, if not the only thing that will be able to help you scan into the site. So you need to try to combine a little bit more this breach and this Gecko here into your site execs. If not, you might get caught with a lot of surprises, just like how Luke Show has just played previously.
And we see like the little monitors on the bottom. We get a chance to see some of the replays. And I just wanted to point out that Nismo got so loud, and you see him kind of half get up and start talking smack to the other side. If there's any smack talking, I swear it's coming from M80 or it's towards M80. Any SAM team playing against M80.
Oh, hold up. Here we go.
They want to beat down North America. They want to beat down the favorites of this tournament. Shut them up once and for all.
Damn, bro, that round forces them down to an eco. The impact is insane from Koala.
For Galorys, Sato testing out, getting vision. M80 will head back.
Sato makes it out with only 60 HP remaining. They were trying to go for just early info. They're using him as a recon dart because, you know, you have Evil Kick just playing on the other end, trying to watch out towards middle and B main. But again, it's another one of those moments where Galorys did try to have a Neon
Dodge up close.
But not too much utility
with the bait in.
Unless
And he's
there
getting
was a
baited.
second layer. If M80 really wanted to try to fight against this, that's when the paranoia would come out here from Rude. But instead, it's a bait and switch.
Nice.
Nice. What? Not even a single shot came out.
Yeah, not bad. They handled this very well.
Jeez, to deal with all
He's
those
not wrong though,
rounds
man.
by
Like
himself, and
this
now
comp
the
here,
loss
a
of
judge.
M80.
Oh my, I will
on
be
the other
using it
side.
pretty much every
M80,
round
it's never
on
been
the fence.
The site executes. It's been the post plans that have hurt M80 the most. And now they have the numbers advantage. They've doubled what Galorys could do, but Evil Kick evens things up. The drone to
Got
check
a Zolt
out
if he
the
tags
site,
one.
making sure no one is inside the smoke.
Oh boy.
Seeing the both remaining players of M80 near elbow side. The Hunter's Fury to line up the pins.
Ended up being pretty nice for M80.
Not laying
As long as he
back
doesn't somehow
against that
two-tap
Hunter's
this.
Fury. Now the spike dwindling away with M80 having vision, a high low, but not able to switch out the gun in time.
That's a lot of damage.
Dude,
Dude, that was
what a nice try, though, by
that was
Evil Kick.
impressive.
Again, another one of those moments where M80 lined up.
It was
against
close,
the
it was
battle,
insanely
got
close.
by the Sheriff,
Yeah,
and
it
it had
was
to come down
very
to
close.
once again individual play. This time from Xander.
I
Somebody
think
that has been
he
talked
only
about here
misses
by
the
Idol Shift
the
on
ult,
desk,
by the way,
that
because
he
he's
definitely
too
step up
close
the
to the
plate,
guys.
Yeah,
just
yeah,
like
it's
how
much
he
easier
did
to
in previous
dodge.
matches and turn things
Yeah.
around here for the team. Another one of those moments with if it wasn't going to be for one of those players from Qualinoob on a previous
Oh,
and
that
this
was-
time Xander, we
I
would
mean,
be
because of the
talking
amount
about
of
a
kills,
different
everyone's
storyline
money's in
now
the
for
bin
Galorys.
again. We got
Galorys' advantage.
every.
But that
I mean,
hurt
these
the
four
econ.
can't
This is a
buy, and
buy
these
here for
two
M80
can't buy.
that would put them into an eco if they
So
lose
we're going to be
this
seeing the
against
breach
Galorys.
into this round from
Same thing
Nismo
Galorys
for
at this
sure.
point. So you're looking
I mean,
at
this guy,
a very
if the breach
important
gets a kill.
round.
Whoa!
Swinging right
Prius?
as they cross mid.
That's what beats everything.
I don't even know who POV we're on there, but that is literally 5 kills in 1 second. I can't even blame Prius for that. Surely we could have got one. Nice kill.
Luke, unobscured, will still fall, get 6 feet under, and it's Rude
I
and a
think Nat heard him.
1v3.
Yeah, they had him for sure.
And they
Oh,
know
maybe
about
not.
he's
I'm
put
looking at the
towards
omen.
B main before. They don't have to chase after it, but they have a trip watching
They didn't know
everything,
if he
so
stuck it.
They should be okay here for M80.
Now the M80 post plants, it's easier when the numbers favor you. Being to force out engagements before the plants happen.
He
Maybe
opened
sure
out to the
about-
other side of the
Better
trip,
on
and now he's going to
offense.
save.
And Rude just going to decide to save that weapon
I'm not
based
sure
on
about
where the
the
economy
save.
or where the economy currently is. Not wanting
With the
reveals
econ
position,
being so
obviously
close, I
teleporting
think it's
past you.
very worth to
We'll
do
go into
damage,
the next
especially
round
if
with
you
an
think
M80
about the
round
He might.
the last round they ecoed. They almost won with
And it's
shares.
hard for
Yeah.
this
Yeah, he's
type of
gonna come and do
competition
damage
here
here.
for M80 to go for this top middle splits. Top mid to B, top mid to A as quickly here as you could on the Neon
Little
composition.
peek, that was it.
But I like that they still went up just to make sure that they had bodies behind so they could trade at least on converging on fighting towards quad when the right side was smoked towards shot. So getting those picks, you saw some instant trades at least on the scoreboard of what happened there that came out in favor of M80 towards the end. Another moment where they went power of numbers, just like the pistol round, just to make sure here that they guarantee coming out ahead in the amount of these fights. Just very simple approach on M80's attack side default on that previous round.
Whoa.
Sato read like a book. M80 covered that chapter before he even slid. A play that Sato did before and got punished again. They Galorys with their buy, they had to go for a risky play to catch M80 before they got comfortable. Speaking of comfortable, Rude is anything but that at 11 HP. Well, Thrash tried to just take it on the chin. Thrash looking for more though, but M80 towards another round win. Not taking too much damage.
Yeah, any extra damage
Xander
done?
Holds the angle. Very patient for M80. Not getting too antsy. His evil kick. Well, all the hubbub was happening at A. All he has to do is wait and do his best.
I respected from BCJ from using the Thrash in an anti-eco against Galorys here with the amount of opening kills that M80 had. on that
And
fight.
ADS, yeah, there's a lot going on.
They wanted to make sure that they didn't run into any
Like
other
you scope in, you get like
against a sheriff,
40
but
less
not
FPS.
only that, they already have a rolling thunder available for Nisbo.
Someone asked me about the AMER rebrand in chat. I don't really like it. I prefer the old one.
Your Dizzy's only going to get short range
But
information.
the colors are
You don't
still
have
the same.
prowlers, you don't have Alendrone, you don't have recon darts, or a haunt to get clear scans. So you're just trying to guarantee
Owe
rounds
with the
at least on
prime.
your
Thank
side
you,
when
thank you
know
with the
it's
4
been
months, man.
cutting close against the
Appreciate that, dude.
Ecos,
Thanks for the
so
prime.
got to make sure here that you cross all your T's, dot all your I's, and hopefully close into first map.
Another
Because if
save,
you're looking at
right?
the rest of it, when it's do or die, Roy mentioned it. We haven't seen.
This is
M80's
an
Ascent,
interesting
Abyss,
save
or
too,
Blind. I'm
because
pretty
he's
sure
the
this is
only
probably
guy
gonna
that
be
can
something
buy
they
an
wanted
op
to save,
if they want it.
thinking it'd be
So he
into
would
a
have to
best
die.
of 5 grand finals, but instead you're caught in a situation where
Depends
you're
if Neo wants
backs
op,
against
really.
the wall, tournaments on the line, and now you have to pull out all your aces. So this gives a chance now for other teams, especially All Knights and 2G that are watching from the background. If it gets to a point where M80 is able to win this series against Galorys, where now their Ascent and their Abyss could be studied for these matches. But for M80, one step at a time. It doesn't matter if you show these maps. You just got to make sure that you cross over Galorys first and stay alive in this Ascension tournament.
And Galorys don't care who's on the other side of the pitch. They're a team that can punch
Tactical
hard.
pause
They
or
gave 2G in the regular season one of their first losses, despite 2G being the #1 team. And despite Galorys losing to M80, they pushed them to the absolute limit. Every game, almost every game went 13-11, 13-11. Like, and it was back and forth. And even despite bringing M80 to Sunset, one of their weaker maps, barely pulled out a win. And Galorys, they're respecting that competition, and they're working so hard to make this an easier time for themselves. And it was a hot start, but one that dwindled away, and one that M80 are starting to counter-strat or just outthink. You know, for
Thank
example,
God
catching
there wasn't
Sato
a
on
tech
that
pause,
usual
yeah.
left side slide on the A side. M80 will not be forced to change unless you make them.
Yeah, key word that you just mentioned there on Sato, usual, right?
Pacific
So
Ascension? Nah, not until like Sunday, because it overlaps a little bit. If you want to watch someone, Neilzinho's the one. Yeah, there we go. Thanks so much.
I updated the command with the
lovely commands.
Yes, it was a little bit
new
of
info.
support this
Give
time around. I
Neilzinho
think
those
from
free
around
viewers.
behind, but overall, it's just been him sliding
He doesn't get a VIP, but he
gets
gets some viewers.
teammates. Or if not before, not at the same time. So they're not coordinating these type of slides in the front to try to fight back against here. M80's slow default.
3? No, it's talking about literally the number 3.
So they have that read on that at least. But then it comes down to how can we do things differently just to make sure that we maximize the value that the slide gets here out of Sato. And it hasn't really come out there yet. But we come out of this tag timeout, there's not going to be any type of thinking of what we could do there. We're focusing on middle. There's a fault line potentially that can happen towards main, a quad push down towards middle, while you anchor up here towards the A side. Solo Cypher play from Luke.
What are we doing with the 4-pass and push on mid? It's a big change up.
They give him mid control.
But still got Breach or one away from Neonaut.
I think they're retaking A with Breach.
What Galorys can do to make
the Cypher is very, very
the
passive.
defense stronger off the rip, or to decide if retakes be the name of the game, the same way Galorys had the initial success in this game. Now with the door being closed,
I like this though, they shoot it from far back and you don't expect the people to be taking the time and walking in. And I mean, they actually do not expect the people taking the timing. This guy had no idea, especially as they showed presence towards middle. Ooh, that was a nice shot. This was a lovely round.
Wow.
This is a lovely, lovely round to watch.
Plant comes in, another
Shoot this from far back. I think this was a Cypher cage. They take a timing walking through as this guy gets pulled over towards middle.
Four players
That was very, very
down.
nice.
They maybe were trying to just count on or catch Net, who's been lurking towards his middle take a lot. And then once they realized nothing was happening, they all let
they
go
take
of that
the
position,
top mid
smoked
fight
towards main,
before
closed the door, and as
the
the door
Euro
breaks,
took
nobody's
the
watching
market
it, so
fight.
The market fight, yeah.
just walk through.
But that was just because of the positioning, right?
Attention away.
binge through.
I think they do it on purpose to draw attention away.
This is
okay.
You see people fighting mid, you don't pay attention to market.
Just slowly falling apart. This is not.
I think I understood the shot. It's alright, we'll get it in the baby replay.
He got out of his box! No, Luke! He was doing a cosplay of an observer, having a water, saw BCJ, and he had a decision whether to pop out of his cage and play the mind games or just stay behind the box, but without vision. That was tough, and now Luke loses that gun. This hurts the economy even more.
Yeah, I mean, it was fast. The fast shot.
Yeah, it's not going to be looking good. They're going to be potentially here on the much lower buy once again. Tempo added up from M80 side. Early Dizzy being thrown and he gets instantly.
Best of 13? Yeah, I think MR12 is like the best one. It is just the best. It's not too long. Overtime's perfect as well.
There's still 2 players there though, and they're gonna meet up.
I think a lot of like the format stuff in this game is really good. I think the only thing again I would change is just the planting and diffusing, giving you an orb. And then I think the game's in a great spot. Bro, we are out here abusing the hell out of market. It's awesome what they're doing. Oh boy, does he go for the others before he goes to the Sova? Wait, he saw the gun. His mate saw the gun.
Waits for the moment.
Oh, what? Wait, he jumped over his head. Leapfrog.
The Rolling Thunder leads the way, and Galorys.
That pre-shows is so funny.
And it's M80 winning every duel, but against, I mean, the weaponry that they have, you would think it's easy, but a lot of damage has been done from the Galorys side.
What's going on?
And Luke,
He just open flashed his teammate.
to wrap around this pillar, hearing M80 slip by them.
They're so weak.
And they're switching sites.
Yeah.
And this guy just goes for the fast rotate instead of picking up the gun. This might win it for them. That really might win it for them.
At least they called out that there was a potential lurk here from Net coming in from the market, which is why Evil King had to let go of his owl drone right away. But at least they'll pick up one weapon. They have a Stinger and a Vandal for a 2v2 retake. Both players are isolated and low though for M80.
I think the Stinger is actually great here because
group up still.
They should know.
There's still a chance though for Galorys.
Luke holds the angle.
And the Stinger's just great for herself. I swear the gun's insane. I got more actually.
Oh, that timing.
That is unreal timing. But the other guy made sound, right? The other guy. I think he did the smoke fast, and then then they went over.
Yeah, it's like, yo, why don't you just defuse Rude? You could go pick up the gun after. I think that's what Luxio's trying to say. I already have my ult, bro. Nonetheless, high fives. We still want the 50.
Yeah, that was a great round, though.
Oh, that is just unlucky timing coming through because, I mean, you
saw
we
got one.
Just hold that angle the whole time. I'm pretty sure he saw Nismo and vice versa.
Full screen.
Even the casters talked about it. I think
because these 2 players are so isolated, far apart between each other. If you've waited that long and they still haven't pushed towards a spawn, naturally Nismo is thinking, well, both of these guys are probably going to push towards
yeah, we got treated.
Support here with the fault line so that Xander could do something here. Unfortunate there for M80, but a great play by Luxio's patience allows Galorys to keep this game close. Dimensional drift though for M80, instantly going into a B-side hit and it's open.
Missed the stun, right?
Okay, Koala Noob snuffing out
guys
where that sentinel is, and as soon as M80 drop, you could see maybe Luke go for a neural theft. There's at least a body for them to use in mid, and that's where Luke is heading for.
Yep.
80 site control. How does the post plan look? Got rid of the camera, but Luke now has full info with the neural theft activated. Market being pushed. M80 have to hold the line, and it's a 4v4 Huntress Fury from Evil Kick. And it leads the way for Galorys. As BCJ use the thrash locks.
I think they should be so fine. They got a flash as well on top.
Just play through main, and Galorys go one by one through
they got a little bit scary. I really think that the Sova ult messed up heavy here. I feel like the Sova ult could have been way better and way better timed as well.
And you got to respect it for Galorys to throw out the Hunter's Fury because of that neural theft. I thought maybe you want to keep the Hunter's Fury to try to counteract into the last second thrash that might be, you know, forced out of M80. But M80 in the moment that they actually got picked here by the hat, They threw an attacking side a smoke right there. Xander throws a smoke towards B main so that players cannot really flood through. So they're just trying to create chaos through the Hunter's Fury and try to fight back at that spot. And it turns out that BCJ used that opportunity to fall back a little bit further back and ult even from the entrance of the B site. Or B
Replays,
spawn,
yeah, we
so
get
that
treated
he
to
can
them
actually
all the
get
time
that
now.
detain on to Rude, which then did not give a chance.
Sponsor to send them the money.
Retake like they're usually really good at. So, AMER, despite losing that 2 versus 2 on Galorys' lower buy, they will not falter under the pressure or under
Valorant
these
needs a
mistakes.
one-site map.
They ended up having a pretty clean run.
Wouldn't shock me if it happened.
We mentioned before here, if you wanted to play against the Neon,
Imagine that's the change they're making to Fracture.
Man, the op's still
Spawn
in the
is actually a
hands
site.
of Koala Noob after that.
That's
Bit of a
exactly what
scramble
I
from
just
both
said in
sides
chat.
as they
Oh, really?
lock eyes.
Okay, yeah. What the hell?
First blooded again. Tough one, but a good read for M80. Once again, catch him in the same spot he always is. From the shadows to check out the B side.
I mean, it is the perfect map for him.
Spotted out Luke, but he's just the way that Luke is now going towards the top site. He wants to play in a safer spot.
Until now.
Wow, look at him.
I feel like Net just gets a free kill every round with his positioning as well.
He knows that Evil Kick usually plays towards the market, so
Man, this is such a fun map to play Lurk on, bro. Once you take mid default and you actually just get into this corner, it's one of the best maps.
Once they fix the B site, this map will be so good.
Yeah, I think you're right.
This map is gonna be amazing.
Galorys have decent options, but just not the firepower.
It's a great ending from them, man. That Koala Noob ace really helped him out.
Switching sides. They had their bases covered, and look, everyone getting fired up on the M80 side, and they got fans in the crowd too.
Nismo is definitely going to be the type of person that's going to be amped up here for the crowd, for the team. And the discussions, you even started from the huddle, how vocal
they
he was
thinking
with
they
the
can
team.
fix it? Yeah, it
They
should be
really
easy to
want
fix,
this right now,
honestly.
of course. It fell short last year.
Valorant, they never make big changes though, so they'll do an easy fix.
But they're looking pretty good here on
They'll either open the main up more, or they'll probably just increase the size of stairs or something like this, so the angle's not dead in a line from the back. Or they just make sure you can't plant there, but I think being able to plant is pretty good.
This time around, but slid from elbow and still got punished the same way. So I think it was a little bit too one-dimensional on that side.
Oh, mid-luck? That's true.
And if it wasn't for some
Oh,
sort of
mid-luck
heroic
is
plays
good.
in these low buys from Sherry's shots from Evil Kick, it would have been a much different story here for
8 without pistol is amazing.
M80.
Not wrong.
A strong first half, 8-4. A lot of Sato fans, especially in the crowd, who is still waiting to get into that spotlight to really be that star player for Galorys, as one of the biggest pop-off players we can have in Ascension, who has gone toe-to-toe against any duelist we've had.
You just make that box spammable.
And the key to victory to
Think
teams
you'd
that
find that
face
would work the
M80
other way,
is,
Bacon.
how can you find Koala Noob? The guy who's had the most first kills, but also the most first deaths. The one that you can exploit from M80.
Map
But
2 is
after
a
that Koala
Ascent.
Noob ace, oh, there is just something in the water. There's something. M80 fully locked into this match, knowing this is their last chance to try and make Ascension.
Yeah. And as you bring up that point, I think maybe that's why you're seeing Sato
One-way
just trying to
spam.
slide so early
Okay.
in these moments. It's Koala Noob is going to be the one in the front trying to scout out opponents. And
Yeah,
TP
pretty
away.
impressive
We
from
just
here
saw that in
onwards.
that previous round, but when Sato tries to go for the chase, there's still 2 or 3 other people just crouched behind, waiting to fight back. There's lack of utility here from Galorys to have a strong defensive side, but now they have a chance to dictate the pacing on the attack side. When I was watching here M80 play their attack side, I was almost watching 2G against M80 previously, where they worked the map on their defaults very, very well. Now for
Imagine
M80,
G2 versus G2. Sorry,
yeah,
random thought, but go on.
yeah, G2 against G2, I think G2 would win.
2G versus G2. Honestly, yeah, that too. Well, we talked about the Galorys pistol stats. What is it? Almost 75% win rate, and I'm trying not to curse it, I swear, but it's first blood as Galorys wrap around through mid behind M80. But Koala Noob not only gets a kill, but
yeah, a little bit scary with no side control, but worked out alright.
Gives him a chance to flood retake, but Nismo's down, so that's an important piece of utility that's missing. That might not give too much value out of Dizzy, as I say that implies I do.
Man.
Oh, 15 HP shouldn't be doable. One bullet.
Now it's just
definitely shouldn't be doable.
Some damage done, and he reveals his position.
Classic sponge should never be doable. Pistol spam.
Bullets. You just have to prevent the defuse, and Rude couldn't do anything about it. M80 will take the
Had to
pistol.
just randomly hit it.
1-1
for the pistols. Pretty nice.
It actually gets that pick, and that's just unfortunate there for Galorys. It wasn't supposed to come down to this.
We're getting consistent replays now.
Yeah, no, they leveled up, man.
But because they lost all those players in the
We're actually
process
back.
of that Dizzy that was being thrown, that blooded so many players.
Oh no, he bought a judge.
To a point where Rude could actually go for a spray through the smoke into the default spot, tucked into the corner. We can only focus on, or we should only focus
His
on
defense, right?
a quarter of a circle
defense
to get
judge.
that spray.
I don't like the judge in round 2.
The same. It kind of snowballs out of control. I always opt for a Bucky, just because it gets a little bit mad if they actually get the gun.
No more lurk for you. But hey, that's fine. Galorys don't want to mess with that judge. They're pushing elbows, stunning the whole squad there, actually. No one whole day short, smoked off. Galorys have to work with what they can see, and all they see is nothing. Darkness, death, M80. To stop the flood from even developing. The aftershock, Ringo knows the exact distance, but now more
Hey, kind of nice that BCJ gets some kills there as well for the ult to come up.
Yeah, and forcing BCJ to hunt it down too, so they could get the Thrash activated ASAP. But you talked about just not wanting any smoke on the judge towards the B main. They ran into just 2 players just spamming with Guardian Inspectors, and it was good enough here to drop the players over of Galorys too, who are trying just to get a plant down towards this A site, which again, that would have been 2 plants. Build up the economy on their side and hoping to bring the tally back here in their second half. But this is a much different Galorys that is unexpected so far, because it hasn't been as
bonus. I mean, they got
like clean cut.
They got all the guns, one of each.
I'm hoping that this changes now that they have weapons to work with.
So he plays.
Maybe you just have to hold angles.
Yeah, having that makes the most sense as well. Problem is, like in this map, kind of only like a couple of judge spots.
Couldn't do anything against the crossfire.
But you kind of want a 3 in my opinion. Maybe the judge over towards middle is better than I thought.
Not as, there's no excuse of smoke standing in Galorys' way, and
yeah, like you push close middle, right?
You go for more information. And
yeah, left side.
Yeah,
left side if we're looking at map. Yeah.
Galorys, any rounds, still having a recon now, using the drone to explore market. On the other side is BCJ with 4 util. Sato tries to isolate the entries. Slips through the volley,
what is that?
Net. Numbers even. Now the cards are on the table for Galorys. And standing in front of them is Nismo. And playing alongside Koala Noob will just play the half of the site. And Urango bests him. And Galorys bring it to a 2v2 with a judge in Xander's hand. BCJ
he has pretty good timing. It's pretty good timing, but the worst possible gun for it. Oh, okay, that helps.
It's a great eco though.
Yeah, it's a great bonus no matter what. Could be a little bit gutted because obviously could have won it, but
it's always that situation. Get out on a 1v1, right?
Yeah. Until you get like, especially after you get the first kill, like you need to see what the insta reaction is.
And it was a good read from M80 to start a solo play towards the A site with the trips.
I think he should know.
He kind of did, so he kind of waited like a second.
The camera was
he should know both for close, because when Xander dies,
he saw him.
With the fault lines, they had everything going to their name.
Right, let's find out if it's.
Oh, that's a nice spam.
Well, 5 HP as well. Yeah.
5 HP.
Oh, it didn't hit.
Now Now they crunch into B. No time wasted.
Nah.
The neon wall to cut off market.
Nah.
Great play by Sato.
Zender uses a very low sense.
Clears everything.
It's like
One last trip and maybe this is a
1.5.
chance for Net to swing out if someone
Okay.
made contact with it, but now M80. Everyone in position for a 4v5 retake. The dimensional drift that could get them information if you wanted to wrap around back, but it will do this as a united effort, 1-for-1. It's Aftershock.
What? The classic. Ooh, official gets one.
Now from the defense. Did get a lock. As Rude just has to prevent.
Okay, they handled it pretty well. We might have a game here for sure.
That's what was missing.
Now they're gonna eco to get the ults, get the money good.
Try to smother some players back towards that B main, trying to play the
1.15? Nah, I meant 0.115.
Garrus's chat likes to call it the bud set. But that said, you had Nismo tap onto the
Cassidy with the prime. Thank you so much, man. Appreciate the 14 months. Thank you, thank
a
you.
little bit more forward, because it's not going to be Koala Noob's responsibility. He has an operator. He has to watch one line while he has to be the other two fighting. It has to be Nismo moving forward if BCJ is going to be in this thrash. So unfortunate there on how they were trying to retake that 3 versus 4, and that breaks the econ and also breaks the ult econ for an N80 and gives Galorys once again another fighting chance off the back of how Evil Kick played on that previous round, the last 2 previous rounds, and now they also have the opportunity to cycle ults very closely in their favor now.
And to build up towards ults if you're Galorys. Big farming round. Crops looking good, but it's first blood for Net with the Sheriff. And man,
Wow.
it's just bloodshed.
He ended up doing pretty good, but they
at
could
the
still get a
A
gun
side.
from this, right? Or multiple guns. This is a weird round.
Rude and Evil Kick in a 2v2. 50 on the line. I mean, anything could happen. Ascension from the shadows.
Oh, I like this.
Joining.
Is Sova gonna stay around to protect the guns or
Yeah,
what?
he ain't going to miss that one.
Oh.
Oh god.
These guys are gonna
so
pick up 2
sad.
guns.
And Koala has ult too.
They didn't pick up guns.
Close
Yeah,
out the
so
gap.
at least he TP out. They're
They
able to
picked
get
up
that
one
plant,
gun.
and now I love, at least from the
There's
defensive
another
side,
one
that
in
they
mid.
kept pushing forward to upgrade weapons. But they're going to make a lot of noise in this process where Evil Kick's going to hear all of this. So he's going to have to play the one and done. Both of the players will have to play a one and done. Paranoia is already being thrown here. So MA is going to expect this double head up.
Wow, that's
Whoa.
Oh my god.
Through the paranoia, blinded. Koala Noob. Oh my god. Will fall. 1v1.
Yeah, no time on
Xander
this one.
was-
Dude, what a round though from
Not
him.
much more than Xander can
Zender was flashing, so he couldn't break
try to
the
keep
dart.
the rifle and even deny Rudes. Just can't believe that.
That was actually kind of sick though from Evil Kick.
Oh,
Right,
it was,
so
it was a
whenever
really
happens
awesome round
that
from
he's
him.
actually
He did
getting
great.
Pushed by the dimensional drift, he gets his position revealed, he gets hit by a paranoia and throws a recon dart, so that while blinded, it actually pings out Koala Noob coming out of his ult and gets the kill. And when we talked about it was going to be 2 individual plays there coming through on a 2 versus 1 in favor of M80 until Evil Kick pulls magic out of his hat to win that 1v1 against Koala Noob and give that
What
chance.
sports do I
for
follow?
Galorys
Like
to win that
closely, I
count.
follow
Actually closing the gap now
football,
by 3 only.
basketball.
They are doing such a good job here
Jeez,
on the
how'd you have the
defensive
time?
side and not giving a chance.
I like
attacking side and not
NFL
giving
as
a chance
well,
for M80
and
to fight back
but
where
volleyball.
they're in
Yeah, I
positions
follow
for M80
volleyball
side where they
closely
like
too.
to force this off
I mean, I
as
just
soon as possible
I
for
don't know.
Koala Noob,
I'm always
but it makes it
watching
so much more difficult
something.
for them to play the retake on towards these
A bit
sides.
of both,
So
just
they can keep
Nova.
pushing Koala Noob away into these lines of sights with the operator.
I don't
then
support
that
any
should give them not
teams
only aggressive
in
positioning right after
NFL
the TP,
and
but also aggressive positioning in post plant
and
scenarios
NBA.
where Koala Noob is going to have to hold a different
I just
angle. You're
watch
hoping to-
because I
you
like
should
it.
know not to run into those angles. So I like the scaling that's happening right now for Galorys.
I used to follow MLB more,
Worst
like
case
a
scenario
couple
for
of
M80,
years
I know they're on a
ago,
3-round loss streak. There seems to be at
but
least a wife for Net.
not
crowd,
anymore.
so take the dubs where we can.
Yeah, I watch F1 as well.
A wife. They want to ascend.
Oh man,
to
BCJ
like-
is on his own. Dude, you watch so much sport. That's crazy.
A
I watch things all day, like all day, every day. I'm watching something.
That space up to Galorys.
My football team is I cheer for Corinthians.
Still do their best, even with the paranoia being thrown by Xander to shake things up, and Sato sat down once again with the rolling thunder.
3v5, we used the ult, and oh my god, it might work. Whoa, that was close.
Nismo will clean it
But
up
they
at
really
the
went
end
for
of
it.
the day for M80.
Sorry, I got overly excited as how it was nothing but cosmetics come out from a Rolling Thunder, and people are getting stunned and still getting kills on both ends. That was so close there. If Rue could actually connect into that last kill towards the back and isolate that 1v1 towards the end, but it almost didn't have to come down to that. They had the Hunter's Fury to clear out that space from Evil Kick. It did get the ping here onto BCJ, but then scaling within that site, that micro scaling that I was giving a lot of confidence here for Galorys to be able to move into the site. They lose one player in the process, and yeah, they fought fairly aggressively in the post plant to try to make a play. I would understand that you're a player behind, 2 players behind on the post plant. You're hoping to flip the map with the Rolling Thunder. But M80 just had too many bodies with good crosshair placement that denied here the push towards the spawn, and puts M80 now at 2 points away of closing out the first
Now
map.
it's M80 is playing B retake with the breach choke.
Off his flash over top of A. Behind him is Nismo, who
Yeah, Xander's playing like a lunatic though. Does this guy see him?
execute if it were to still happen
This
at
guy's
A.
no.
I think with
Oh
Galorys
my wait.
feeling discovered, gonna shift their attention.
He never saw him on the cam, and he still expected.
Dude, that must have been such a jump scare for Xander.
Could have made that worse, but
Bro, look at the neon. That was awesome as well. Oh, this could get really close. Straight up reset for the money. Or 1-9. These guys are gotta save.
You're almost watching it to a point where
They gotta
from where
save.
Xander's position is, I feel like maybe Net should have been watching
Yeah,
towards
I
main.
think
I'm not too sure what was missing there.
Koala can drop one.
That was
like
a free
a
kill
guardian,
from Buckshow that just
and Nat can
gave
buy
around
his
here
own.
for Galorys. Let's reset,
It's a
go
good
next.
save.
Yeah.
But it's not the type of results you want. I mean, both teams
Their money's
are
not
getting
that high, so they
same
won't
type
hunt,
of
which is good.
root losses coming out of these timeouts, right? Galorys previously had a timeout on the first half, and they got denied here by M80 on their attack side. M80 calls a timeout for the previous
In favor
round,
of
going
breach
to
or
this round
removing
here, they get
crosshair.
backstab, and instantly Galorys
I wonder
get
if that
the
would
last
absolutely
with the B
wreck
side and
people.
I think
lower
stuns
skill.
overall
full roster stay
should
alive for
remove
the Black Knight Flawless.
the crosshair.
But then
That's gonna
neon
help
becomes
too into the
insane.
later
though.
rounds for Galorys to stay within reach here of tying up the game.
Yeah, but I also don't think
This could have
Neon
been
should
a different
shoot
round if
accurately
Galorys
while it's sliding.
continued to commit to the A site. If
it's
they
mental.
played into the
Yeah,
M80
I agree.
hands of a Rolling Thunder that had their name on it. But Galorys very smart to take their time after they got pinged by the Gecko Flash to shift over. And M80 were
Sideshow
operating
says people
pretty
just use
blind, and
third-party crosshairs.
they get blindsided
Probably,
at
is that
the
a thing?
end of the day. I mean, Xander.
Yeah, third-party crosshairs are a thing, but you can't do that on land. I don't really care about
Still only
rank
2
too
rounds
much.
away for M80.
Like if
Yeah.
you can do you can't do
Galorys
on
will stay on
land,
their tail.
it won't be a thing on tournaments. Wow.
Until Xander gets these picks.
Oh, that is satisfying.
Yeah, just finding out. Where's anything to
Ow.
blow up behind that in terms of util? Sato,
He's amazing.
we're gonna have to look into his FD and KD towards the end, but he's not looking like he's
And
having
he-
the best of times playing defensive
He was
side
one
or offensive
that
side
shouldn't have a
of
gun,
Sunset here.
but they gave the
Xander's like,
guardian
wait
to
till I'm
Nismo,
front-facing.
and
Wait
he
till I
had
can
a
shoot
bandit.
that. This will be a whole
Yeah, what an
different
absolute
ball
round.
game. Yeah, maybe just Galorys thought that M80 would just be.
He's
looking
angry
down
from the previous
tunnel,
round on B
center
main.
mid
Yeah, you might be
instead of
right.
on
That was
angle
insane.
That Galorys were pushing from. It was a different approach for Galorys, and they're throwing everything but the kitchen sink at North America's greatest. And Luke will hope to keep the rifle with the spike way out of sight. This will
wants to
put
fight it.
M80 to map point. Okay, let's tango.
He's gonna turn the corner. There's like 3 people watching him.
Big man. Luke.
I have retrieved the spike.
Got a 1v1 there.
Dude.
Able to escape towards B.
Oh, this is
They
a
put
nice play.
camera out
This
there
is
so
a
they
nice
could play
play.
the contact, and
Ah,
it
it is a
I like
very
that.
nice idea. Yeah, that was a nice try.
That was a risky play.
Dude, imagine a
That was
couple of
risky play,
them just
unexpected,
running full sprint,
again, that
trying to get
was-
to sight
that could've been
early.
something
Yeah,
different
no,
there
the
for
idea is
M80
so
to
good.
potentially lose trying to play the contact off the cam, at least if it gets picked up, but then everybody fell back, and falling back gave so much space here for Luxio to move up and then just win that 1v1 against VCT, where it should have been, if anything, an instant.
Dude, that is insane.
But thankfully here, he ran back into the open arms of M80, rotating over towards his B site, and then it's still going to be the same finish towards the end, the same conclusion that it is. Map point for the first map.
Vice is playable for China and Pacific Ascension, but not America.
And this was a Galorys
Oh,
map
Pacific, really? That could be interesting.
Yeah. Just a little reminder. And went the distance last time and made a whole different beast when it comes to playoffs. When it comes to the lower bracket, who got humbled by 2G to be one round away from taking map 1 and then bringing themselves to Ascent, which isn't the M80 Icebox, it isn't an M80 Lotus, but it's still M80 who have barely
Astra
shown
buff
any
patch? Yeah,
weakness
it will
when
be
it
the same
comes
patch then.
to At least their map
The
pool in
Astra
North
buff.
America.
Wait.
Yeah.
But they're going up against
It came
teams
after.
that, M80 don't scrim.
No, it's the same patch
different
the
play styles
Chinese
and
guys are playing.
different
okay.
players to go up against.
This would actually be
I don't
very
know
good
the
for
number.
M80 if they close
I'm
out
looking
Sunset
for it
against
right now.
Galorys here, because if they play Ascent and they
9.4,
haven't
I think.
brought anything
Yeah,
new,
I mean, that sounds
then we
right.
know that they should be playing double Senti with the Koala Noob on Yoru, which is something that they're good at, they're comfortable with, and
Deadlock
they're playing
Vice
against a Galorys
comps?
that also plays a double Senti with a Deadlock, and they're okay to play against that because North America kind of spearheaded that with
I just
with
can't
Guard
see many
Zero
people doing it in
for
pro
Turtle
play,
Troop.
but
So
maybe I'm wrong.
that would give an opportunity for M80 not to show their hand on Abyss in a third map.
Right there.
Well, what's the big combo between them?
So
Why do they work well
close is
together?
Super important for M80 in the long run in terms of gaming the map veto against their opponent.
Just shooting the flash?
Rolling thunder through mid, just sectioning.
No,
the field in half.
they did that
Gives
thing
first
again.
blood to
They did
M80.
a mid push
They
with
have
Util,
rifles, and M80 have the
while
perimeter.
Koala pushed they with
Dolores got
walking.
caught in this place, but
And got a
now they
guy
got
on the side
smokes
because they were paying
make
attention
their
to the mid
focus
stuff.
more
Oh,
aligned.
that's nice.
Now that that
Nice
clears,
shot.
Dolores get a cheeky angle on BCJ. Now with the cage on the left, they could obscure if anyone were to come out of the B site. And Galorys will continue to try to use the element of mystery.
Oh, the door's
To
closed.
collapse
I
on the
find it
market.
so
You
weird.
thought everyone was looking away with the door open.
Just setting up here.
Yeah.
They
You're like,
wanna
what
get
the
a run
hell's
going to
going on?
main, making sure he clears that first so that they could go for a timing, break the door, he fault lines in there, and then they hopefully take down these two players of M80 inside market.
From the shadows, meeting a friend at the back of the site. Now the market engage ensues, and you're seeing
Oh.
step into that smoke and didn't get the heads up play on Rude, and it's a 1v2 for the win. Koala
Oh, he
Noob
TP'd past the trip.
behind.
Yeah.
They have no
prevent the
idea.
plant.
They're
Dolores
kind
on
of
the
expecting
first
it.
plant,
Oh,
just gonna
He
play out of
smoked.
sight.
Gonna flash this.
Koala Noob still
No way, he's doing
flash.
that.
He's
No way, he
making
just
it
did
look
that.
like he's a clown.
That's awesome.
You can get away with it. Got a flash, and they divide, they section, Koala Noob
Damn,
dances,
I
and
love,
open up the other great
love.
combination out of the Lords. They buy
he
another
did
round.
that a lot during regular season.
Really?
in America.
That's so good.
Oh
He
my
was doing
God.
it like coming out of the ult. People
Imagine
always
that
throw
works.
the
Oh
flag
yeah,
first.
and then he's the
He would
first
go.
guy out.
He's
I
the
mean, you
first.
gotta
Oh
have
my
some
God,
fun
that's
with it
sick.
Too, right? And they already probably heard the TP from the back lines too when he actually went across the.
Let me see if I can
into
find the
B main.
clip.
So I respect
We can
that
watch
play. And he
during
almost
map
got
break.
that drive-by ADS kill onto the left side, which would have been the clutch of the century if Koala Noob pulled that. That would have been on clips all over Reddit, all over YouTube Reels, anything, TikTok, whatever you name it. But now for M80, they still
With
have
Vice
something
and
to work with,
Deadlock,
but
so much delay
pretty much made it
util
towards the
2
bottom of the
walls
barrel.
post plant retake is impossible against Deadlock.
only a judge now in the
I
hands
bet.
of Xander and playing at close range. A good
You could say
spot
that
we
about a
know
lot of
here that
agents. I don't see how those
Superman
two
kinda
combo
likes
well
to play
together.
too, and is
They
very
both
dangerous
lack
at
the
that
same thing of
position.
info.
So Galorys now not reading into that, going to what would give them a little bit more space.
It
leading
just
here
wouldn't
towards
work.
the A
People would
side.
just walk up everywhere against you.
Look how turtled up we are for M80. There is going to be zero information, all reactive plays, tight angles being held by BCJ.
Use Vice Wall for flanks, then why are we using Vice?
You're trying to react on
Wouldn't
the
you just
fly
combo
here for
Deadlock
M80.
with something else?
No eyes on mid. But all eyes are on Galorys if they can keep this round alive. And a Thrash did manage to detain someone. And Galorys will even up the numbers.
This guy wins the round, right?
Forces as the spike carries through to A. And there's still Koala Noob to worry about with Nismo on the other side with Util, but you're probably not gonna have
That
time
poor
to
guy,
use
that
it.
poor random guy just took a shot.
1080. Spring through the box, couldn't prevent the plant.
Whoa, what a shot.
The punish route, an evil kick, bites back. 2v2. Smoke's in the way. Once that clears, it's all on the table.
Oh my
what
God.
a swing from Rude. Paranoia. But Rude had smoke, and he slips into elbow, teleports. And Xander missed his opportunity.
Oh, smoke.
Least
Oh,
got
smoker,
full
man.
kick.
Smoker, tap,
He's already
spike,
bleeding
maybe
out.
half, up to you.
1v1. He's gonna smoke himself off. Taps the spike.
Hey, played it very, very well. Lovely round from Xander.
To give
Okay. Yeah, this was nice though. Shout out to Koala Noob. I feel like that ace at the beginning really helped what was going on.
It built so much momentum for them.
Yeah, it stabilized them so much.
Which was something that we talked yesterday about them lacking. Like they started both maps losing.
Yeah, they both had rough starts.
Never had the
just a
momentum.
little bit versus lower buys, but the game plan that they had around Sato's aggression on the defensive side was spot on from A to Z.
Wow,
Well read.
the
And
first
on their
Bloods was
attack side, really
insane. It
worked
was
that map quite well here for M80.
15 to 7 for M80.
15 to 7.
Here, I would
Yeah.
like to say for M80 because you're going into a second map of Ascent where you have some tape of how Galorys plays, but they have no idea of what if you're going to bring something new here on your map of Ascent.
And the veteranship showing on the M80 side in these very stressful duels coming down to 1v1s. And for Galorys, a lot of these players, this is their first team, and everything is on the line in this lower bracket, choosing to go to Sunset, falling to M80. Up next, we're gonna have Ascent, but before we go there, we gotta take a break. We're from the desk. See you soon.
Okay, map 1, sunsets. Get the VOD going and then we're good. Yeah, I think Vice combos with a lot of stuff. Deadlock I don't see as one of them. They both do the same thing. Okay, let me spam some ads as well. Vice Killjoy works pretty well together, yeah. You got the info, you got trap plays, and then both the mollies combo. And also the wall as well, you could take combos. Okay, I will be right back, chat. I'm just gonna spam some ads.
Alright, chat, I'm back. We need to get Sliggy to watch this. Let me send it to YouTube chat as well. I only found this version. I need to I wanted the casting one.
All right, and a do or die series in the lower bracket. It's going to be M80 to come out top of the very first map of Sunset. Galorys destroys in the matter, and what a series it was. I mean,
he had another one where he hit the shot.
With the expectations, both were very
but
stark
I
about
haven't
that,
found
talking
it.
about on their own socials.
I think it was against YFB, maybe.
I had the most questions about how M80 were going to respond
No, I'm not
defensively
sure.
after dropping this map yesterday. Offensively, they looked fine. I think anytime you put a Gecko on this map, it becomes pretty self-explanatory that Wingman is going to be the one trusted to plant, and then you just got to set up your post plant, whether you want to scale deep, set up towards market.
What do you mean back up, Saint? We had one bad game.
about
Fine.
how we were playing it because
It's
early
always
on
been
in
fine.
the first half, there were a couple of throwaway rounds where M80 just get caught playing backside pillar, just not playing in either market nor B main, but they did what they needed to do. Getting 8 rounds in the offense was more than what you would have wanted, and then on the defensive side, the retakes did find more success here today. So really happy, I think, with the small adjustments that M80 were able to make to get this map won.
I like how you mentioned that as we get to see the pop in the back of the head there. And I think that there was mistakes coming out from both teams in this. But as we kind of went on, we got to see both teams kind of warm up a little bit more here, Roy.
It's
which is
from
good considering we have a series ahead of us.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean,
It's
I do
from
wanna
The
touch on the
Wire,
fact that
right?
The layers of mind games between these two teams was very, very high, right? Like you could tell there's an insane amount of prep going into this matchup between these two teams. Luxo having a read on how Xander wanted to play in B main is one
What was
very
the
simple
question?
example of that.
I
But even
missed
the
it.
levels of control, the level that M80 went, the depth that M80 went to shut down Sato's early pressure, right? Because we talked a lot about that going into this map, is the fact that M80 struggled a lot with their early openers in the previous map. But in today, in the first map right here, they were doing extremely well in that regard. We had Koala on 6-1 on the openers. BCJ did not have very high numbers. He only
By
had
the way,
12 kills,
Kosti,
but
there's
4 of those kills are
a new
openers.
documentary
Two is one
I
death.
need to
So
watch
obviously there was some
on
level of preparation when it came to
on
how they wanted to
HBO
open the
about
rounds
it.
and how Galorys wanted to play this as well.
Sopranos.
And it's also
They-
just like
they
the
did
simple
a-
analysis. The people you needed to see step up
doc
today really
about
did
it.
step up. We had talked about people who maybe
It's
didn't
about
have the greatest series
the
yesterday. and
legacy
I mean,
of the
Xander
series.
at the end being able to get that 1v2.
It looks
also
pretty
just
good.
Great kills
Huge.
throughout the series. I mean, even calling back to one of the more impactful moments really, really early on, which kind of set the tone for the match here. Talking about Koala Noob, I mean, Roy, early on, there's an ace, and that kind of switches momentum up.
God, our producers are so good at their job. But yeah, this was a very monumental part of the game, right? Because up until this point, it was a very
Oh
close
my god,
half.
you
can see
should
Koala
not
grabs the spike.
drop
He
that.
takes
Soprano is
fight,
so good.
Immediately dodges the next fight. And then
I
there's
get
just a
it that
layer
it's
of mind games that
it's
are
kind of
happening.
slow
Now, of course,
paced
we're not gonna watch that
compared
entire clip all
to
over,
other
but
series,
the
but
whole point
it's
being
such a good
is that
series.
Yoru is not a very simple agent to play. It requires a lot
But
of
to
calculations.
answer
and yeah,
you,
we're
QT
sitting
Souls,
here with
I
70,
think
80 beats per
Brazil
minute in our
Brazil
hearts, but
is
these players
stacked
are
with
adrenaline
controller
fueled.
players
To be
in
able
future.
to calculate these things and to be able
There's
to play
like a
to the
lot of
pressure
players
of like pretty
that
much
are
your
really
entire
good
career being on the line
in the
is just
controller role in
mind-blowing to
Brazil.
me.
First of all, Roy, my
And
impressive heart rate
I
is
think
at a cool
Cortesia is my
67,
favorite.
all right? Not 70 to 80. Second of
he's
all,
been-
for Koala Noob,
I think
what we talked
he
about,
popped
the
up
dimensional
in
drift
the
is
scene
like a guaranteed round win
at the
when
end
they
of
have it from
the
get-go. For him to
Astra
pull it out in 1v2 is just
the Astra
ballsy.
meta
Love the commitment.
days,
Definitely an injection of life.
and
now
it was
we get to
pretty
see something
sick.
fresh, although maybe
He's
it does
really
feel
good.
a bit forced that I maybe have to pull something weird out, kind of a wild card earlier than they may have wanted to in this overall playoff tournament.
I mean, looking at Ascent next.
Breaking Bad fan, yeah, it's one of the rare series that I've actually watched.
During the cast was when we look at Ascent, we look at these two teams and we look at the compositions. M80 first off has been really, really strong on here, but Vance brought up at the point that unless someone switches things up, we should be going for that deadlock v deadlock. And Roy, where did that originate?
I hate giving Vance, first of all, I hate giving Vance compliments, but he's so good at his job and handsome. But he did mention that North America actually pioneered the deadlock cipher composition. That is absolutely true. It was Dark Zero, formerly known as Turtle Troops. They were the ones that brought that meta forth. They're the ones that popularized it, and now a bunch of teams around the world are playing that.
Shut the fuck up, Saint.
Is that M80 has played against this comp all year long.
That's a certified stellar creation.
Was swapping to that composition, but for me the main point being here is that
that was Chamber. Chamber was talking to Killjoy.
Plays very well into this composition, so the Yoru versus Jet is going to be a big factor. But the Yoru utility, the clone, it's actually able to break a lot of the gadgets and activate a lot of the traps that teams struggle with when it comes to hitting sites on their attack side.
And I think the thing about it is we've seen Wallenoob do some crazy things on Sunset with Yoru, and I mean crazy like legitimately lunatic, where he's trying to blindside and then gate crash deep behind a team at B main. That last map, he's trying to pretend to be the decoy. Like, this guy is utilizing every inch of the Yoru kit to try to do something wild. So that is going to be something that I think is going to be an issue for Galorys that they need to keep an eye on. Whereas on the flip side, I think you have to point out that, yeah, the Jet is going to be a flex factor, but most importantly, you got to remember the fact that so far through this matchup, Sato has not done anything. He went 2 for 6 in first bloods on Neon in the first series and bottom fragged on his team. So
what M80 going to play here? Deadlock comp.
Called upon Xander to do for
it's
M80 today.
Apex
and that's
one.
A really stark
Apex stole from them,
the
actually.
Coming up
Okay.
as well.
Yoru deadlock
was already
cipher.
performing on that Yoru for Sunset, and Sato was really kind of slow to be warming up. And now when we're looking at a do or die situation for Galorys, and you need that Jet to be stepping up, who is not quite warm, not quite ready for that first match.
Galorys was playing the
turnaround, and there needs
Jet
to be turnaround
version
now
of it.
because again, lower bracket. This is do or die, right?
Absolutely, yeah. There are no more rooms for error. And I do want to circle back to the last time that Galorys did play this. It was against Reta during that. And while we roll the agents, I'm just going to kind of talk over this because we are going to get confirmation whether there have been compositional changes. But Luxo and Sato both had a pretty quiet game. I mean, Sato did not have a terrible game, but Luxo was extremely quiet. And again, these are not really the type of players that don't bounce back. They will definitely bounce back. We saw it today in the first map. And there it is. The mirror matchup, the Yoru versus the Jet. This is going to be a super interesting matchup, guys.
I mean, Jet against the Yoru, yeah.
Oh, this is for absolutely everything. For M80, it's a chance to be moving on to the lower finals and try and fight another day. For Galorys, a chance to try and stay in Ascension, stay in the playoffs.
We rarely see a deadlock against a deadlock.
Let's see if they can take it to a map 3. Head back.
I'm trying to think if I've seen a deadlock against a deadlock.
I know I did because
it's all up to this
any challenges was everyone was playing this comp.
This tough double senti composition that M80 knows
but I don't
so
think
well,
we saw it
Galorys
on
are gonna try
international.
To mimic, but Galorys, they're able to punch
yeah,
back,
cool,
but
but
based on how
it's
Sunset went,
BO5
M80
for
just punch
lower
harder.
in grand finals.
Agreed, and to look back to what Roy was mentioning here, that you're a variant going into
Nismo will not do the deadlock call that you hate.
The lack of flashes that would
he does
be
not do that one.
if you're running basically Galorys' composition right now, because the most tried and true comp.
What are we at? One for pistols, right? Yeah.
Flash to move back within the sites, but Galorys adding flashes now to this comp. Also still be able
Galorys
to
on defense, M80 on attack.
Through the utility of all the sentis creates that space right now that makes the Yoru kind of like an all-around encompassing great agent to utilize and maximize the composition here that was
util on util. I mean, this guy's going to calm this, and then I guess they're just going to wait for it to time out before they hit. You would
and
imagine.
Also just to be able to have that backline pressure when Galorys does have that all, and it's all been about intelligent plays, about the mind games, as the desk pointed out, and we said as well during Sunset. Now M80.
This is a strong defense setup, though, right? Depends. The Omen might get caught out in the open.
And Galorys happy to give that up, but someone who's trapped here is Luke and Sato playing towards a main. That's
wow, they played this really well.
They're happy to engage. It ends up being an ultimate collapse.
They played this really well.
Into
With the little nitro smoke on site here as well. Guy won the most important duel at AMER.
Another one of those moments where they're trying to work towards middle and split towards an area where it's not being watched or usually not being pushed here on pistol rounds on the defensive side. But for M80, they still omit watching and taking control of at least one extremity. There was only one player playing against Sato back towards the A main, so it could have the cleanest pinch as possible towards the A site. But as soon as you lose that position, there's no smoke towards A main. It makes it so hard for you to flip back towards
the smoke inside.
When also the way from Galorys to throw that,
really strong.
That smoke. Okay. That was a nice little shot, but yeah, we'll hold that thought. There's an aggression here coming out from M80, and as the wall comes up, now I can finish my thought. I love at least a reaction here from Luke Show to throw that smoke within the A site to give a chance here for Galorys to just stay anchored in. So great defensive round to start.
Yeah, shout out to production for giving Galorys a practice range in round 2. Yeah, I jinxed it low-key, but yeah, Galorys ain't kidding around with this outlaw. And we wanted to see Sato start to activate. It was a hot start for Galorys on Sunset. But trailing off is M80. Why they're the best team in North America is being able to adapt. Usually be able to play to their game, and not a lot of teams can make M80 not play their game. But M80 will adapt and overcome eventually. But can Galorys keep up the strong start that they have?
Yeah, it almost feels like this composition is going to activate Sato a little bit more, and even the supporting cast around him, because you're not going to have to be tied up with having your initiator.
They know the outlaw's out,
or the outlaw for Sato
but
to
only
get the best value
two
out
of them.
Composition. Now he plays a jet.
I mean, 2 of them can get one shot.
Look for these aggressive peaks like he's currently doing and dash away whenever he wants.
And in
but
theory, Eurocomps, I say it can't solo site hit.
The whole middle right now.
And I think they're going to try and solo site hit.
Early rotate coming out from the defensive side over towards A, excuse me.
Here's M80 just adapting, just teleporting, making sure that, okay, Rango popped out last time. Sato as well.
Okay.
The random first plus.
A-main control, they picked up the orb, question mark.
Yeah, can go into this map confidently, but still needing to respect Galorys. Be vigilant.
That's an interesting cage
Rod
has on it.
This one here, so that he can take the angles and get the kill off the trip.
The trip, yeah. Pretty, very nice.
With this deadlock on the left side. See how M80 at least know that it's there.
It's such a late wall too, so it just forces the hand of M80 to go into the A site where all of the rest of the utility of Cypher and the numbers are out on the defensive side.
It's pretty cool though. Oh, that Omen flash was insane. I can't believe he didn't get a kill off it. Oh, okay, well, a little bit late maybe too. Hey, this was nice from them though.
Yeah, that was a very nice hold.
Look, they had done the homework as well. The cage is where the guy TPs to, right? And then once he hits the DP, just pops the cage up, and then you're gonna hear him exit either side.
Yeah.
And at the same time, he can pop it up and get a kill in front of Jenny from the trip.
And it lost a spike in that position. And again, I gotta say, it's the patience that was displayed from Galorys at the very beginning, because you trust Sato to be able to watch the full middle, because you also trust Urango the whole time that was jiggling towards B main and throws a late barrier mesh, which if it wasn't sprayed right away, you know the call was going to be, hey, they're hitting the B side just like they are now. This is what should have happened. The wall comes up, it should be shot down right away, but looks like for M80, gonna hold back for a bit though, because they do have a half buy going into it. I want to give a tell here that they were forcing up, but as soon as the Ares came through from BCJ, Galorys is now ready for this half buy from M80.
At least the Ares is trying to make it so Galorys don't want to hold that close. It gives M80 space to deal with the barrier. Once the smoke goes down, flood in. And this, I thought this was going to pull the rotation out of Evil Kick, but now that M80 have killed all noise, Galorys are playing out of sight. They can't shift people over from A quite yet.
Good grab net also.
Now M80 walk in, first blood or Galorys.
They look pretty good at the ascent, this team.
No util Rude doing his best to support. They'll go 1-for-1. Rude will get more than what he bargained for. He's got 2 pings. No, they're on the approach.
Yeah, we looking really nice on this map. This is a lovely supportive recon as well.
I think M80's playing a little too slow.
It feels hard to play fast against a Cypher and a Deadlock.
Yep, I mean, you just have to try and bait out the wall and the grab net earlier.
The push from the pop flash blinded a couple of players, but what's been good so far from Galorys is how deep back in the site they've been playing with their utility. The trips that happen towards the back, the cages on top, so you could play trip kills from the back of the boat, from the back of the B site, and then also the smokes that were thrown towards the A site between Generator and Dice. They're not really giving a chance here for M80 to get the best value out of their pop flash hits, but great value for at least the defensive side to play around the Sentinel's utility. So that's pretty good here for Galorys on their defensive side to kick things off in the 4-0, converting from a bonus round, and
That's
also
not me, man.
Converting
That's
into
not me.
the half buy of M80, where they haven't lost too many players in the process.
Are they both using Deadlock comps? Yeah.
To shine, while for M80,
Just Jet, Yori
there's
Death.
be a couple of these half armor buys, but if there is, and Sato still has the outlaw, that means that the economy is flourishing for the op side of Sato.
Yeah, so I mean, I imagine they do speed up though, but I reckon it's gonna be over towards mid take.
Flag with dropping 4 rounds and
yeah, they can speed up because they also have the Yoru.
Sites being tried.
That's true.
Every attempt failed. M80 needs to decide of how does the flood happen.
Yeah, and I like this from Galorys as well though. They do a A stack just in case the ult hits over towards here. They got loads of people to make sure that you can't your ult and or get out of your ult and get a kill, and then we just have a straight up retake. The attack Odin though might just secure this.
Well, they did a little bit of damage.
I wanna see the defensive.
Now you have to try to do an op retake. So we talked about
Deadlock
before, but it's Sato already out with an operator, which is fine. There's a lot of players.
They got a camera, they got a trip, they got double Deadlock util, they got an Odin, they have an Omen flash, a drone and a recon. This should be an impossible retake.
Even the annihilation, like you said, can force the engagement. Even if you don't get the execution, you could funnel M80 into a narrow hallway, but now the drone spot at least 2 or 3. Shuffle, annihilation,
that's funny.
Denied M80.
Nice shot.
Their ground, not dropping them up.
Yeah, I mean, that's way too much util.
That was very.
Seems like Yori just checks that there's no one over towards here. No one else uses any extra util.
Dimensional drift and open up this B site. You see the amount of utility that's being thrown.
I feel like Yori, and I've said this quite a few times, like Yori ult in pro play is just a 1 round.
You're by a sonic sensor. You're trying to move down the staircase.
Yeah,
you're going
especially if you.
In the back of the boathouse. Well, you're gonna get hit by a sonic sensor, and it would really
at least on
players
attack.
Down. But the biggest thing around that
maybe
is
defense
also
not
being
so
proactive and not giving a chance.
People combo it so well with Breeze
stuff,
Omen Paranoia to set up the come out of the
use here by BCJ in that round. 4 ults now available for M80.
Yeah, they start to get some ults online now.
And also converted for M80. And now you go back into a slower playstyle, smoking back towards M1, blocking the vision of Sato. And Sato has to find a new spot to look out for. And with the wall coming up already on Catwalk, he might pivot here, potentially towards the B main, if it stays quiet towards middle contact.
Speaking of contact, just Galorys have not seen M80, and this is about M80 making the first move, putting the first card down. There's information. That's why he played the Sova. Hunter's Fury to stop people kick from using the drone.
He thought he was joining from below.
Have to dance against this.
I'd probably take that because it's like, would this guy ever be ulting if there wasn't people behind it?
Hunter's Fury, they're letting M80 come in, but when you gave M80 site control before, they held it down. They bunkered. It's the
and doesn't get that corner of back of sight. Been a nice reply on this round.
Nismo is dead. It doesn't matter. M80.
Yeah, that's so
Yeah,
great.
we got no damage off. That was a clean round.
Yeah, and despite all of that utility and ults being utilized, they all survived that 50-100.
Dude, these guys have a nice ascent, I'm telling you.
Point of damage against the hit from M80.
Yeah, they have a great
surprise play that we're
understanding
trying to
of
conduct
the defense.
around these ops. Around these ults, and it started with a blind ult
Because
trying to catch
the issue with this comp is like you only have one chance to hit the site. So if you stop that one chance,
one hit, then it's done.
It's pretty hard to get off.
Evil Kick even gets a recon dart on the top. Got so much value for his side now on the Silva roll, just like BCG did for M80 on the round before. And now this breaks the econ on both fronts for weaponry and ults. Everything gets reset here for M80, and Galorys seems to be in a position where they can run away now with this first half.
Evil Kick, what a ping too. Executes with the Odin.
Yeah, I just feel like they're going to struggle to get a lot of rounds on attack here with how this looks.
With the op,
yeah,
it's
looking
brutal.
brutal.
Round. How far pushed up Koala Noob is with full util. Things over so that Xander can smoke off the top and he could help support B, but
I'm liking the
hit is happening towards
Cypher
A.
U2 from the
M80 have been
defense.
unsuccessful at A.
He's doing some passive
yes,
camps.
being awarded to be able to walk in, but then getting
Pretty hard
surrounded.
to deal with.
Sato pushed back, paranoia, the push in, M80 advance. They gotta watch their back though, Urango and Luke poke away at M80's forces. And it's Galorys.
6-1.
Yeah, Nismo couldn't get
big
in
round
there with the Sentinels right click Classic. Most likely taking the Classic to support here his old IGL John Cutie. But at least overall on the macro side of things for M80 was pushing out towards that spot of tree.
Timeout, they already did a timeout.
Get that flash, smother Sato, and try to take him down. And I love this one and done position from Morongo in the very beginning here towards Wine. Because the op was actually spotted here towards tree, well, none of M80's players would have thought that Sato would be playing towards Wine and nobody else would be playing towards that, because who would actually be able to play that spot with the exception of Sato or Luke Show? And if Luke Show's busy smoking and was accounted for, and Wine should technically be clear, so he's able to swing out and get a kill and make it very difficult here for M80 to get a plant down in their eco. Go back into defaulting around and controlling the orbs once again, and trying to salvage the last few rounds remaining here in this first half.
This is nice though.
A was taken. Now we go into
question mark created. Insta clear with the drone.
Fairly soon by the time
it's
we make it
over on A.
So we could maybe surprise a quick hit here into B
It's
as soon as it breaks.
It's over on A. We have block info here. They can check every time they clear the fake info on A.
Closest to perfect. And which offense can hemorrhage the least?
Right, you gotta. I mean, actually, they get through the choke point. They might have a chance.
Wanting to support, but
The late Omen TP. Considering all the info they had, that was a crazy late Omen ult.
With a plant. Yeah, I've taken some injuries, and Luke just has to react. Who advances to the smoke after seeing the dark come out of BCJ? And Galorys taking back control of this map in this round. I should say just this round. They've always been in control. 6-1. Jeez. Galorys are not kidding around with Ascent. Nismo 1v2 doable with Annihilation too if he can just get the one kill. Man. Oh, he hears the smoke. And he heard someone teleport. Now Nismo just has the dance and couldn't get the cover.
Yeah, dude, that was a nice retake.
He got aim punch too, aiming towards the air on that 1v1. Couldn't get the wall bang.
Get to hear the live reaction of it. That's crazy.
I think BCJ misstepped going to the smoking stairs.
Yeah.
Inside that smoke to get the shorty kill. The wall bang coming out from the Odin. Again, for M80, it was a great start, at least into the round. By the time it made it towards the barrier mesh, it was.
You knew it was going to happen at one point during this.
Almost breaking down, that it only took a couple of shots before breaking it. But then everything else in terms of util was breaking shot darts and whatnot that didn't actually land to break that. So it really slowed things down for a bit on M80's hit towards the side and gave a chance here for Galorys.
And we're out here forcing. We're forcing Stinger, Stinger, double Guardian. We're just fast going up short now. This is what I thought they were going to do originally after the timeout.
Yeah, good point. M80 have hit these so many times. It's on the line of insanity and Koala Noob.
The Grey Omen flash, man. I had so much confidence with it.
Wow.
No way. Dude, I don't know how they get more than one round. Look at what's going on. They'll get another round with the Yori ult. I think that's about it.
Galorys,
which is next round.
Enemy remaining.
With now just having to execute the remnants of M80. Separated by
Shot.
BCJ. The 1-2 punch. He's got a lot more work to do in a
No,
1 versus
I'm
3
loving the
for
Cypher
the
stuff.
Ace. 85 HP.
He immediately
nothing on the
repositioned the trip to DP main, so they can triple stack the spike.
So he's gonna have to wait a couple of
Yeah.
seconds here, but
I like the server over towards A as well. The server's nice.
clean look here that they can watch over the
But
spike.
don't M80 need to default B main to get this wall all the time?
Yeah, that's what I'm feeling.
BCJ somehow manages to pull this out.
The deadlock is just jiggling,
High-low setup too.
and whenever they
Sorry,
they
from
hear
Evil
some
Kick.
U2, he throws the wall.
I like that at least here. From what you saw from the position too. Sorry.
Beautiful, yeah. It looks really nice, this defense at the moment. Like M80 have to break this wall on B. That's the issue. If you get the wall, because they're doing like an AB default a lot of the times before they were taking mid, and every time it just gets insta cleared. So they need to go B and break this wall, and then they can take middle, and then they can take A or whatever. But as soon if this dude is just doing this all the time and they're moving fast, it just doesn't work.
The kind of scoreline that they have, and this is Galorys really stepping up after a crushing sunset. Jeez.
Yeah, it shows how Galorys didn't bother
Okay,
for them at all if they couldn't find
late wall
any
goes in, so they can break this, and then
on how they play
they
the
actually have an
defensive
okay
side.
chance in this round.
Well, at least they're showing a great defensive side here on the scent.
They have a good chance anyway, just because they have the
Also
ult. Like
being
it should be a
Sato
one
turning
round.
things around too on
Yeah,
the
and
conversion that he's
can
currently
get
getting on
solo
holding
for
his ankles
post too.
versus on the value is trying to get on a Neon rifling with no op. You see the difference in
Solo, it's
playstyle,
not the
almost
best
like a
for
different,
post in this map.
look here towards these duelists that are fairly good
Yeah,
here
it's
on the
not.
Neon and okay here on the Jet. Well, it's
Thrown over towards A. They find out what the op
awesome
is.
here on this Jet and Raze. But didn't look too hot here on the Neon.
I mean, look at the B side though. The B side's kind of stacked with U2 here. Like these two are just gonna double up back his sight, and it's gonna be hard for him to get anything from this.
Oh, he
He
stunned
tanked
with
his own stun. That helps.
In the back line.
They
And
should
then
know
that's
there's one more.
Team Gravnet. He made a sound, yeah.
Bit of a pickle
Yeah,
thanks
they
to
knew.
Nismo. And M80 will evict Galorys from the B side.
Yeah, like we said, they can get the rounds with the Ori ults, but then that's it.
Activated with the barriers.
They kind of had a better idea on this round anyway with like their
There's a
default.
lot of
Yeah.
chaos and I'm
The
sure noise in the
B main-
comms.
The B main
or the B
default?
main
Yeah,
stuff.
yeah, they actually managed to break the wall and then create pressure. We had drone over towards A, like after, like there's actually pressure all over the map this time.
Damage to Sato. The off. Okay, a wrist got in his way. Takes a lucky shot through the smoke. No cigar. Everyone's just barking on the other side of these smokes. Galorys have the ults, and now they're starting to get surrounded. They had their chance to escape, and now it's M80. They'll trap them.
Okay.
And Nismo too, getting to the last.
Yeah, maybe he can get a... Dude, I actually think the op here on attack just to get the guy jiggling over towards B main will definitely be successful.
The value that they get around the
Yeah,
dimensional drift is always going to be
absolutely.
quite huge with Koala Noob when he has that available.
No, it
To
was
move
was
inside
pretty
that
good
site, to get
because
that ping onto those players
they
holding
dealt
towards
with the B main
back of
stuff
the boathouse
first,
once again. It
and
allowed
then
Nismo to get his lineup with
took A
the
main.
Gravnet
Yeah,
to
then
actually
I mean,
catch those
then they
players
started
on
droning
top
over
of that
towards A as
hack
well.
to ping them out, to really not give a chance here for the anchors to really play around
Who has the
that
op?
Sentinel utility. That was
Koala Noob?
crazy.
He's just
Galorys
gonna go
was,
for this.
that they
The
were able
first
to do
time they're
earlier
not
on.
jiggle peeking. Do they know they
Now we
picked
have
up the
Nom on
op?
the attack. No walls being thrown earlier on here on the B side. So
A nice
here's
change
one
up.
here for Koala Noob
Why did they change
to
up their
explore
defense?
and see if he can get a pick early here.
M80 has been constant.
They just called for a trap play at
Maybe
middle
fear that Sato
because they went through
obviously still
middle.
has the op, but it's
Off the cam, right? Yeah. Omen flash.
What am I missing? Why are they playing? Why are they playing heavy retake?
Everything they can to beat it. That's the only ounce of success
They were having success on every single buy round apart from Yoru ults, and then they change up their defense. I don't get why. Unless they're just so confident in the retake.
To use that with.
It's pretty weird. It reminds me of that one AMER match we watched on Lotus, I think.
It was a call
that you talked about them going out A, and then they lose to a Raze ult, and they give up on it.
Yeah, they like overthink the round.
You can't give up on your default that's working because you lost to an ult round.
Yeah.
Towards this catwalk area with this owl drone, and then break this barrier mesh. Once you TP across here to hit towards this B site.
Yeah, they already know it's a B hit.
Wait, did he not mess up his wall? Oh, he messed up his wall heavy. That's Nismo's wall.
When you go up against Galorys,
I think he threw it trying to dodge the sub ult. Oh god. Dude, he was trying to dodge and he just threw it.
They broke that. They broke the defense. They broke the defense deadlock wall, and then they had to break another wall. The artist wall, it actually was, yeah. That was the artist deadlock version of his Sage wall. Not wrong. Lucid_memes with the prime. Thank you, the 4 months. Thank you for doing that, dude.
I always thought it was easier to play a deadlock towards A, and it's like they tried a couple times, and
I guess he had the wall in hand, and then the solo ult comes and he just
clicked and dodged at the same time.
Finally, an A hit happens for M80, where Galorys can play passive off the sonic sensors, and now with vision that the hit is coming, all depends and all leads on this evil kick Odin to cut M80 at the heel as they enter. And that Odin will claim 1, but M80 now have 4 on the post plant.
Look at the
sound of this. They
gotta
worry about getting surrounded. They gotta press an angle. And at least they'll have someone on the flank here of Xander, but from the shadows, but he's snuffed out by Evil Kick. This Odin is disgusting and now paranoid.
Grab Ned on heaven with an Odin spam.
They're about to be there too. M80 still
he's
managed
so
to
low.
fire back.
He was grab Ned and then getting spammed.
When it was Galorys starting with all the picks, it seems.
They never saw this guy and killed him.
Yeah, they got 3. Dude,
Dude,
these guys, the Galorys guys, they got that's probably one of the better defense setups that I've seen at this comp though.
Yeah,
I liked it a lot. I will say that it's such a weird comp because normally against the KO comp it's like really attack sided, right?
Yeah,
but then it goes the complete opposite way where as soon as you get rid of that KO.
And also this time,
yeah,
on a post plant
the knife and like the KO will just counter so much of it.
Yeah, that's actually something I haven't thought about, but it's really spot on.
I think that we're gonna see a lot more.
They could do it back.
Marengo, playing the mirror deadlock.
The Jet
versus Nismo.
The thing is, the Jet here should be better than the Yoru, like in a head-to-head, because they can then just they can just do set plays, and they shouldn't get too messed up because the Jet can affect a lot of the deadlock util.
Held on with a hope and a prayer when they just kind of ran in. They're getting shot out from all angles.
To get more value against the Jet, you have to combo the Sentinels U2 a lot more.
Just hoping for the best.
While against Yoru, you can get away with one in each side.
We'll see how practiced Galorys look on offense with the deadlock, because that was something you pointed out that Nismo could have done better on, or that at least that was an issue to fully get the value out of the deadlock there. But
a hard entry on the Yoru, yeah. Normally, normally with the Yoru comp, like straight up sight hits don't work. But
yeah,
I mean, they actually got him around there at the end, but it's just because A was weak.
Looked like they were always trying to default towards
the thing about Yoru that I like on defense is that you can flash for your teammates too, and like re-clear stuff, sets the defense.
You're trying to make sure that you're at least able to work towards the B side, because where the Jet wouldn't be, that's where the deadlock would be. You're trying to bait out the early wall so you could go for the side exec after. which sort of worked here and there, and it was just going into these moments on the pulse plant where it kind of crumbled here and there for M80. But this, if it was a little bit cleaner on their positioning on the pulse plants, then we might have had a different scoreline towards the end. But it's Galorys coming out very strong on first bloods, on map control, and on these retakes, that they now have an opportunity to push this very quickly into a third map.
Galorys with a heavy lean towards A, waiting out the one way. Walanu with green rain mid after
he messed up.
Well, the initial recon.
Did he try and take out the thing, but he'd faked the TP?
Yeah, he faked the TP
really
before he took out the thing.
Galorys not having
Was it not just because it's the same? Oh my god, and we're out here reconning. It's the same bind, right?
Yeah, Sato gets pinged.
I don't know.
The trap play was there. Galorys revealed and struck down, and it's all up to Rude.
Wait a minute. I just saw BCJ throw the recon dart right into Dice, and somehow it's still pinged.
Yeah, I was trying to work out how that pinged him.
I think it was like, since it was right on the top
side.
of the block.
Oh, you reckon it went over?
Yeah.
Turns out to be a blessing.
But it was a really weird interaction.
But I think the original was a trip, but then was he not lit up from the recon?
Yeah, I think it was both things.
Has a TP in the back
I'm
of the
not sure.
I'm not sure either.
Of this main area. And
Everyone's saying
also,
it's the trip, so maybe it's just the trip.
Camera, it allowed here Nismo to throw the wall. And as
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Like when he gets hit by the, he got hit by the camera in middle. He presses F to take it out, and it made sure that he faked TP'd.
Yeah.
And it allowed here M80 to get a nice crossfire in the end. And
Just wait for the replay. Yeah, I mean, I'll just trust you guys.
Aries by ECJ.
Because the recon looked pretty low on the
Net at
box.
the wing. Galorys.
Dude, with them taking the pistol, man, it's
mid with the smokes.
thing is, for Galorys, it's gonna be really frustrating. Like it might be one of those examples of like, why would you choose your worst side to start? Like this could be one of the examples of it's so stressful when you can't get rounds.
And to add to that, they came from that bind against All Knights where they had 8 chances. So
yeah. Oh my god, yeah, that's true.
How does their mental?
Yeah.
Just trying to run.
Everyone just thinking that they lose both games when they had like really heavy leads.
So nicely done here by M80.
Not wrong. Yeah, this is heavily on.
Now that I look back at it, it was the trip that was placed behind on the A side that prevented Sato from moving in and slingshotted him back. It wasn't a recon, thankfully. So that was going to be that's crazy stuff going on through there. But at least for now, when you're looking at the
what the hell?
Wrong key mine.
Exactly, from Galorys towards his cat. It's great that Xander's holding this judge, something that even Sadak has. I pretty much call it the Sadak spot, right? He always owns that spot with the judge, and even as he gets netted, still has great support from the crossfire setup in the back at tree. So M80 looking fairly strong on their second round, converting here their anti-eco. Now going into the bonus, have an outlaw to work with. Xander still holding inside the smoke.
To bring all those weapons into the bonus
too
is great for M80. See if the judge can do the 2
great.
over at tree.
Means just use another smoke for A main, and potentially that smoke could have gone over towards B.
Quiet over at B. Galorys will try their hand at that.
That smoke, I think it's from the
sonic sensor at the door for M80.
Yeah, I mean he TP'd and then he insta smoked, right?
Yeah, the attack has smoke smokes.
Play off
Yeah,
contact
right.
there, still has a flash, and just at least using the Aries to push him
Ooh.
back and
Oh man, the double heavy pen guns.
does
God, they're tanking damage. It's getting scary already for these guys.
BCJ has no bullets. He has like.
This is still pretty good.
You say no bullets, he's still got like what, 30, 33? Something like that. Yeah, there we go. He could get all of them if he wanted.
He has like 1 clip.
Okay, now I think he has 2 bullets or something.
Take a step back.
He fired a lot after that.
Yeah, he killed the guy and he shot the wall.
Right into the trap.
Yeah,
like the suppress fire thing.
There's some guns B main here. They're gonna take the gamble. Why not? They get the free upgrades.
Usually you
and there's an orb there. BCJ can get his ult if he picks up the ult. Yeah, no time.
Started engaging into the spray of the Ares. But instead it was going to be just the tight angle held.
I hate B main on this map.
Dude, Nat does a lot of talking.
He's the responsible for the defensive setups.
Oh.
So they'll go like he would suggest a defensive setup, and then Xander has the word if he wants to run it or not.
Reaction cams, as pretty sure it was mentioned here by Xander in the past too, that Net does pull a little bit more here on the defensive side of having better reads, better understanding of around his utility of where the players could be, and based on his timing and what he's currently watching with his Cypher util.
Man, if they actually lose this, you're so right. The 12-4 lead, then into a 9-3 half. Like these guys are gonna.
Yeah, no, that's a good early timeout. I think that this is a perfect early timeout because
when it comes to this ascent, when it comes to the double sentinel, it's about which defense.
The coach needs. We talked about this yesterday. The coach needs to keep them in the game. Like they can't like
stop thinking about it.
Yeah.
They dominated
for sure. That thing that happened yesterday happened to them. Another time in this tournament, I think, against TSM.
Oh, okay, so they're known for it.
You're running into
like
the same issues
a
here that
trend
ME
for
is
them
currently
in this
doing.
tournament.
Or what ME was faced with on their attack side too is just getting caught up by a lot of this double senti utility here on the defensive side. I liked at least on the pistol round, the shock darts did clear a bit of that util, which I didn't see that happen from M80 too much, and looks like Koala Noob was just able to sneak through towards Wine. Boom.
Oh, they don't know! Spike's down too!
Spike?
With the one-way!
We solo send the spike?
Oh, jeez, Galorys.
Am I missing something? Is it to get a reaction so that they play different so that you can bait them in? Oh, it's not.
I think it's one of those situations where you don't know that you picked up the spike.
M80 aren't playing close enough, and Galorys managed to get the spike. This could be a salvageable round, but in a 3 versus 5 and a sheriff for Luke, that's some cope on the salvage part.
If anything, it's such good mobility. I mean, look at all those kills coming
out
from
we're farming out
here. The
here.
first one at Wine, TP towards middle, gets the kill towards mid, back TP towards A side, and gets that 3rd kill. If somehow this double Vandal wins the round for Galorys, there's nothing more that Koala Noob could do. But thankfully, we're double up in the back of the site. And that's why we talk about the utility of the double senti. There's really nothing you can do when you're trying to run away after
Koala
being
will
thrown
keep
down,
the outlaw
like kind of like just held you back in the net.
Right, into big Byrons.
Himself.
Yeah.
Towards that B site. And we're looking
That could cost them,
a lot of sense.
So far
yeah, it makes a lot of sense.
For M80 on the defensive side.
It's like watching Leaf on Lotus.
And maybe a frustrating round.
Yeah,
I swear Leaf, he's playing most of the rounds, buy rounds on Lotus
back.
With the outlaw.
Situation where M80
it's so brutal.
I like this though.
It's M80
upgrade to the AWP, then they can buy the outlaw again after this.
Over so many
Just switch in between.
An economy that sets up M80 for an avalanche. Galorys at least trying to react to any heads-up play from M80 out of a main like last round, but M80 switched it up every time.
And we are flowing abundantly in terms of fortunes for M80. Lots of them maxing out, even if they lose the round. More specifically, Xander. Potentially Nismo here, 50 shy away. But that said, Galorys is finally looking to prod up towards middle, something that they haven't done too much, and already BCJ's there on the read.
I really like Cypher setups like the one they are running on A, because many times the attackers come A main in when they see the cam and break it. They think they dealt with the info, but then there's a trip on the choke.
There's a trip close? Yeah, that's true.
Spray and pray.
That is nice.
It's nasty in that way.
You think, oh, I cleared their early A info, but you haven't really.
Feel pressure, feel forced to make a decision.
Yeah, there's a good understanding of how big the buy round is. They just, even though it's a 5v3, they invest double ult just because, again, Gotta look over towards here. It's another eco.
You see how he uses the Yoru ult as a drone for the Sova?
Yeah, for the Sova. Yeah, that's nice. It's such a good combo.
Odin holding down towards middle. The TP came across from Luke Show thinking that he would get a timing there, and he just stays in the ADS with the spray. But this combination, once again, the value that Koala Noob brings out with this
holy hell.
And Net is
Yeah, I mean it's a very big round. It forces them down to an eco again. I was wondering with the money that's so good here if they were gonna get the outlaw, just because it is just better at cleaning them up.
Yeah.
Like when Xander has this much money, I mean it doesn't matter now when that happens. Holy hell!
That's also a way to clean things up.
How are they so good at getting ADS double kills or like multi kills? Oh my god! Ah, bro, you should let him have that. It was an absolute clip.
Come on. Another black
Yeah, bro, it was an absolute
step.
clip, though.
This was a
He melted them top mid.
for Galorys, and we knew the double Senti was going to shine its brightest on defense. And M80, multiple rounds now of these 5v3s, 5v2s just off the rip. Galorys can't turn around these rounds unless they
get
a miracle on their side.
Yeah. I find it so funny that Xander and Net are pro-ideals and M80 now, because
he's maybe amped up
last year in Ascension they had a pretty heat up discussion in stage. It was pretty funny.
Bro did it again.
When it's a gun round for Galorys.
Well,
no, it's crazy that he's doing this as Cypher. Like,
yeah, no, that's what I mean. The confidence is way too high at the moment. That's insane. Like against the eco, I can kind of get it. This one, that's. Oh my god, he's really feeling it, bro.
I swear he was gonna cage. I don't think he has a cage.
What can they do about it? Net has his own neural theft
to ult the body. He can go there now.
Say what, the grab net into Odin spam is actually disgusting.
Xander gets antsy, still ends up getting the read on Luke. It's a 2 versus 4. Galorys on the post.
Yeah, this server's got to kill everyone.
Against the army of M80, and now a drone that takes away his advantage.
Oh, that was unlucky, man. He gave that a good try.
The little small sidestep from BCJ got him. It was just a slight sidestep.
He was going under the desk after his
tech timer, yeah, definitely looks like he's broken something.
Continue one last point here about Net. It's nice that he's being vocal so far in the second half, because it's really not only reeling M80 up, but when the hype man was
stood up. No, I think he actually wants a timeout. He's not giving it about them taking a timeout. I think he actually needs a timeout.
And Nismo was missing his walls. I'm pretty sure he's going to be a little bit into his own mind at that point. So you need somebody else to really step up and for the team. And Net is doing wonders. Not only then, but in the last
it's like
rounds,
I think it was EMEA that was having
kills, I think, for the team,
like short wire IEMs and players. When they stand up, they disconnect.
Yeah, it's just too much.
We had the smallest of inklings that
the Nivera, Nivera was the original.
The Nivera clip is the best thing ever.
Alright, so
he comes back without a and clutches the
defense,
it was so funny.
But it didn't go on a 7-win streak like this. This is the unstoppable force of M80 that sweep away a lead now. Not too far ahead, not out of reach for a team like Galorys, but now
you reckon
the sets in. Now there's a technical pause. Maybe I can spill some water. It's not going
for a couple of rounds here. He hasn't had sound or something's been messed up, and he's like, I can't play without sound. I'm just gonna face middle. Like if I reckon that's why he's facing middle as Cypher.
Imagine that.
And then he's been asking for a timeout, and then now he has to stand up and do like a big T just to try and get attention. I'm trying to work out why he's double facing mid with a Cypher, and that actually makes sense in my head.
The eco makes sense.
The eco round, the eco round makes sure. I mean, I would rather it be another agent, but sure.
I mean, if the next round they do it again with like Yoru or whatever, it's fine. But the Cypher again, it's mental.
I'm surprised Koala Noob didn't just stay there.
Good.
I just took like a random shot. Maybe Yeah. Patience would help, but that is a one and done position with the op, and maybe it's
exactly
too high value.
It's a timing that he has on his gate crash that he has to TP out as soon as possible with the timing.
They're not going to use.
I was going to say they're not going to use all their ults on an eco though, right?
You wanted to make sure you didn't get caught, and he TPs back into it. Who cares? That's why.
I think they would be willing to if Jet gets something with her ult.
Nice, yeah.
The box and it's just boiling over.
Nice.
M80.
Bruh, they're struggling to get one round on attack here. Oh man, I feel almost bad for this team though. From yesterday to this, back-to-back days. Oh man, this guy's eating double flashes out here.
That's what I'm talking about, the Euro thing. You can't do this on the Jet comp because you don't have flashes. And playing this map without flashes after like everyone have been playing the same comp that has flashes.
It's true, it's
so long. It's so hard.
But within that round, it's rare that I see even a counter paranoia from Omen at Generator. Usually, when you're looking at a site exec, it's an Omen throwing up from the
I'd just call a Hiko here.
But that paranoia
when in doubt, call a Hiko.
When in doubt, you go to server ult. Yeah, the Hiko is tried and tested. Crazy success rate.
It's so good.
It also works well against this comp because if there's any trips on short, it probably breaks most of the trips on short.
You break everything. You can throw a beam towards like Switch and Gen and break everything.
The last time out now for Galorys in this series and in this Challenger's career for this season for this team. You mentioned it here, a team that...
Probably both of these teams, like on attack, if they actually wanted to have more success, need to use the Sova stuff better. Like they probably need to, you know, that constant deadlock trip that's on short for when you swing like deeper short on attack. Probably need to shock that, like from outside A at the beginning.
Just like their compatriots.
Like you could probably do stuff like that, and then you have an easier time, I think, like on attack. But it does look like a nightmare. Like the only rounds it feels like you can comfortably win is from all rounds.
The Galorys curse.
Yeah.
Because the 9-3
and like they don't like Hamidi had the Euro ult, which is a big ult.
Yeah,
they don't have that.
which actually secures you one. Yeah, it's true.
Where they sounded really upset on
like
social media.
Another worrying thing, they only had one plant.
Get out of reach.
And maybe only won one defuse round on defense.
Oh, he's getting jumped on. Here we go. This might be the mess up. Straight up fast B. Oh, missed it. But honestly, imagine Net gets like 2 here.
A first blood there. Evacuated closet, but Net just swung around.
By far the best chance to get around.
Pushed and Net gets one for free, despite being outnumbered. M80 still down one. As the plant ensues, Galorys bunker with also players in
isolate one.
Timing is everything. Annihilation from Nismo.
Oh, they think this round is done. They think they cleared B main.
They have a chance. And here on the backstab could be evil kick, and he does find 2. It's a united effort for Galorys to just take their first offensive round.
They did pretty well, like fast reaction to the drone.
Yeah.
Running straight through as soon as
the Jet just jumped on him.
Realizing here that there wasn't too much of the aggression of the op, just like how Sato was playing with the op here on the defensive side. Koala was putting a lot of these lines here towards mid and A side to start. And as we owl drone out at the very beginning to try to get some information, to just find the timing to catch BCJ off guard. It was a nice attempt, at least by Net. He called for a Xander smoke right in front of him. He has a cage on the other side. And then
Hamster's coming out.
Over and gets a trip kill onto 1. But couldn't get more than that because there was just too many players of Galorys running through. And Galorys are able to at least keep their dreams alive here in this race. 1 map behind, 1 map under in this series under M80.
Finally,
We're trying to find any type of aggressive position, and Koala Noob is not going to get spotted and is in a great spot with his op once again.
Ping nil. The dude's up in like 3 hours for APAC.
Wow.
Oh, he gets caught out.
I wonder if the weird interaction happened again, where he tried to TP this time and he went to remove.
It would be a different button for that, I'm pretty sure.
That round under the belt. The lead.
Bro, Ned is playing so aggro.
Soon if they could stay locked in, but it's never gonna be easy against a team like M80. Now Galorys coming through mid, cutting into B. Barriers, annihilation from Durango got no one. M80 barely dodging a bullet there. They'll have to dodge some more bullets as M80 down. Left staircase, Sato, clean shots. Galorys think they have the advantage. The net just only slows Galorys down.
Gonna be 11-11. Bro, we gotta save this maybe for Nets money. Nah, they could be alright.
Especially when
You can do damage.
Over peeking a little bit here, where the contact potentially should have been Nismo at the staircase because
Damage
of that sonic
is
sensor.
good, but not great. I think he's going for the round. Not even for damage.
So make it a
because it's like 2 rounds away. Everyone has money to buy.
Yeah.
Walks across, tries to avoid the sonic sensor on the attack side, and that allows Arango to get a free kill. And we tied up 11.
Giant man, does M80 time out? That's the real question.
A big punish, a big kill. That
I think they still have one, right?
At the tiles to be able to get that ping onto Koala Noob and just swing out to get the kill. What was that? Like the pistol round where that happened, the first engagement where Koala Noob continued to walk down towards tiles? Well, this time he was not ready for Rude to swing right out from the camera to get the kill.
Last tactical pause from M80. As much as we'd laugh, it'd be like, okay, they would.
This is good though. Definitely be timing out on this one.
Back-to-back rounds of Galorys, decisive B pushes, and M80.
He's gonna make sure that the Odin spam happens instantly, or you go to like the right one where you play more, where the Omen flash would hit you.
Yeah.
A lot of success on M80's side because of Koala Noob's effort.
Since Nismo was playing an off angle, he can swing off him. Or even just if he wants to play fully safe to buy time, he can spam the wall off Nismo.
This is as much as it could be a fake comeback too, and not the 9-3 curse. It's 11-11.
Because he would be, he's kind of baiting but kind of not baiting too, because he's shooting off his teammate but not really facing, which buys time for the guy that's playing the other side of the
pushing down for these angles. I still respect it to give Koala Noob the opportunity to have free reign around the spot to get these aggressive angles, but as soon as he gets spotted here by a camera, you probably should have TP'd before or as fast as you can before pulling out the dart. So just trying to iron things out. You talk about the high BPM that these players could be feeling right now, as Roy mentioned on the desk. Sometimes in these moments, in these pressured moments, when you're trying to fight for tournament life, these mistakes could slip.
Right here.
Need to calm down the issue just a bit.
Not going to be as early of a push.
Man, if he spammed at the right time, yeah.
For Galorys, not with BCJ, who's been blocking.
Oh, this is gonna be deadly.
Not a drone this time, but just an Odin. That is making it quite an obstacle course for Galorys, and now the barrier thrown out.
Oh my god.
Galorys felt safe. But Sato still found his
What
way
an
in.
important kill from Nismo. Xander sticks the Omen ult.
Xander, the anchor at the back.
40 seconds still. A lovely kill trap on site, man.
They walled themselves on CT, so it's hard for them to pivot too.
Whoa, what a god play. So much low HP. Oh my. We can even make this.
If the door's closed, he doesn't make it.
Heads to the other side.
Close.
Sonic sensors, 2 of them available on the pulse plant. Makes it into
so damn close, just.
That was close. But now at least it gives a chance here for Koala Noob.
I think it's less than 1.
Oh, Urango's gonna play the 4th position and try to cut that rotate across. In Koala Noob's game sense,
what a crazy
round. He should know he's low.
Well, it's all about timing. Koala Noob by the teleport in place behind Urango.
So fast.
As a mouse.
Yeah, he
did great. He played that really well. It was so close with the plant as well.
Up to 12.
Damn.
Is it overtime? Is it the end?
This would be mental if it went to overtime as well, because it'd be really hard for people to get the actual attack round without any odds.
Deficit, but the streak that they let M80 get on at the start of this hack to Galorys locking in when it matters the most.
Yeah. The IGL once
This
again,
is smart. Oh yeah, he
much
played it
better
really
for the
well.
team.
Played it really
At
well.
first, it almost felt like Sato had nice
okay,
surprise attack
one
onto
chance
his
to
opponent's
get us
dash
to a
above
third
while
map.
They were both being hit by Paranoia and Grav
Keep the
netted.
dream
But he
alive.
threw a smoke down, which kind of gave a chance here for Nismo to win that fight, and that could have been a huge mistake there for Galorys not being able to convert there that round, and it had to come down to
Siege 610, thank you so much, man. Appreciate the 19 months. Thank you for the tier 1.
Back now for Galorys, and still a fighting chance to push this into a third
Thanks
map.
for that, bro.
And M80, a change of pace now, at least in the positioning of Koala Noob, this time finally anchoring out towards the B main with the operator. He's holding a tight angle, and there's no TP that looks like to be placed so far.
Yeah, I think he's coming
Gonna
back
have to be a
for
little
the
bit
TP.
weary of the timing so far.
BCJ delaying, now just starting out the recon. No pings, still a drone left. Koala Dude placing teleport back.
Wow.
What a kill.
Shot down immediately.
Close up, like it's like a shot.
And then he TP'd and there's just an Omen ult in front of him. And they still got a trip here as well. Well, it's overtime.
The spike is down over at the A side. M80 have held the door shut. And Galorys, they're gonna see overtime.
I don't think
soon
he'll
unless they got
expect
tricks
him
up their
to be
sleeve.
in.
Starts with Lucio that thought that he could push towards the garden. But as he dies, that's the spike too. Once again falling down. Overtime in the sights now for M80.
He denies the op at least,
Dude, this
Yep.
is just all about who takes the attack.
M80
Because I'm telling you, it's going to be hard for both of these teams without these ults.
forced to use their timeout to reassess when things
I mean,
looked
if it goes the distance, we'll see M80 throw around where they get A main orb, B main orb, try to get Euro kill.
Like
that will be the
shots
plan.
like that with the operator. And the other layer on top of that too is the fake TP. Xander TP towards the back of the site and canceled it, thinking that
Elimination game, yeah, lower bracket.
And a heavy rotate from M80 over on that side. And for Galorys, it worked to a sense because the name of the game was trying to sell that fake towards the B side because a lot of them were leaning towards A. But after that TP came back towards the A side, he throws the Paranoid, delays enough. And now we have a chance now to see extra innings for M80 to still try to close this series up. Or for Galorys
I like this
to fight and push us into Abyss.
From Galorys.
Give us a chance to see what M80 has
Usually
in store.
you don't expect
in
the
Abyss
op when
where we have
the
yet to see
spam
it.
comes.
This Ascension so far.
And he's gonna set him up in the angle with the drone too.
Galorys back on defense.
That's pretty good.
And this overtime can last quite a while with the sides being
Oh yeah,
spawn.
this overtime. Oh, this is nice. Wait, this is nice. This is a really good change-up. Something that they don't really have to handle much in practice because no one does it.
M80 on his tail. Urango even strikes down M80 on the pinch.
Brius?
The tempo was shifted off. M80 face down now at 2 versus 4. Losing M80, or losing net, I should say.
Yeah,
they handled it well though. It was more just the fact that they had 3 over towards B. They like killed 1 on the rotate and they were like, well,
at least with a kill.
there should only be 2 here.
2 more are grabbing an orb, and this time around, Galorys
Keeper,
doesn't
what's
want
up, bro?
to
How we
overpeak
doing?
into that one either. Did not give a chance for Xander to get that done. But he has a Paranoid to work with too.
Paranoia out. Getting it caught. Sato. Shot coming in. Xander stays cool. Now he has to worry about a crossfire now that his position is revealed. 13 seconds left.
10 seconds
Only
left.
he'll be able to find the kills in time.
Oh.
And
Oh.
Xander gets one missed op shot. Wait, Xander, it's possible.
Wait, he actually...
1v1 against Rude. For the lead and map point once again.
No way! That's so good. That's so ridiculous.
That's my ITL.
You gotta go back and sit down, put your headset on, man. Wait, what is that, bro? Dude, I didn't think it was. I didn't think it was even possible.
That first swing onto Orango, everything was pristine in terms of positioning there for Galorys.
Yeah, and we actually get treated to a replay as well. It is a 1v4. Dude, I pretty much tuned out. That's a big miss.
No, he didn't miss. He hit him through the wall.
He hit him through the wall? Oh.
Yeah. He hit him down from I don't know, 87, 24
Bro.
to 14.
And that's the attack round that would have been the hardest to get.
Yeah.
And now you face an M80 defense.
And that's how you lose it too for the team that's being came back.
It's nuts, man. I feel like I'm in shock, bro. That was crazy.
Attack win for M80. I can't believe that clutch after a quiet.
Yeah, both teams did the same thing on defense. The spam with the up.
Yeah, to fake it out.
For M80 now. They did give up a lot of defensive rounds to Galorys as the second half boiled down to force OT. Galorys,
he's feeling so much. He's playing an off angle on A as smokes.
The drone from the defense did get shot down. Koala Noob, the high risk play, the one and done. He gets
First pick as well. They got recon if they head over towards the site. Stop the push out.
On the shoulders of Galorys. Able to push us into overtime, almost getting the map.
Wait, Jet made it out.
And now, again, facing adversity.
Oh, oh my!
What? How do we not hear that? Yeah, I wonder if there were comms at the same time. Either that or he's just untouchable, man. He can do no wrong.
Oh, he actually did it. That's so crazy.
Oh man, that's crazy. Dude, I'm telling you, this team, bro. This team from the 12-4 loss yesterday into a 9-3 lead and a half. That's crazy.
That's brutal.
I mean, shout out to Xander, man. That clutch is just incredible. Ah, poor boys, man. Yeah. Big year done. Year done and it ended like that as well. Ooh.
Yeah, it's rough.
I mean, hats off to them, right? They played such a good tournament.
I really hope they at least get tryouts. Like their IGL, like it's a pretty young guy, pretty good guy.
Yeah. Yeah, the IGL for sure.
And unfortunately meets their demise, losing the second map into overtime again, and unfortunately losing their Ascension run.
Okay, let me upload this VOD, and I'm gonna go to sleep. For people that have been asking about Pacific, I'm not gonna be doing it for a couple of days, but Nilzinho is waking up in like 4 hours, I think, to do it. Or 3 hours even. So you can go follow him, go check him out. For other people that want to watch China, I'll be on for China, and then obviously we'll be watching this best of 5 tomorrow as well.
Just the teamwork between BCJ and Koala Noob when they had these ults. Net individual rounds that he had as well. Xander with the clutch. Nismo was the support cast going through here for this team, and they looked actually quite awesome here on their defensive side. But with that look that we saw there against Galorys,
on the bright side, M80 got to not show their abyss.
Of how they could approach here,
yeah, that's also true.
I don't think as an
guess they gotta play that tomorrow. Probably they permaban bind, right?
Here that M80 is currently playing.
Yeah, they permaban bind.
An explosive performance out of Xander and Koala Noob to step up to the plate when their team
okay, chat. I'm gonna stop that, and I'm gonna get some sleep. I will see you all tomorrow. Everyone say thank you to Desp as well for joining us once again.
Thank you, everyone.
My heart's barely working. It's still in there though. How about you guys?
Again,
Thank you for having me again.
Of course, man. Don't you worry about it. And for people that again want to check it out, Nilzinho Val should be streaming the Ascension for Pacific. If people want a similar vibe to this, I think we'll be doing that. Chat, give me something to raid as well. Give me something to raid. Am I watching China later? Yeah, I'm doing China. I'm doing China into Americas, and then once that's all done, we'll watch the last of Pacific. John QT, yeah, that works.
A little bit of momentum, Roy. They're stringing rounds together. You know, they kind of just got knocked right back down. But taking
it's John QT, yes.
CS.
I mean, right. There's definitely things to work on.
Gonna say it looks a bit different in that picture.
Listen, the 9-3 is one man's curse and another man's blessing, okay? That's just the
okay,
fact,
thanks so much, everyone. Thank you. I will see you all tomorrow.
Half, like, oh my god, Galorys is playing extremely well. I mean, everything was going
all right, peace,
guys,
peace.
They really were not making many mistakes. But as soon as we saw the 9-3 finish, we know this is a
night,
very
guys. Night.
comp. It's in the name. It's a double Sentinel composition. This is what it's for. And I just feel like the way that M80 executed, considering their
all right, YouTube chat, I'm off as well. Peace, guys.
Real.